Sterling Labs just won a big government contract, Skylar said, which, of course, Brandon took to mean he needed to construct an entire facility on our property. Hey, I didn't want to leave you and the kids all day long, Brandon said. If I had to commute to MIT, I'd never be home. You wouldn't like that, would you? I just told him it couldn't actually be in the house. Some of us have issues with work-life boundaries. I'm sorry, who was it who brought home 3 boxes of depositions last weekend? Brandon retorted as he flopped next to Skylar on the love seat. He slung his arm good-naturedly around his wife and kissed her fondly. I'm just kidding, Red. She's a killer, this one. Boston Magazine is doing a profile on my girl. Did you hear? No, I didn't, I murmured, unable to stop watching the way my friend glowed under her husband's affections. Eric's shoulder brushed mine. It wasn't an arm around my waist, but when I started at the sudden contact, then looked at him, he also was watching our friends with naked envy. He also did not move away. Would you like a tour? Brandon asked. I didn't, but it was obvious by the look on Brandon's face that he was dying to give us one. Oh, go ahead, Skylar said, getting up. You guys can be his fresh audience while Bubba and I finish up. I still have to make the cranberry sauce. And that's all you're allowed to do, Sarah piped up from the kitchen, where she was currently whipping up a giant batch of potatoes. Eric and I followed Brandon out of the main house and across the orchard that was still hanging with a few lingering leaves. The construction site around the cottage had been abandoned during the holiday, but it was clear that some major work was going on. Cottage was a misnomer. When Skylar and Brandon originally bought the property, it had come with 2 granny flats. 1-story, 2-bedroom guest houses that they had originally imagined for Skylar's dad and grandmother to use. But Sarah had been adamant about staying in her own house, and where she went, her son did too. So they had simply been a guest lodging for people like me. Until now, apparently. Eric and I followed Brandon into the gutted house, which bore absolutely no resemblance to the quaint place where I had stayed several times. The walls had been completely demolished, the carpeted floors torn up, and the kitchen was all but eradicated. This is remodeled? Eric asked, doubtfully. Brandon shook his head as he stepped around some of the debris. Oh, no. The top floor is the last step. The house had to be elevated first so we could dig the downstairs. Dig? I said. I remembered some construction going on here a few weeks ago, but hadn't asked about it, as upset as I was. Now I felt kind of dumb for not noticing more. Brandon stopped in front of a thick steel door. Eric and I watched as he pressed his thumb into a fingerprint scanner, unlocking a set of stairs into the ground. I hope you're not scared of enclosed spaces. Suddenly, I feel like I'm in the middle of a video game, I said. Do people still play The Legend of Zelda? Only the best ones, Brandon replied. We followed him down the stairs, past another code-guarded door, and into a room that was at least twice the size of the entire structure above us. It was clean, a far cry from the lab I remembered in the attic of the main house. 2 of the walls were lined with stainless steel work tables. A bank of dark-screened computers stood against the far wall, and a small conference table occupied the middle of the room. This is the lab, Brandon said with supreme satisfaction. Sterling Labs is getting serious. It seems more like a bunker, I remarked. Are we expecting a nuclear attack anytime soon? Beside me, Eric chuckled. Brandon just tipped his head from side to side good-naturedly, like it was an actual possibility. I don't know about that, he said. But part of the requirement of the contract was that we had certain security measures in place. I did my part. I consider it an investment in my company. I looked around doubtfully. You don't think this is a little overkill, Ian Fleming? I feel like I'm in Q's lab from MI6. Again, I was rewarded with a snort beside me. Spies are real, Brandon argued, and everywhere, according to the State Department. He turned to Eric. Speaking of which, are you still trying to find... He trailed off with a glance at me, obviously indicating that he would wait until I was gone to continue the conversation. I snapped a finger in front of him. Right here, gentlemen. It's fine, Eric said. And yeah, I am. You're trying to find what? I asked, irritated at being left out of the loop. The bug, Eric said. The way that, the way he knows if... I blinked. And then his ambiguity made sense. Carson. The bug. Eric was trying to figure out how we were being tracked. If, I thought, we were being tracked at all. I honestly wasn't convinced it was more than a stupid threat. I don't think it's visual, Eric was saying to Brandon. If it was, we would have heard from him about certain things. He glanced at me, and his ears turned slightly pink. Because you fucked me with a vodka bottle? I didn't say it out loud, but the haughty look on Eric's face told me he knew exactly what I was thinking. I'm guessing it's some kind of audio signal, he continued, but I can't for the fucking life of me figure out what it is. Tony scans the apartment every day before I go in. My office, too. We can't find a damn thing. Why do you think it's audio? I asked. Why do you even think there's a signal at all? Eric turned to me, a bit dejected. Because of this. He pulled out his phone and swiped to a message before handing it to me. Titan, be careful. You are getting attached. I scrolled up and down, but that's all there was. No exchange, nothing. I looked up. That's it? Look at the timestamp. 12:32 a.m. I handed the phone back to him. That was about an hour after you returned from your date, Eric said, just barely unable to hide the acerbity in his voice. I opened my mouth, then closed it. Suddenly my forearms were covered in goose pimples. We'd fought. He hadn't said much out loud that night, but it certainly would have revealed his jealousy. That's all? I couldn't help but wonder. Just be careful? Eric's eyebrows rose. Why would there be anything more? He asked, though his expression dared me to say it out loud for the same reason I knew he would not. That we were somehow quiet enough that no one had understood what we were doing. I frowned. Certain things made sense now. Why he was so quiet, deathly so, in the apartment. Why he never seemed to respond to anything in meaningful ways. Why he never asked me verbally to sleep with him, but found ways to make it happen anyway. He knew I wouldn't be able to stay quiet if we did what both of us were dying to do. But he couldn't stop himself completely either. I wasn't sure if I should be mad or satisfied by the realization. Maybe some of both, I thought. Well, at least you don't have to worry about it in here, Brandon said as he gestured around the room with pride. One of the benefits of a secure location, I guess. This conversation stays between us for now. Secure? I asked. Like a safe? Brandon nodded. Basically, we've outfitted it like a Faraday shield to block any electromagnetic radiation, but also made sure radio waves can't interfere either. It's like being locked in a microwave. He patted the wall beside him. In other words, if there's a signal coming off one of you, your phone or something like that, it's not getting out of this room. And nothing gets in. Those computers over there are 100% local. All we have is a landline to communicate with the outside. Eric stood stock still. I frowned at the telephone in the corner. Brandon turned, looking between us both. Did I say something wrong? But Eric and I just turned to each other as the meaning of what Brandon was telling us sank in. Was it possible that in this moment we weren't actually being watched? Recorded? Overheard in any way? Before anyone could respond, there was a sudden blare of the telephone in the corner. All three of us jumped. Shit, Brandon muttered as he crossed the room. He picked up the handset. Hey, Red. I sighed. Of course it was Skylar. No one else would have known we were here, much less the phone number. Jenny did what? And now Louis is... Actually, never mind. I'll be right there. He hung up the phone. Sounds like the kids unleashed holy hell on Sarah while she was making the gravy. Jenny just tipped 2 pies on the floor, and apparently Louis dumped a bowl of cranberry sauce on his head. He made for the door, but paused when he realized we hadn't moved. You guys coming? I didn't answer. I was glued into place. Eric cleared his throat. Do you, think we could look around a bit more? DVS wants to build a space like this at, one of the offices. It would be good to have a model. Brandon's brow rose. Have a look around? Sure. Just, clean up when you're done. He caught my eye and winked. Who's the rabbit now, Jane? Then he turned, leaving Eric and me alone together. And this time, without any kind of audience. Chapter 17. The door closed behind Brandon, swallowing his footsteps and leaving Eric and me blanketed with tension. The room was silent, and Brandon's last words about the security of the building echoed. Nothing could get through. No signals, nothing. Eric turned to me with a gaze so fierce that I stumbled backward into a pod of rolling office chairs, sending them into a traffic jam behind me. Jane. Eric's tone was almost dangerous as he stalked toward me. Eric. I pulled one of the chairs in front of me, oddly wanting to put something between us. Not because I didn't want him to touch me, because the intensity with which I wanted it was terrifying. Eric picked up the chair and hurled it behind him. Whoa, I whispered. That was violent. It was in the way. I glanced at the chair. I think you just broke the wheel. I'll buy Brandon another. I don't think he'll be impressed. Jane. Eric's big hands wrapped around my waist and yanked me to him. Shut up. He kissed me, and for a moment I couldn't think. His lips, soft, pliant, but also demanding, quieted my mind in that way they always could. Well, almost. Shut up. No! I pushed at his arms, shoving him off me. Fuck you! No! Jane. Don't tell me to be quiet. Don't silence me, you asshole. I'm not. But it was too late. Everything was bubbling up, like I really was that volcano ready to explode. You and that vampire dick who calls himself my father are manipulating me like a fucking puppet, and I've had it. Even if it's just down here, I don't want to be quiet. Eric pushed a hand through his normally combed blonde hair. The action made a few strands stick up, charmingly boyish over his intense expression. Okay, he said finally. Okay, I get it. That asshole has been pulling my strings for months, too. Between him and my dead grandmother, I feel like a damn marionette. He exhaled a long, low sigh. But it's been torture. Don't you get that? Fucking torture. Worse than the actual torture that fucker put me through. Yeah, it's not exactly fun being a fucking chess piece, is it? I snarked. Eric glowered. I don't mean that. I mean having to coexist with a woman who drives me crazy but makes me want to live. Having to share our fucking home with you and not be able to touch you, kiss you, not be able to love you, Jane. Fuck. He rubbed a hand roughly over his face, which he hadn't shaved before coming here. The leftover stubble, combined with his aristocratic brow and the locks of hair flopped over his forehead, made Eric look like he had walked right out of a Jane Austen novel. The chilly, dark-eyed Darcy of any woman's fantasy. He caught me looking and his hand dropped. A smirk spread across his face. You misunderstand. His voice was soft but foreboding. I don't want you to be quiet, pretty girl. I want you to stop talking so you can start screaming. We stared at each other, chests heaving, for more than a minute. Then we lunged at each other again, and this time I didn't fight him off. His kiss was loud, hungry, full of grunts as he devoured my mouth and sucked hard on my neck and chest. Good God, I was going to have more bites than a malaria patient by the end of this. But I didn't care. I wanted him to mark me everywhere he could. We made quick work of each other's shirts, resisting the desire to send buttons flying. After all, we did each have to walk out of here in one piece. As I ran my hands up and down his rigid muscles, he had the cups of my bra yanked under my breasts, palming them both almost violently. "Ah!" I cried out as he pinched both nipples. "You have a safe word, gorgeous." His deep voice rumbled against my throat just before his teeth found it. "If it gets too rough, use it. But I want to hear you sing like that for the next 20 minutes. We toppled onto the conference table together, clawing like animals in heat. "We don't have much time." Eric heaved as his hands went exploring, pulling up my skirt so quickly I worried it might rip. "We don't—" I couldn't even get a full sentence out before I was turned over facing the table, underwear pulled down and thighs forced apart. My protest didn't matter. I was ready for him anyway. I'd been ready for the man for weeks, damn him. "Fuck!" Eric roared as he shoved into me, both of us on our knees atop the lacquered wood, rutting like a damn National Geographic special. His voice, louder than I'd heard it in over a month, bounced off the soundproofed walls and back through my body. He was big. Bigger somehow than I remembered him. As if time had either shrunken my parts or grown his. One hand kneaded ferociously at my backside, the other reaching around for a harsh handful of breast. He pounded away, moaning like an animal against my back while I flattened across the table, unable to do anything but take it. I was trapped beneath him, but it was the only place I wanted to be. "Touch yourself," he ordered, his breath hoarse against my neck. I cried out as he thrust again, much deeper than before. Lord, the man was really taking no prisoners. Then Eric stopped, wound my hair around his fist, and yanked me up so my back was flush to his chest. My scalp screamed, but the rest of me throbbed right along with his cock inside me. "Don't make me repeat myself, pretty girl," he said through gritted teeth, his voice harsh and unforgiving in my ear. He seized the lobe between his teeth and bit. I squealed. "Are you going to make me wait?" he asked before biting again. "No," I moaned, unable to speak clearly through my desire. I set my fingers on the spot he wanted. Over my shoulder, Eric watched, the growl against my clavicle indicating he was pleased. "Your nipple," he said. "Pinch it." "But—" There was another yank of my hair. "I've got my hands full, gorgeous, and we've got about 10 minutes left. Pinch your nipple and your clit, because I'm not going to last much longer, and I need to feel you squeeze my dick while I come." I obeyed, because there was no way I couldn't. My other hand found my nipple and twisted it just as he had before, creating that deliciously sharp pain to match the growing ache between my legs. "Eric," I shouted as once again he pummeled forward. All the sensations in my body were starting to run together. His cock, my fingers, every erogenous zone I had was porous, as pleasure and pain seeped together into a nameless sensation that would be my undoing. "Are you close?" Eric demanded. "Fucking tell me you're close, pretty girl." I wasn't close. I was done. "Eric," I screamed as I fell forward. My hands dropped as I shook, overcome completely by the feel of him inside me, taking over everything. Eric's strong arms caught me, holding me tight as he chased my orgasm with his own. Behind me, his body clenched. Everything about him seemed to expand. "Fucking hell, Jane." he gritted out before taking my earlobe in his teeth and biting not so softly as he emptied himself completely. 1, 2, 3 more thrusts before we both sagged against each other, then fell to the table. Holy shit, I mumbled into the lacquered wood. No kidding. A sweet kiss landed on my shoulder, and for a second, Eric pressed his cheek on the spot. We lay like that for a few more minutes, but before anyone could say another word, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs had us rolling off the table like secret agents, landing in a pile of limbs and laughter on the carpet. Ow, I giggled. Where did my glasses fall? Forget your glasses, Lefferts. Where the fuck are my pants? The door opened. Sorry, I just left my cell phone. Brandon walked in and immediately stopped 2 feet inside. His sharp eyes scanned over the room, landing on the toppled furniture, the scattered clothes, and eventually finding us peeking over the other side of the table, hidden only by the chairs lined up in front of us. Jesus Christ, you gotta be kidding me. He shielded his eyes like he was blocking the sun. Don't waste time, do you? Nope, I crowed, earning a pinch at the waist from Eric, though he didn't look particularly mad at me. Still blocking his vision, Brandon grabbed his cell phone off one of the work tables and felt around for the door. There's disinfectant under the other table, he barked. Use it. Then he marched up the stairs, muttering, fucking animals, under his breath. The door closed behind him. Eric and I looked at each other and immediately burst into laughter. He's just jealous, Eric said with a grin. 2 kids under 5? I bet he's getting laid about once a month these days. I snorted. I don't know. The 2 of them still can't keep their hands off each other. Don't remind me, Eric replied. Until May, I worked with Skylar every day for years. I tittered again, earning another kiss that quickly turned into something more intense. I sighed into Eric, relishing the taste of him, the feel of his body pressed to mine. I missed this. I missed him. Eric's features softened slightly as he traced my cheek with the back of his hand. The gold coin dangled between his perfectly sculpted pectoral muscles. I fingered it gently, wishing I could rip it off. It was heavy, probably because it was made with solid gold. Antique metals had a different kind of heft. I hate this, I said, pulling lightly on the chain. I hate them. Eric looked down at my hand, then slowly pushed it away, forcing me to release the coin. I'm working on it, he murmured, and got up to search for his clothes. Working on it how? I stood too and started putting my bra and skirt back into place. You promised that fucker that you wouldn't touch me. We're going to walk out of this room, and you're going to treat me like a stranger again because you're scared of the boogeyman. I don't know why you don't just tell him to go to hell. Eric pulled his belt through the buckle with a little more vehemence than was strictly necessary. People don't say no to Carson. People, sure, but you're not people. You're Eric fucking DeVries. My cherry print shirt taunted me from under the tossed chair. I grabbed it and shoved an arm violently through one sleeve. You know, sometimes I think I'm more aware of that than you are. Eric gave me an irritated look as he put on his own button-down. Trust me, you're not. Then why put up with it? What's the difference between the 2 of you anyway? You both basically own half the planet, right? The difference is that he almost killed me, Jane. I stopped fussing with my clothes as all blood drained from my head. What? Eric looked up. Just pretend I didn't say that. Are you kidding? I yanked out my ponytail holder and started finger-combing my waves. You don't just admit someone tried to commit murder and then pretend nothing was said. This was when you were gone, wasn't it? The sudden lack of color in Eric's face told me everything I needed to know. Jane, he said through his teeth. Just drop it, all right? He started putting way too much attention into rolling up his shirt sleeves. I strode up and smacked his hand away. Hey, J. Crew! The scowl was back. You don't know what you're asking. And even if you did, I can't tell you about it. For your own safety. He made for the door without waiting for an answer. Ugh! I cried. You are so frustrating sometimes, you know that? Eric let the door close again and turned. You're mad? I'm just trying to keep you safe. Yes, I am mad at you, I shouted. I'm mad because you don't have the guts to stand up to him with me. I'm mad because I feel like I'm the only one fighting for us. I am fighting for us, Jane, he roared back. I'm fighting for you. I'm fighting to protect you. I don't need your protection, I shrieked. I need your love. I need your trust, Eric. Was I the only one who felt like this was some kind of homecoming? Right here on Brandon's ugly conference table? Eric swallowed. You know you're not. I needed that just as badly as you did. Well, then what is the fucking point of this life if I can't spend it with the one person who has ever made me feel, well, anything at all worth keeping? He stilled, like an animal caught in headlights. Do you really feel that way? I swallowed. Had I never said it? Had I never completely told him how I felt? He had shouted it to me over the waves of the Atlantic Ocean, and I had definitely said, I love you. But maybe it was true. Maybe I'd never really told him. Not like this. Well, no time like the present. I'm not a poet like you, I said, hovering a hand over his face. I've always been better at speaking with actions. I gestured to my clothes and thought of the apartment I'd so carefully curated for our life. I tried hard in my own ways to let him know how I felt. All my life, the world felt like a cage for someone like me. People and places telling me what I could be, how I should act. They wanted me to settle down, speak softer, dress better, be nicer, easier, calmer. But with you, when I'm with you, I just feel free. I pulled at his collar. You free me. Eric's thick gaze didn't waver. That's pretty fucking poetic, Jane, he whispered. I closed my eyes as emotion vibrated through me. When I opened them, the world seemed off-kilter. He was the only part of it that felt straight and solid. Please, I begged. Please don't put me back in that cage. He shook his head. I understood the conundrum. Common sense said that relationships, monogamy, marriage, every metaphor in the world spoke how suffocating they were supposed to be. For years, I had assumed it was the case. And yet here I was, admitting the oxymoronic truth, that it was only when I was tied to a person, this person to be exact, that I was truly free to soar. You don't think this entire life is a cage? He wondered. Sometimes I regret inviting you into it at all. It was selfish. I shook my head. No, I don't. But Jane. Don't you understand? I asked. My only cage is the one without you. Eric watched me for a long time, his eyes traveling up and down my person. Almost like he was trying to memorize every fold of clothing, every strand of hair. I pushed my hair aside angrily, but otherwise didn't move. If you only knew, he said at last. So low his voice was almost swallowed there, between the thick, impenetrable walls. But instead of reaching out to me, instead of assuring me that things would change, instead of telling me as I so needed to hear that we would face Carson and figure out how to be together, he just turned back to the door and opened it, standing aside like the gentleman he had been groomed to be. Ladies first, he said, unwilling to meet my eye. Come on, Jane. We'll be late for dinner. Chapter 18. We trudged back to the main house in silence, no longer touching, not even looking at each other. If those crazed minutes in Brandon's lab had let out something important, Eric had shoved it back in and locked it up with 10 more padlocks. His head hung as he walked, like a despondent Charlie Brown. My hands clenched and unclenched, more like a caged animal than ever. When we entered the kitchen, Skylar took one look at my disheveled appearance, made excuses to her grandmother, and dragged me upstairs to change. All Eric had to do was pat his hair in a few places to look like a catalog model again, but apparently I resembled Courtney Love after a serious bender. "I'm not even going to ask," she said as we entered the giant walk-in closet she and Brandon shared. I shrugged. I was pissed at Eric all over again, and all sorts of confused. But I felt absolutely no shame about getting my rocks off. I did need to fix myself up, though. "Your hem is torn," Skylar remarked wryly, pointing to the wide rent in my skirt. "And your shirt is missing some buttons." "That asshole," I said as I fingered the frayed edge of the limp fabric. Apparently he really had ripped the clothes from my body. The bias cut on this shirt had taken me weeks to get right. I scowled. I wanted to march downstairs and ram the ruined silk down Eric's stupid, stubborn throat. Skylar shook her head. She clearly thought Eric and I were no better than a couple of bonobo chimps. "Just grab a dress," she said, gesturing at her side of the closet. "You're too tall for any of my pants anyway. Or else there are leggings in the bureau on the right if you want to borrow some." "This is basically the wardrobe department of The Good Wife," I remarked, as I leafed through the single rack of clothes that didn't include suits. She had a taste for pencil skirts. The woman must have had at least 20, but they were definitely not my cup of tea. "Do you own anything without shoulder pads, Mrs. Florick?" "Very funny," Skylar called out from the bed, where she was taking a much-needed load off. "It's just work clothes. You know how dress code works in court?" I popped my head out. "Seriously, though, you're a zillionaire. Where are all the good duds?" Skylar shrugged. "I like my sweaters and jeans when I'm at home. Brandon and I aren't like you and Eric. All the furniture in this house doubles as a jungle gym. We prefer upholstery that can hide stains. And no one dresses up unless we absolutely have to." I smiled at the idea that there was actually some similarity between Eric and me. I had always considered us such opposites, but we both did like clothes, and our apartment filled with art and fine furnishings. We both liked beauty for beauty's sake. Always had. As quickly as it had buoyed me, the idea immediately brought me back down. Because, as Eric had so emphatically said through his actions, there was no future there, no matter how slyly compatible we were. Fuck him. "Hey, can you decide already? I feel bad abandoning Bobet in the kitchen, and I don't want to be MIA when Zola gets here too. He should arrive any minute." I popped back out of a row of blouses. "Zola's coming?" "He sometimes does," Skylar said absently. "You know that." I knew Zola was a good guy and had remained a friend of the family. I also knew that sometimes, yes, he had shown up at random holiday events. We'd even flirted a few times. Hey, you would too if a handsome Italian was sitting across the sweet potatoes from you. But nothing ever happened. What's the saying? Don't shit where you eat turkey? And more importantly, why hadn't he mentioned it when we met this week? "It was a last-minute thing," Skylar answered my unspoken question. "Actually, he was wondering if you would be here." She gave me a pointed look. "I almost thought he still had a thing for you. Remember when you met back in the day?" I wrinkled my nose, choosing not to mention that Zola was probably taking the opportunity to call my bluff about Eric's and my behavior. Or maybe, I considered as I remembered Eric's reaction to the man, that was exactly what I needed. I turned back to the dresses and chose a slinky red knit number, one I happened to know Skylar almost never wore because she thought it was too revealing for a mother of two. I, however, had no such qualms. It would look hot with the boots I was wearing and just might drive a certain blonde shipping heir crazy. "Red," I said as I pulled the dress out. "Red is the order of the day. We returned downstairs to a familiar, warm scene. Sarah and Susan bustling dishes out of the kitchen to the spacious dining room. Louis and Jenny running around underfoot with telltale bits of sweet potato and cranberry sauce peeking from the sides of their mouths. And Ray, Eric, Brandon, and Matthew Zola making their way to the table from where they had been watching football. Almost everyone had a drink in hand and was eagerly eyeing the big table of food. It was idyllic and warm, exactly the way Thanksgiving should be, full of family, friends, and loved ones. A pang lodged in my gut as my mother's face flashed through my mind. Multiple expressions, actually. That's because you know she should be here, Jane Brain. There was my dad, my real dad, twisting my insides even more. I could be mad at her, but I realized keeping us apart was exactly what a man like Carson wanted. I just need to make a call, I said to Skylar, ignoring Eric's concerned look as I ducked out. I found my coat and purse in the kitchen and pulled out my new phone, dialing as I went outside. She answered on the second ring. Jane? I took a deep breath, but before I could even get out, "Hi, Oma," I burst into tears, loud, noisy tears that truly ached with every breath. Jane? She asked again, her voice rising. Jane, is that you? What is the matter? Oma, I stuttered. I just wanted to say Happy Thanksgiving. I could barely manage the words. Less than 2 years ago, I'd been sitting at the table with her, my dad, some of his buddies from the VA, plus a bunch of other cousins and aunties in Chicago. The table was covered with a diverse mix. There was the more traditional American Thanksgiving foods. Dad loved a roasted turkey and usually made the fixings to go with it. His coworkers, and sometimes patients, could be counted on to bring a grocery store pumpkin pie or cranberry sauce in a can. Meanwhile, my mother and her family would fill in the gaps with a bunch of Korean food. Japchae noodles, maybe a potato dish or dumplings, 3 types of homemade kimchi, and probably at least 2 different desserts. It was eclectic and weird, but it was ours. I miss you, I blurted out, only just understanding how true the words were. Oma, everything is a mess. Eric, the wedding, Hush. The word was spoken kindly, quietly, but was still effective. My mother wasn't the type to use nicknames. Unlike my dad, who had a backpack full of monikers for me, my mom was like a lot of Koreans who didn't readily call their children by anything less formal than their given name. Ironically, the only other person I really knew whose family treated him that way was Eric. Yet another random thing we had in common. You should be here, I said. Or, I should be there. Holidays are for family, Oma. I'm sorry about how I've treated mine. Suddenly, there was nowhere else I'd rather be than my parents' house in Evanston, wrapped in one of the old 70s Afghans my dad insisted on keeping. My mother would jabber away in Korean with her cousins, and Dad and I would make small talk with his coworkers and try to decipher whatever sporting event was on the TV. I felt harsh, nasty pangs of regret for every holiday I'd spent without them, for every time I'd avoided my mother's calls, for the 3 years I'd spent in Boston instead of around my dad while I could. The house in Evanston might be gone along with him, but that didn't mean the soul of our family wasn't alive and well. It didn't matter that I'd found a new family of 2 over the last 6 months, only to lose it again. It only mattered that I'd squandered the one I'd always had. Christmas, I started to promise before I realized it wasn't possible. I had to stay with Eric until after the New Year to meet that 60-day requirement. I wanted to promise the Lunar New Year, but realized again I had to stay here to take the bar a week after that. No. As much as I wanted to run home to squeeze my mother right this minute, I wouldn't be able to do it until the spring. My heart ached that much more. Jane? I cleared my throat. Yes, Oma? I love you, she said. I blinked my tears away in surprise. She rarely said that sort of thing. Our closeness was more bound up in bickering, shopping, harping on daily life. She showed she cared by caring. Open displays of affection usually made her very uncomfortable. We don't say it enough, she said quietly. And today we are thankful, right? I am thankful for you. I opened and closed my mouth, unsure of how to reply to this uncharacteristic compliment. I was overflowing with regret and desire to fix something, anything in this mess of my life. Maybe my next move wasn't to hold on to a relationship that was clearly doomed from the start. Eric might have felt like home more than anywhere else I'd known. But in 6 weeks, we'd be completely free of each other, and I'd be worth $50 million. I could buy my mother back her house in Evanston, give up men for good. Maybe we could live there together, two bickering old maids. She could teach me how to make her dumplings and kimchi. All the things I'd resolutely refused my whole life. I'd finally learn Korean, sew blankets, spend my spare time playing Godori, and be the good daughter she always wanted me to be. I am thankful, she continued. I have a strong daughter that can make her own life, much better than I ever could. And just like that, the house, the life of two old crones squabbling at each other on the porch, it all disappeared. I blinked, and I was back on this porch, back in this life. But lifted somehow by my mother's faith and my own determination to make it right. Whatever that meant. Thanks, Oma, I said. I love you too. There was a shout behind her, and before she could reply to me, my mother rattled off something indecipherable in Korean, something I couldn't understand, would never really understand. I had never felt so clearly that we lived different lives, or understood better that it was the way it was meant to be. Call me soon, she ordered. Okay, I said, still swiping at tears. I will. Okay, she said in that strange yet familiarly abrupt way of hers. She hung up the phone, leaving no room for sweet goodbyes or kind words made of nothing but reassurance. The conversation was over. The important things had already been said. Everything all right? I put my phone in my coat pocket, then turned around to find Zola stepping onto the porch. He was a bit more dressed up than I'd seen him last weekend, in a gray button-down shirt and black pants. With his dark hair and olive skin, he looked a bit roguish, but his eyes were open and friendly. There was no mask at all. He gestured with his half-full wine glass. They sent me to find you. Ray's carving the turkey, and they're dishing up. I offered a small smile and ran my finger under my glasses. Yeah, everything's okay. I'll be right in. But instead of leaving me to gather myself, Zola took one look at me, set his glass on the railing, and crossed the deck to gather me into his arms. He left no space for refusal, and while I stiffened at first, once it was clear there was no ulterior motive, I allowed myself to enjoy the comfort. Because in my mind, it wasn't him who was hugging me. It was another solid, lean body, another pair of arms that were wiry but strong. It was the subtle hint of Tom Ford I was smelling, and it was a gold-stubbled cheek pressed against my forehead. When I closed my eyes, I could pretend it was Eric offering me solace, not this kind man who barely knew me at all. I allowed myself exactly 3 long breaths before I stepped out of Zola's embrace. My eyes were dry again, and I felt like I could eat pie with everyone. Thanks, I said. I needed that. Zola smiled kindly. You looked like it. The holidays are hard when you're not getting along with family. I've been there. Yeah? I pulled off my glasses to check my eyes in my window reflection. Why aren't you with yours now, by the way? I thought you had a big Italian family. Well, my ma would kill me if she knew I was here instead of in Belmont. I'd never get away with it at Christmas, but sometimes I feel like a little white lie doesn't hurt for the sake of my sanity. He reached out and squeezed my hand, and I squeezed back, grateful in this moment to have a friend. But before I could reply, I spotted a shape lurking behind the sliding glass door. Because of the way the afternoon light bounced off the window, it was hard to spot him at first. But as soon as I did, his gray eyes cut through every distracting flash. Eric, watching me with an expression full of hurt, but also anger. And I realized that he had seen the entire thing. Chapter 19. When Zola and I found our seats across from each other at the big farmhouse table, Eric was nowhere to be seen. All of the dinner attendees were seated. Parents, friends, kids, even Annabelle and Christophe, Skylar's French half-siblings, had emerged from their bedrooms for the meal. "Where do people keep going?" Brandon demanded as he helped Sarah bring out the platter of carved turkey. "The food is getting cold. No one wants to eat lukewarm bird." "Relax, babe," Skylar chided him like she was speaking to a child. "Don't worry, Brandon," I said. "You'll still get dessert if you finish your green beans." For that, I received a blue-eyed glare. "Oh, Aunt Janie," Jenny said. "Daddy always eats his veggies, 'cause he knows if he doesn't, I won't either." "Yeah," Lewis agreed beside her. I smirked at Brandon, who just took a long drink of beer. I didn't think the man particularly cared that he was wrapped around his daughter's little pinky. Eric had to take a phone call, too. Skylar appeared with a couple of bottles and proceeded to pour everyone a drink, ignoring 13-year-old Annabelle's pleas for a taste of the wine. "Sorry, Anna, the kids get sparkling cider." "But Brandon said I could have some special for tonight," Annabelle argued. Her French accent, I noticed, was almost completely erased after several years of boarding school in Andover and weekends here in Brookline. "Why?" asked Christophe, whose accent was completely gone. "You're just a kid." "I am not." "Brandon," Skylar turned to admonish her husband, but the big man pretended to hide behind Sarah, whose 5 feet and change form wasn't exactly up to the task. At the sight, however, even Skylar couldn't help but crack a smile, and everyone relaxed as she went back to pouring the kids' beverages. "Don't worry, kid. The wine's not that great." Eric flopped into the empty seat between me and Annabelle, warmth practically radiating from his body. There was a slight sheen on his skin, like he'd just been running, and as he spoke, I caught a hint of vodka off his breath. He ignored me completely and grinned at Annabelle, with whom he was obviously familiar. Of course, I realized. Eric had probably spent nearly every holiday I didn't in this house for the last 5 years, considering he had been so deeply estranged from his own people. He knew the kids like they were his own nieces and nephews. "How's Andover treating you, Bells? Are you on the headmistress's good side yet?" Eric asked. Annabelle gazed at him adoringly. "Hi, Eric. Chris was hoping you'd be here for Thanksgiving this year." Eric's smile widened. The girl practically melted. I rolled my eyes. He really couldn't help himself. Even with a gawky 8th grader, could he? Jackass. We heard about the wedding." Annabelle's eyes danced to my bare fingers, asking the questions that reporters still called me about. Eric smiled again, but this one was much grimmer. "Oh, well, don't believe everything you hear, beautiful." The girl flushed all over again, but before she could reply, Eric reached for his wine glass and took a nice, long drink. "I thought you didn't like wine that much anymore," I murmured. He set the glass down. "It's a party. I'll adjust." His eyes were glassy, and I could still smell the vodka, even under the wine. "Who are you talking to?" I asked in a low voice. "Or was it a private conversation between you and Brandon's stash of beluga?" Eric refused to look at me, turning his wine glass back and forth instead. "Nina called to say Happy Thanksgiving." "Oh, that's really sweet of her." The steely look erased any lingering goodwill. "Yeah, everyone says hi, including Caitlin." My skin prickled. What? His slim blonde brow rose. You heard me. She said to tell Jane and Desi hello, apparently. So I said hello back. That idiotic nickname of hers, the one that marked him as hers somehow, made it very difficult not to break my wine glass. You didn't. Not after you. Let's not do this here, Eric said with that calm that absolutely infuriated me. Then when? How about never? He said between clenched teeth and the fakest smile I'd ever seen. Since you're too busy prepping your next move, I don't really see the fucking point. His eyes flashed at Zola, who was too immersed making Christoph laugh with some bad French to notice. On his other side, however, Annabelle's eyes widened at the sudden profanity. Stop it, I hissed. Stop what? Eric suddenly drained his entire glass of wine in one go, then immediately refilled it. Seems to me you're the one who's lacked self-control efforts. My eyes widened. Excuse me? Who tackled who on the... Eric coughed, loud enough to interrupt me, and before I could recover, there was the sound of a chair screeching against the hardwood as Brandon lumbered up at the end of the table, and everyone quieted. We, Skylar and me, wanted to say thanks to everyone for coming today. We, honestly didn't expect everyone to show. There was a small titter of laughter. Brandon was always good with a crowd, even his own family. But we're damn glad. Daddy! Darn glad you did. Brandon finished with a meaningful look at Jenny. He held up his glass, and we all mirrored him. Cheers, he said. To family and friends. To family and friends, we replied dutifully. Whether or not they stay that way, Eric muttered. I'm sorry, what? I asked. Shouldn't we say grace or something? Brandon asked loudly, just as everyone was reaching for the food set out up and down the table. Daddy, Jenny moaned again. I'm hungry. Skylar bit her lip. I snorted. Sometimes you really can't take the Catholic out of the boy. And according to Skylar, Brandon had gotten a bit more pious since taking in Annabelle and Christoph on the weekends. Having a teenage girl running around his house had recently inspired the epiphany that Jenny would also, at some point, have boys sniffing around. Apparently, he had started taking the kids to Mass with him every so often, and had been talking a lot about abstinence crap at Jenny, which, of course, only induced Skylar to make wry comments about how well those celibacy vows were working for the church, and to buy various sex education books for all the kids in the house. Grace, Ray put in. Brandon, I'm a scientist. I don't believe in God, and you don't either, for that matter. I never said I don't believe in God, Ray, Brandon replied, looking nervously at Christoph and Annabelle, as well as Jenny, who was observing with a keen eye. Louis, still too young to really follow the conversation, was already dipping his spoon in the sweet potatoes Skylar had put on his plate. Well, I do, Sarah said, whose love for Brandon couldn't be quashed by a mere difference in religion. The Jewish one, at any rate. She looked kindly at Brandon, and he grinned back at her. Come on, you shiksa goddess, I jeered at Brandon, making Skylar, her dad, and Zola all snort. He really was too easy to tease. Just clear your conscience so we can eat. My stomach is growling a prayer right now. Daddy, what's a shiksa? Jenny asked. It's a pretty Gentile girl, Natoki, Sarah said automatically, petting her great-granddaughter on the head. Brandon, maybe a simple blessing? My Daniel is very good at that sort of thing. Ma. Danny just shook his head. Skylar patted him on the shoulder. She knew he didn't really like being the center of attention. What? Sarah asked. You love being on the stage playing the music, don't you? Jenny screwed her freckled face up in confusion. Daddy's not a girl. How can he be a shiksa? I'm not, P. Auntie Jane thinks she's being funny. I couldn't stop giggling, however, and soon Christoph and Annabelle had joined me, while several other people hid smiles. Eric, however, remained stone-faced. Very nice, Jane, Brandon said, But when he bowed his head and crossed himself, his daughter as well as his wife's siblings all automatically mimicked the movement. Apparently, Mass wasn't completely lost on them. Across the table, Zola sighed and did the same. And slowly, the rest of the adults bowed their heads out of respect as Brandon gave a short, awkward blessing that was only slightly better than good bread, good meat, good God, let's... Poetic, I remarked to Eric. It had a rhyme scheme, he said without any humor. He dished himself potatoes and turned to pass them without offering me any. I handed him my plate. Do you mind? I do, but I'll do it anyway. Eric smacked a spoonful so hard they splattered across the plate. So, Matthew, Sarah asked from the other side of the table as she gestured for Zola's plate to serve some turkey. Zola, he corrected her with a good-natured grin. The only person who calls me Matthew is my mother when I'm in trouble, Mrs. Crosby. And why aren't you with her? Eric asked nastily as he accepted the stuffing from Annabelle. This time I didn't ask for some. He just dumped a bunch right on top of my potatoes. I used my fork to separate them, then passed my plate down for some green beans. Zola looked up uncomfortably as he took his plate back. Well, my parents' place is pretty small, and I have a lot of siblings, and now they have kids, so... What's wrong with kids? Eric asked. There are kids here, too. Do you not like them either? Zola looked around at the children currently present, all of whom seemed to be very interested in his response. No, they're great. And I love my nieces and nephews. It's just, I see them a lot, especially at Christmas, so I usually take Thanksgiving to get away for a bit, you know? See other friends, other towns. Other girls? Zola paused mid-bite of turkey. Sure. Sometimes there are girls present. He smiled at me. Like today. Eric looked like he wanted to hurl the bowl of cranberry sauce he was holding at Zola's face. Why are you so interested, Petri dish? I asked. Did you need a wingman to help you refill your sample? Eric's eyes narrowed at the use of the nickname. Maybe, he said, just because he knew it would hurt. But apparently he doesn't need one. He was able to make his move all on his own, wasn't he, pretty girl? I'm sorry. Zola's gaze ping-ponged between Eric and me. Hey man, if I did something... He's talking about the fact that you hugged me on the porch, I said, though I was still staring at Eric. His blonde hair was now deliciously mussed, and his silvery gray eyes had gone completely black. If I hadn't been so furious with him, I would have wanted to drag him back to the lab. But the entire table had gone quiet. They were all watching this little display. All I wanted was for Eric to make it end. Sadly, he did not. I'm talking about the fact that you molested some guy right here in front of me and the kids, Jane. Oh my God, I snapped. It was a hug, not softcore porn. Guys, Brandon warned us. What are they talking about? Susan asked Ray. He shrugged and kept eating potatoes like nothing was happening. It was inappropriate, Eric retorted, and embarrassing. Kind of like this conversation? I returned. Eric, Skylar tried. Jane, you guys, come on. Maybe she wouldn't have needed a hug if someone hadn't made her cry, Zola said. I turned to him. Oh, that's not why I was... Maybe she was crying because some fucking creep wouldn't take his hands off her, Eric rejoined. Language, Sarah snapped, clapping her hands over Louis's ears. Whoa, Kristoff muttered. He looked at his sister. He sounds like your friends at school, Anna. Which friends are these? Brandon asked suspiciously. Eric. I stood up and glared at him, ignoring the curious stares of the people all around the table. Outside. Now. He swallowed and shook his head. No, we can't. I expelled a quick, frustrated sigh. Then the lab again, I said, ignoring our onlookers' surprised, confused faces. It's quiet there. Brandon, would you mind letting us in? Eric stood and grabbed my arm. Fine, let's go. Hey, can you not drag me? I yanked my arm back, and when he didn't release it, Zola and Brandon were both standing. Eric, Brandon called. Calm down, man. We're already going. Stop grabbing on me. I batted his shoulder, but his hand didn't move, so instead I dug my heels in and pulled him back. Hey, man, she said stop. Zola reached across the table toward Eric, and it was the absolute wrong move. Get your fucking hands off me. The words flew out of Eric's mouth, and before I could stop him, his hand dropped my arm as the other went swinging across the table at Zola, who ducked away neatly. Brandon hopped around the crowd and pinned Eric to the wall in exactly 2 seconds. Let me go, Eric roared, hands pinwheeling outward. Let me fucking go, Brandon. Mommy? Jenny whispered as she clung to Skylar. Mommy, what's wrong with Uncle Eric? He looks mad at Uncle Janie, and he said fuck a lot. Don't say that word, P, Brandon said between gritted teeth while he struggled to hold Eric still. But Uncle Eric said... Skylar, can you get the kids out of here? Brandon snapped as he twisted an arm around Eric's shoulder, holding him captive in a tight half Nelson. What is wrong with you? I hissed at Eric from where I had backed against the wall, holding Lewis away from the nonsense. You are acting crazy. It's like having Thanksgiving with Jekyll and fucking Hyde. Now Auntie Janie said fuck too, Jenny squealed. It's just a word, Annabelle remarked in a droll voice that somehow only 13-year-old girls can manage. Anyone can say fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Everyone stop saying fuck, Brandon shouted. Fucking A, Danny muttered in agreement. Dad, Skylar snapped. Sarah appeared next to me and swept Lewis into her arms with more spryness than any octogenarian should have. I will take the kids upstairs, she said, her thick Brooklyn accent more apparent than ever. All of them, and let the big babies get their acts together. She gave her granddaughter a meaningful look, which she then directed at Annabelle and Kristoff. Both children immediately rose, carrying their plates. Skylar, you get those boys under control, you hear? Or else they'll have me to deal with. Every man in the kitchen, including her son Danny, blanched at the idea of being on the receiving end of Sarah Crosby's sharp tongue. She exited the room with everyone 13 and under, followed soon by Susan, then Ray and Danny as they made excuses to watch the rest of the football game. Skylar waited until their parents and kids were gone, then turned to face who was left with the same imperious expression that had won her a reputation as a shark in court. Get it together, she ordered. Otherwise you can get the hell out of my house, all of you. There was a tense minute where everyone left stared at each other with wide eyes, like they were waiting for someone to toss a grenade into the middle of all of it. But, as if by some telegraphed message that signaled the threat had passed, we all relaxed. Brandon released Eric in a slump against the wall. Zola heaved a big sigh, and I flopped back into my chair. I meant no harm, Zola said. And I have no motives with Jane, all right? We're just friends. Anyone can see the two of you are... Nothing. Eric cut him off with another sharp look. We're nothing. It's an arrangement at this point, as I'm sure she informed you over dinner. Zola blinked, his dark eyes sharp, but full of empathy. It occurred to me then that this was why Zola had come to dinner. Like any good investigator, he couldn't resist a solid lead. And as mortifying as this little altercation had been, it had at the very least convinced Zola that I was right. Eric was acting extremely out of character. Someone was forcing his hand. The prosecutor's gaze traveled over Eric's sullen form, like he was looking for something. The bug, I realized. Of course. Zola was curious about how in the hell Eric was being tracked. Zola believed me. Yeah, he said finally as he picked up his glass of wine. She did. Which, to be honest, is really why I'm here instead of breaking bread with my own family. I was wondering if I could help. Chapter 20. A few minutes later, we gathered around the kitchen island with full plates, refilled glasses of wine, and deep breaths. "What do you mean you can help?" Eric finally asked warily as he took a bite of turkey and cranberry. He now looked a far sight from the normally poised, put-together, almost chairman I knew. The buttons of his shirt had torn open, his hair was pitched to one side, and his face was flushed from exertion, a stark contrast to the circles underneath his dark gray eyes. Some of that wasn't just from the near fight, I realized. The last several weeks had really taken their toll on him. He looked awful, tired, stressed. Zola didn't answer. Instead, he looked around the room for a second, and then, apparently not finding what he wanted, pulled out his phone, typed out a message, then turned it toward us. "Where's the bug?" The meaning was clear. Everyone in this room was aware, on some level, that the Janus Society was listening to Eric, and thus was listening to this conversation. It had to be done carefully. Eric shrugged, and that glazed expression I was truly starting to loathe resumed its position. An expression of helplessness, numbness. I wanted to slap it out of him. Zola frowned, then typed another message before turning the phone back. "Your phones?" Eric shook his head, and I did too. Zola pressed his lips together, and it was clear that he was wondering if the bug was real to begin with. I understood. I'd wondered the same thing. But there was no other way Carson would have sent the message he had. Maybe he'd sent others too. I doubted Eric would have shown me. "Can I see that?" Brandon said, gesturing at the medallion gleaming around Eric's neck. Almost protectively, Eric touched the coin I had come to loathe. "Why, don't you have one?" "I was cut in the third round," Brandon said, like he was talking about baseball tryouts, not initiation into a billionaire mafia. "Can I look at it?" Sure," Eric replied, then somewhat reluctantly unclasped the necklace and handed it to Brandon. Brandon set it carefully on the stone counter like he was going to take a close look. Then he reached a long arm behind Skylar like he was stretching, took a pewter mallet off the counter that Sarah had been using to crush walnuts, and brought it down on the gold coin with a smash that shook the house. "Brandon!" Skylar shouted. "We just put in this granite!" "Red, you had this counter done 5 years ago, and the kids have smashed it way harder than I just did." "What in the fuck, man?" Eric croaked. He had been too busy staring at the necklace to say anything at first. "That was my father's. What did you just do?" "I thought this might be it," Brandon said, ignoring Eric completely. "Ray!" he called out for his father, who appeared so quickly from the living room that I wondered if he'd been lurking outside anyway, eager to return to the excitement. With an irritated look at everyone in the room, Ray nudged between Brandon and Zola. He picked up the coin, and it was only when he held it up to the light that we all saw what Brandon found so interesting. It wasn't a coin at all. To start, it was split completely in half. Not down the middle, but around the sides, like a tiny can of shoe polish with its crooked top now bent beyond repair. And from between its seams, something else green and metallic peeked from inside. Ray said with academic interest as he peeled off one side to examine what was hidden there. "A miniaturized acoustic recording device." The rest of us stared at each other. Recording device I got, but I didn't understand what the rest meant. "State of the art," Ray remarked to his son. "John Rizzo was working on something like that in conjunction with the NSA, but I don't think they were able to achieve operational capability." He turned to Eric. "Where did you get this?" But Eric couldn't speak. His mouth was open as he stared at the coin. Is that the way John Carson has been stalking you?" Brandon finished for him. "Yeah, looks that way." He took the coin back from his dad, and everyone in the room immediately clamored around the table as Brandon set it down on the counter to begin dissecting it. "Red?" He beckoned to Skylar without looking up. "Baby, can you hand me a glass of water, please?" Skylar fetched the water quickly, but instead of drinking it, Brandon immediately dropped the coin into the liquid. "Hey!" Eric snapped, as if being slapped across the face. Brandon looked up impatiently. "I'm sorry. Did you want the sycophantic asshole to continue listening to this conversation? I might have broken the transmitter, but I won't really know until we take a closer look." Eric swallowed. "He was really doing it that way?" "Probably. But everyone should put their cell phones in the microwave, just to be sure." Brandon glanced around at the 5 other faces, minus Ray's, that were staring at him in horror. "Don't worry. I won't actually cook them. The microwave blocks transmissions." In response, he received more blank stares. "We're just being safe." Ray snorted. "Just leave them here. We should go to the lab anyway. We won't be able to see anything without a microscope." Brandon perked up at the mention of his new lab. Skylar just rolled her eyes and slid off her bar stool. "I'll tell Bubba we'll be a while," she said. "They can come back down and eat without us." 15 minutes later, we had all left our phones at the house and filed back into the underground lab. Eric glanced at me as I stumbled past the broken chair. "Animals," Brandon mumbled again. Clearly, he'd noticed, too. "Send me the bill," Eric said as he took a seat and pulled one out for me. I sat down, and he rolled close to me, moving to take my hand. But I rolled right back away. Bug-free or not, he wasn't getting away with this bullshit at dinner. Not yet. Ray had immediately taken the tiny chip over to a microscope on one of the steel work tables. "Good God," he erupted a few minutes later. "Bran, come look at this." Brandon lumbered over and peered into the microscope. "Holy shit. Do you see that? It's an acoustic transducer nanoarray circuit," Ray said, "using a solid-state memory unit." "And at that size," Brandon added in awe. "I didn't even think that was physically possible. How do you think they overcame the acoustic wavelength size discrepancy?" Ahem. Brandon turned to his wife, who had just cleared her throat. "Translate, please," she said pointedly. "Yeah," I added. "Not everyone here speaks Klingon." Brandon returned to the conference table while his father continued examining the coin. "Okay, how's this? It's the smallest wireless recording device that Ray, a circuitry specialist at MIT, has ever seen or heard of." He jerked a thumb back at the microscope. "That's definitely your bug, my friend. And it explains why Tony never detects anything while you're waiting outside your place. You've been wearing it around your neck." Eric just stared numbly at the table. It's been... He buried his face in his hands. "Oh, fuck. God damn it, I've taken that thing everywhere with me. Every board meeting, everywhere in the entire fucking company." He looked up in horror. "It was in my grandfather's study for... Jesus, since my dad died. Carson's been listening in on my family for 20 years? "Of course not," Ray said from the microscope before the shock of the idea actually gave Eric a heart attack. "That kind of technology is brand new. There's no way anyone has been capable of a transmitter this small for more than a year. Maybe 2. "Was there any time he could have changed it for the old one?" Brandon asked. "Maybe when you weren't, I don't know, conscious, sleeping, or..." By the look on Eric's face, it was obviously the "or." "He must have done it when I was passed out," he said, staring ahead, but at nothing at all. "When I was away." I swallowed thickly. What exactly happened that had caused Eric to pass out? But before I could ask, he turned to me sadly. Jane, he heard. We were quiet that night, I said, though I wasn't sure myself that the noises we had made were completely silent. Be careful, he had said. We were, weren't we? Were you quiet down here? Brandon asked pointedly. I frowned. Eric flushed. Ray pretended not to hear us while Skylar rolled her eyes so hard they almost fell out of her head. Zola just looked amused. I thought you said the room was sealed, Eric said. It is, Brandon replied. But this thing can record locally and then transmit once it's out in the open. Eric and I exchanged twin expressions of horror. Yeah, the pervert could have heard every single scream. Fuck. You never thought to have Tony scan you for bugs? Brandon wondered. Not just your office or phones? I never thought, Eric said dazedly. Fuck. The bastard collared me. Tagged me like an animal. And like a fucking idiot. I had no clue. It might not have mattered anyway if they scanned for it, Ray pronounced as he prodded at the coin with some kind of long steel needles attached to a bunch of cords. It has a random noise spread spectrum countermeasure. He removed the necklace from the microscope and examined the warped head of Janice with renewed respect, then put it back under the lens. Remarkable. More like disturbing, Eric replied. So, who made it? We swung toward Zola, who had been listening to everything and taking assiduous notes on a legal pad he'd brought with him. Ray frowned. Well, it doesn't have a manufacturer's label, he said. Of course, it wouldn't for this kind of surveillance. He looked up. We could probably check for the patent, but this is so new, I bet it's still being processed. Still, maybe 3 labs in the world could even approximate this kind of surveillance technology. He pointed at the crushed metal and tiny chip inside. As far as we know, the Chinese don't have anything like it, and neither do the Russians. Ray consults for the DARPA, Brandon clarified. Ray shrugged. Half of the MIT labs are military funded, but I've had clearance since 1978, you realize. All 3 labs that make this sort of thing that I know of are in the U.S., and they're all private contractors. Lockheed, Gruber, and Chariot. Zola made a note. Illegal surveillance, he said to everyone. So he did it himself. Everything stacks up. Fuck, Eric muttered. He's going to... When he finds out what we know. Unable to stop myself, I set a hand on his shoulder. Before I could take it away again, Eric covered it with his and squeezed tightly before letting it go. It's what I wanted to tell you when I came, Zola continued. I looked into this guy Carson after we met, Jane. Or tried to. It's going to take some major investigative power to learn anything concrete, I'm afraid. The man is clean as a whistle, and he lives behind a wall of political and military protection. I nodded. I thought that might be the case. I couldn't find anything either. You were looking into him? Eric asked me. I turned with a scowl. Well, of course I was looking, you idiot. What do you think? I was sitting around playing on my sewing machine? Pretending like some bastard didn't just march into my life, steal my childhood and my husband on the same day, and then proceed to blackmail the 2 of us? Obviously, I've been trying to find out about him. But he's basically the hardest man to catch on the planet. If I hadn't met him in person, I'd assume he was a phantom. Well, of course it's the case, Brandon said. I could have told you that. I believe I did. Everyone turned to him. You were in the society too? Zola asked, now scribbling furiously. Brandon shook his head. I was tapped, but I didn't join, partly because I couldn't find out much about John Carson beyond his title, and I couldn't find out about anyone else because they all used the fake Hellenistic names. What do you mean? Zola asked. Greeks, Eric said lamely. And Roman, mostly. They used the Aeneid to come up with code phrases, too. Brandon rolled his eyes. Can I just say that Titan is a stupid choice, by the way? It's not even a real name, just a type of god. Yours makes more sense. Triton, Sun of Poseidon, God of the Sea, shipping, ocean. It had a logic to it. Carson's is just lazy. This is why you didn't join? Skylar asked with a raised brow. Because their naming procedure was inconsistent? Brandon cast her an impatient look. No, I didn't join because the guy who tapped me was shady as hell, like I told you. Some random asshole in a big suit invites me into his super secret club by blindfolding me and forcing me to sit in a fucking dungeon for 3 days? What do you think I said? You've been there? Eric asked with a shudder. His place? Brandon gave his friend a queer, knowing look. Might have. They took me to a few different spots, but I wondered where you might have ended up. Eric didn't reply. I swallowed and fought the urge to take his hand when he flexed it, looking for mine. But you met him? He asked Brandon incredulously. You got to that point and he just let you go? Brandon shook his head. Well, it wasn't that easy. He did try to talk me out of it, but after 3 other abductions, I was done with that shit. So I finished my lunch, told John Carson to go fuck himself, and left after the last meeting. Except leaving still meant being blindfolded and dumped in a ditch somewhere in western Connecticut. I got a couple of good punches in, though, even with the blindfold. He shook his head, looking like he wouldn't mind delivering those punches again. Took me 9 hours to get home from there, bastards. His South Boston accent was starting to emerge, demonstrating just how much he hated remembering this guy. Carson had long morphed into Carson again. By the way Skylar was grinding her teeth, she sensed the tension as well. I could sympathize. What about the other members? Zola asked. Jane, you mentioned someone Eric called Jude when last we spoke. Is that his real name? It's not Greek, right? That's Jude Latour, Brandon said. His family negotiates a bunch of Asian imports. Glorified middlemen. Hermes, I murmured, thinking of the Greek messenger from whom Jude took his name. Eric shook his head. None of them will talk. Trust me. Carson makes sure of it. I'd still like their names, Zola said. You never know what will make people move. People who are part of these kinds of organizations aren't quite out of loyalty. It's because they are protecting themselves. There's always a pressure point. There is, Eric said bitterly. And John Carson knows all of them for every single member. I really can't. Yes, you can, I put in. You have to at some point. But Eric just remained tight-lipped. What? Skylar asked. What is it? He's worried, Zola suggested. Because 2 years ago, Chariot became the biggest military-industrial lobbyist in Washington. They were responsible for increasing the military budget by about 15%, and most of that went to them. So, Skylar said, that doesn't give John Carson an excuse to break the law and extort people. No, Brandon said gently, but it does mean that a lot of very powerful people won't give a shit if he tries. Eric sank his head into his hands again, looking very much like he couldn't breathe. Brandon reached behind him to take Skylar's hand. Whether to comfort himself or her, I didn't know. So, what does this mean? I asked. He can't track you anymore now that we've ruined his thingy. Can't we just tell him it's over? I'm his daughter, after all. Maybe he'd listen to me. Jane. Eric's voice was flat, lifeless. Even I didn't believe my own suggestion. I have some friends at the FBI, Zola said. I'll contact them, see if there's an investigation already running into the Janus Society or John Carson. In the meantime, you two have a choice. Go back to your life and wait for him to send another whatever that thing is. Or you can tell me the rest of what you know, and maybe I can help you get some protection while I start my own investigation. He trailed off. Again, it was clear that no one in the room thought we could just escape someone like my biological father. "We could probably handle our own protection," Brandon said snidely, earning an elbow from Skylar. He wasn't wrong, though. I turned to Eric, prepared to fight. "I don't want to go back," I said plainly. "I can't do this. We're not going to last. He'll break us, and honestly, part of me thinks that's exactly what he wants." Eric was quiet for a minute. Then he reached out and took my hands. This time I let him. "I don't want to live in that apartment, pretend we're strangers," I said quietly. "I don't want to pretend to hate you anymore." My voice cracked on the last bit, basically blaring my truth. But when he looked up, all I saw was that same truth reflected. He was scared, of course, much more than me. He knew firsthand what kind of personal terrors John Carson was capable of. But Eric's mask, the one he used to protect himself at all cost, was gone. He squeezed my hands even tighter, his thumb brushing over the empty space where my rings should be. "I don't want to hate you either," he whispered. "I can't, Jane. I just can't." "So what do we do?" I asked, my voice uncharacteristically small. Do we face him?" "No," Eric said, looking at me with wide eyes. "We run." Chapter 21. Zola's next suggestion was to research Carson's company rather than the man himself. "That makes sense," Skylar remarked as we bent around her computer back at the house. "What do historians always say? Follow the money?" So we did. And while John Carson appeared to have hardly any web presence, after he became CEO of Chariot approximately 20 years earlier, his mark was obvious on the company's life. After becoming one of the original purveyors of biological weapons during the fallout of the Vietnam War, and suffering the public blowback for it, Chariot quietly went back to electronics and parts manufacturing for a solid 25 years. They didn't seriously get back into warmongering until after 9/11, although it was clear they never completely abandoned the research. "Look at the shareholders' reports," Zola muttered, pointing through a few charts. "Their profits tripled, every year." "Whoa," Brandon said from his place on the couch, where he appeared to be looking at the same documents. "Looks like that's also when they became a major supporter of a bunch of the war hawks in Congress, too. Did you see?" When we looked closer at nearly every political contest, local and national, over the last 20 years, Chariot's political donations were nearly on par with the Koch brothers or Tom Steyer. Simply put, John Carson appeared to have nearly every major politician in his pocket, and had for the last 2 decades. "I'd bet $1,000 that John Carson helped co-write the Patriot Act," Ray said. "No more warrants on domestic surveillance? They would have been all over that kind of technology." "So Chariot now just makes stuff that spies on people?" Skylar asked between her teeth. "Or other stuff too?" "Oh, they make a lot more than that," Ray said gravely. "Weaponry, systems, missiles," Brandon chimed in. "You name anything that blows shit up, they make it. And they sell to about half the countries on the planet, or have since John Carson took over from his father in the 90s. Think Tony Stark before he became Iron Man, and that's basically your dad, Jane. Well, maybe not Tony Stark. Obadiah Stane's a better fit. Ironmonger, you know." He bounced between Skylar's and my blank looks. Brandon always was a closet comic book fanatic, but it was actually one of the things I liked most about him. Underneath his sleek exterior, the guy really was a total dork. "Since when did you become anti-gun?" Skylar asked. Brandon glanced nervously at me. He didn't realize I knew about his past, the one where he used to run around with hoodlums in South Boston until he was about 21 or so. I happened to know he still kept a loaded gun in a safe next to their bed. It was cause for many an argument between him and Skylar. This has nothing to do with that, Brandon replied acerbically. Over the last 20 years, Chariot Industries became the largest arms dealer in the world. John Carson has most of the federal government in his pocket, and probably most of the military too. NRA, GOP, DNC. Name your political acronym. He controls them all and sells bullets to everyone else on the planet that matters. He's the last person you'd ever want to piss off. Eric sank further into the sofa, where he hadn't moved since we'd all migrated back to the house. Oh, fuck, he moaned softly to the ceiling. What the fuck are we going to do? We spent another few hours combing the internet for anything else that could get Zola started on an investigation he now insisted on spearheading. Even if the Brooklyn DA didn't want to take it on, he had friends at the FBI who might. But Brandon was right. John Carson was a ghost. The fourth-generation head of a company that first made its millions profiteering during World War I, there were virtually no photographs of him past the age of 15 or so. Oh no, I think this is his father again, Jane, Zola said when he found yet another picture of a heavily sideburned Gabriel Carson from the 70s. Your grandpa sure liked a good leisure suit. I scowled. He was not my grandfather. None of these people are my family. Zola shut his mouth. It wasn't the first time I'd snapped at someone for making that kind of remark. Here, Brandon said triumphantly. Found him. We crowded around his laptop to look at a grainy People magazine spread from the late 80s. That's not him, I said. That's Gabriel again. Not him, Brandon said. Him. He pointed a big finger at a man lingering behind the principal three in the photo. It was unclear, but if I squinted, I could make out the features of a much younger man who had the same hooked nose and curly hair as the one who had so rudely disrupted my wedding. His eyes were dark and he scowled in the photo. It says President Bush and the First Lady with Gabriel Carson and son in Kennebunkport, 1988. I shoved my face closer. Holy shit, that is him, isn't it? I backed up so the others could see. He stood with the Bushes, one of the most important political dynasties in history. It was well documented that George W. had been a Skull and Bones member during his time at Yale. Maybe he had been a member of Janus, too. Send me that link, will you? Zola asked. Right now, it's the only identification we have, but I'll need it to start the investigation. And you're sure your friends at the Bureau won't tip him off? Eric asked for the 15th time. Zola nodded. These guys are friends of mine from the Marines. We did 2 tours together. Patriots, all of them. Eric nodded, and Brandon typed away while the rest of us adjourned to the living room. The photo felt like the hammer coming down on a nail. Our fate, somehow, was sealed with the realization that John Carson wasn't just a strange, vindictive man who seemed to appear out of thin air to ruin Eric's and my life. He was a real person. And real people had real weaknesses. A few hours later, after Zola had left to get the last train back to New York, Eric and I finally lay down together in the dark. We had not, after all, decided to sleep in separate bedrooms. But oddly, neither of us had gotten undressed, just lain on the bed in our clothes and faced each other on the pillows. Everyone had decided it would probably be best to leave in the morning. An evening storm had hit Boston with the first snow of the season. Even if Carson knew the coin was out of commission, no one thought he would retaliate until at least the morning, and that was only if he was really monitoring it that closely. Eric seemed to think he was, but I had my doubts that a very busy CEO was that obsessed with our sex life. At best, he'd send a new one with a strict order to wear it immediately, or else. At worst, his thugs would try to force Eric into a van again. If he tries to abduct you, well, it's not like we don't have security, Brandon added as we made our way upstairs to the bedrooms. He'd already called in 2 extra security men to guard the house that night, just as a precaution on top of Tony plus Skylar and Brandon's usual detail. So we decided on England. And from there, Europe. A perverse version of the honeymoon we never took. The UK has a good relationship with the US, but they don't buy from Chariot, Ray had informed us before leaving. Lockheed wrapped up those contracts years ago, and I happen to know the current Prime Minister really does not like Chariot or any of its champions. It's unlikely John Carson has MI6 at his disposal. It didn't make us feel completely better, but it was something. So we packed our things that night, ready to make our move as soon as we could. Eric had only placed one phone call, a telegram to be delivered to Nina's apartment tomorrow evening, informing her that we were taking a sudden honeymoon for a few weeks and requesting her to step in at board meetings. It wouldn't go over very well, but it was a stopgap at least. Because we were together, we wouldn't be violating the terms of Celeste's will, and on top of that, it wouldn't tip Calvin off immediately as to where we were. I don't want to run, I finally admitted as I turned onto my back. It feels wrong. Eric sighed. We've been over this. It's temporary. Just until Zola, Brandon, and I figure out what to do next. Brandon and I aren't Jeff Bezos, but we've got resources between us. And Zola has at least a few people at the FBI on his side. We just need to figure out what Carson wants. His pressure point. I shrugged. Maybe it's just easier for you. This is what you do, right? Run away? Eric frowned. Is that what you really think? It's becoming a bit of a pattern. He stared at me. Takes one to know one. That's not fair. When was the last time I ran away from you? I had to chase you into the ocean. You ran then. I didn't say anything. It was true. But it wasn't the same thing. Over the last 6 months, for the first time in my life, I had become the more tenacious of a pair. I had changed. I had stuck around. I had wondered where this man had gone. And it had hurt so much. I'd follow you anywhere, you know, Eric said quietly. I remained silent. Would he really? When he'd been so eager to leave? Eric reached and turned my cheek so I was looking at him. I closed my eyes. He waited until I opened them again. And still, there was that open, almost plain face that sometimes flashed with such extreme, heart-wrenching charisma. I almost couldn't take it. There was that earnest sorrow. The mask had evaporated. I'm sorry, he said, for the way I've been acting, for that comment at dinner about Caitlin, for everything. Did you really talk to her? I asked, surprised by how much the idea really hurt. In the grand scheme of things, Caitlin Calvert's pettiness seemed so small now. But she fit into Eric's world in a way I didn't. There was a part of me that might always feel threatened by that. He shrugged. Overspeaker with everyone else. To be honest, she's a big reason I didn't want to go to Violet's for Thanksgiving. Well, I missed Nina. But Jane, you're my family now. You have to know that. He pulled my chin toward him and examined my lips a moment. His mouth trembled, and I could feel mine do the same. I wanted to kiss him, but at the same time, that never seemed to rid us of the past that hung around like a ghost. Eric seemed to understand. Instead of a controlling, forceful movement, he simply stroked the side of my cheek. Then, only after our breathing calmed, he placed a chaste kiss on one corner of my lips. I welcomed the touch. But the rankling from the past several weeks still lingered. He broke away with a sad expression. It's going to take more than that, isn't it? I quirked a brow. You think? Eric sighed but didn't argue. We could go back. Be roommates for the next month. Pretend the necklace was run over by a car and let him give me another until you can leave for good. Jane, I swear to God, I never thought it would be this insane for you. You don't have to bear this shitty burden. I don't for one goddamn second think I'm worth it. I toyed with his hands. His fingertips were calloused. From climbing, he told me once. So unlike what you would expect from a blue blood like him. The problem in the church wasn't that you screwed Caitlin 5 years ago, I said, surprising myself when I changed the subject completely. I just want that to be clear. It's that you never told me. Just like you never told me about your family, your dad, Penny, Janice. I started to feel dizzy with all the secrets this man had kept. It's that even now I'm still kind of in the dark. Jane. What did he do to you? I asked suddenly. Really, I need to know. Eric stilled. Who? I turned so I could see his face clearly. He didn't have to look at me, but I wanted to look at him during this conversation. Carson, I said quietly. Why? What are you scared of? Really? There was a long silence, long enough that I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then Eric's hand stretched and took a harsh grip on the sheets. He kept me in a room, he said. In the dark. Only 10 days, right? Long enough to make me feel like I was going crazy. I sucked in a breath, though I had a feeling this was only the tip of it. And when he did come in, he was angry, Jane. He was angry I'd defied him. He was angry about you. So he punished me. And he did everything he could to make sure I would associate that punishment with you. He laughed then, a sharp, blistering sound that hurt my ears. He did a pretty good job of it at first. I waited a bit longer for him to elaborate, but it soon became clear he wouldn't. Well, not without my prodding. How? I pushed as gently as I could. Jane, you don't want to hear about this. Yes, I do. You went through this for me, at the hands of my fucking sperm donor. Tell me, please. There was another chest-moving sigh, but eventually Eric told me what happened. I stared at the wall with my cheek buried into my pillow, wishing I could touch him while he spoke, but also sensing it would not be welcome, because his story was gruesome. It had taken 2 days, maybe 3. There was a hatchet man, some former KGB goon who wielded torture tools like a musical conductor. Rib-cracking kicks to the side, or blows to the temple that made him see stars. Some casual waterboarding, Dutch scratching, which was far too humorous a name for beating the hell out of a man's crown jewels with a knotted rope. They'd made Eric hate almost every part of his body, including the one I loved most. And when they weren't doing that, they'd forced him to watch a slideshow of photos. Photos of me. Right before they would start it all over. That's insane, I whispered as he finished his terse but effective description. He is, Eric said. Carson got mad, though, when he left a bruise. The point, he said, was to always remain discreet. He barked a sardonic laugh. That black eye wasn't very discreet, was it? He pointed at the skin around his eye that had all but healed at this point. Seriously, though, I pushed up from the bed, full of anger. Who the fuck does this guy think he is? Vito Corleone? You can't just rip people off the streets and torture them, for Christ's sake. Most people can't, no. We need to call the police. I wiggled insistently, like the extra movement would make me feel like I was doing something. You should have told Zola all this. He could call the FBI. Someone needs to know. Jane, Eric said. It doesn't matter. But It doesn't matter, he crooned, stroking my back like I was a frenzied animal. It really doesn't matter. What? How can you say that? Don't you see? He asked. It didn't work. I blinked, sucking in breaths to tame the rage burning in my chest. It didn't? John Carson wanted me to walk out of that room hating you, Jane, Eric said, pulling me up his body so I sprawled over him, but we were face to face. His hands slid up and down my arms. But I couldn't. I knew it the second I saw you again in my apartment, that he hadn't even scratched the surface of what I felt. I could never hate you, not even close. His gray eyes suddenly looked so much older than they had even 2 weeks ago. And was it just me, or had a few new silver hairs made their dashing appearance near his temples? I've been waiting for you to come back, I whispered, suddenly terrified by the truth that had been haunting me, that maybe he never would. All the anger I'd felt over the past few weeks really just came down to protecting myself from the fact that this man could hurt me more than anyone else. And had. Maybe I thought if you knew, you wouldn't want the real me, he admitted, when I thought he wouldn't respond at all. I smacked a palm half-heartedly on his chest. Haven't I shown you everything I am? Crazy dyed hair and all? That's just cosmetic. My secrets run pretty deep. What did you say? You just wanted me? Well, I just want you. Eric sighed. I don't want to keep secrets from you anymore, he said quietly. Then don't. Even if that means we have to be a secret together? You'd walk in, and it was like I wasn't there, I said as a tear escaped. All those years we fought, we yelled, we sparred, but you were never like that. You never treated me like I was invisible. I sniffed and swiped at another tear. I gave you everything, didn't I? But you held yourself back. Eric didn't move, his tortured expression cast in stone as he listened. But then suddenly he pulled me to him, clasping my head against his broad chest so hard that his fingers dug into my scalp. I was protecting you, he said fiercely. Do you understand now why? He's a monster, Jane. I didn't want you anywhere near him. And when he grabbed you, even the fucking suggestion that he would do anything to you like what he did to me. I know. My voice was muffled against his chest. I couldn't talk because they were listening, but I wanted to tell you everything, Jane. Everything. What about before? I pushed, though I didn't fight his embrace. Even before the wedding, you kept things from me. I didn't mean to, I swear to God. I didn't mean to. Fucking hell. Before the wedding, those months. He finally released me, and I pushed up on my forearms, still balanced across his chest. He cupped my face between his hands, cradling my cheeks like he was mining for gold. Every moment I've spent with you, from the beginning, Jane, not just the last 6 months. Every fucking moment has been the happiest of my life. Fighting, fucking, laughing, talking. I'd take them all again. Every single sorry one of them, as long as they were with you. I watched him for a long time, doing my best to read his face. That mask still didn't appear. Every fear he had was still written plainly over his features. He looked tired, sad, worried, and upset. But more than that, he looked very much in love. With me. I'm still mad at you, I said as I closed my hands around his wrists, holding them where they were. Then why? He asked. Why fight so hard? With me? For me? Because you do, Lefferts. I know I'm not worth it, but I'm so goddamn glad you do. Because the fucked up truth is, I'd rather be mad at you than pleased with anyone else. A small smile peeked through the gloom. No one loves to fight me like you do. I couldn't hide my own smile either. Something like that. And then, because I couldn't not, I kissed him again. It wasn't an angry kiss, or the kind of kiss so steeped in lust it choked. It was the kind that just belonged. Like we always had, against all odds. Right here. With each other. Eric's mouth opened to mine naturally, and he released my face so he could wrap his strong, lean arms around my body and roll me to my back, caging me against the bed. Caging me and freeing me all at once. Jane, he whispered as he nuzzled my neck, pulling away Skylar's black cardigan and then tugged at the thin straps of the red dress. Jane, please. But I didn't want him to beg. Not now. More than anything, I wanted to make him feel strong. My hands wove into his thick blonde hair, pressing his face lower as he inhaled my skin. My fingers slid lower, under his collar, helping him from his shirt as well until he finally pushed up on his knees, giving me a fine view of his solid, muscular form as he removed the shirt completely. Come here, he urged, pulling on one of my hands until I was kneeling with him. We quickly shed the rest of our clothes, eager to find skin to warm skin in the dark. The world was so cold beyond the secure walls of this house, surging toward us, closer every second. And yet, we couldn't do anything but this. Because if Eric and I were going to win this battle, we had to find each other here in the dark. We couldn't stand alone. He pulled me back on top of him once we were both free of all our impediments. Even my hair was stripped of pins, cascading all over my shoulders, a shadowy waterfall to shelter us both. Give me your mouth, Eric said, even as he took it. His kisses hungrier this time, lush and full. I missed your voice, I mumbled against his lips. Living in silence, him unable to speak, I hadn't realized until now how much I thrived on his thoughts, not just my own. He hummed into the kiss, then slid his tongue to commingle with mine, twisting and dancing in that delicious way that prompted deep moans from both our chests. Another kind of language, but ours just the same. Say it, I whispered as his mouth floated over my neck again. I want to hear it. Eric flipped me onto my back. Say what, gorgeous? He landed a kiss on one breast, then worshipped the other before he continued his path downward. My name? I felt a smile against my navel. Jane. But I shook my head and pulled at his hair. No, the other one. His chin balanced on my hip. Slowly, a sly grin twisted across Eric's otherwise stolid features, casting it alight with fire and charisma. A fire blazed in my belly. The grin widened. He pressed his lips to the soft skin of one inner thigh, then the other before he tugged lightly on the hair down there. Then he touched his nose to the quiver of nerves that made me shudder. Pretty girl. I hummed and arched into his waiting mouth. Again? Pretty girl. He said it again, but this time it was more of a vibration as his lips found my clit, and two of his dexterous fingers slipped inside me. They curled. He licked, and my entire body bloomed. Eric, I cried as he took me closer and closer to that blissful cliff. But just as I was about to topple over it completely, he pulled back and crawled right back up my body, maintaining that skin-to-skin connection both of us craved. Spread your legs. His voice was low, but stronger than I'd heard it since before. I hissed as the long, solid length of him pulsed against my thigh. It was like our hurried animal fuck in the lab hadn't even happened. This time, every cell in my body wanted to unite with his. He didn't wait for my answer, just took my lower lip between his teeth and bit lightly. I did as I was told. Eric's eyes shuddered as he entered, one slow inch at a time, filling me, testing me, stretching my capacity. He waited a moment while I adjusted to his size, and then, as his poet's eyes held mine in their thrall, he finally began to move. His body found its rhythm quickly, muscles corded as he held himself to measured beats. With every thrust and pull, he drove us both higher and higher, past the point where any of the outside world could threaten our pleasure anymore. Then he stopped, like he had just realized where we were. "What?" I asked. Why are you stopping?" I rotated my hips toward him, but he didn't move, just continued to watch. "Are we really doing this?" he wondered. "You and me against the world?" My body cried for him. "Yes," I whispered fiercely, clasping his hands between my palms. "You and I were born to fight, Eric. Against each other, sure, but for each other, absolutely." He stared at me for a long time, and then he lunged forward. "Eric," I shouted, unable to hold it back. "Oh, God, please." "Give me all your screams, Jane," he growled. "I'll swallow them, every one." "Eric," I cried again. But he did as he promised, taking my cries with deep, forceful kisses, savoring the depths of my voice as an orgasm crested through us both. Our bodies melted into each other, clinging to each other, slick and heated even as the cold from the outside pressed in on us more. Somewhere out there, a man who called himself my father wanted only to ruin a bond that now seemed critical to life itself. I'd never felt so sated, or so scared. "Eric?" My voice was smaller than it had ever been. "I know." He pressed his forehead against mine. Mind to mind, soul to soul. "I know. We have to go now, don't we?" I refused to open my eyes. I didn't want to see the answer I knew would be on his face. "We shouldn't wait till morning." But I felt Eric's nod anyway. In the dark, his arms tightened further, like he thought the wind howling outside our window might rip me away. "Yes," he agreed. "We have to go now." Interlude 2. Penny, are you home? I tried to call your cell, but it went straight to voicemail." Eric closed the door of his mother-in-law apartment as he entered the familiar dim space. He dropped his messenger bag on the crowded rumple of shoes beneath the coat rack and hung up his raincoat. He shook out his hair, absolutely soaked from the sudden downpour that had hit just as he was exiting his last exam of his undergraduate career. One final late nor'easter was pushing through New Hampshire that day, right on the tail end of spring, almost like it was trying to chase the Dartmouth undergrads out of Hanover for the summer. By this point every year, the small town itself needed a summer vacation. "I finally got that paper back from Professor Lockhart, Pen," Eric continued as he meandered around the kitchen. He pulled out a plate of the spanakopita Penny had made last night and pulled up the cellophane to sniff it. Sweet, he thought. Still good. They were down to the last groceries of the week, but Penny wouldn't get paid until Monday. Eric hadn't found summer work yet, and after they announced their engagement a few months ago, his allowance had been completely cut off. Penny, saint that she was, had insisted that he finish the semester strong instead of finding a job immediately. "Forget about it," she said over and over again. "There'll be time for that after you get your degree." The first phrase, pronounced "forget about it," had sounded so adorably Queen's that Eric had teased that she sounded like Robert De Niro. She just smacked him on the arm, then dragged him into the bedroom to make him apologize the right way to her sweet curves. Eric smiled to himself as he recalled the memory. Maybe he could tease her now so she could take her revenge again. "So, I was thinking we should just do it, Pen," Eric said as he meandered into the bedroom, pulling off his t-shirt and unbuttoning his dampened jeans. He rifled through the second drawer of the beaten bureau looking for a pair of shorts. "I don't need to walk, you know. No one is going to be here to watch me anyway. The Grande Dame is still holding her grudge, after all. And Mother's too busy in Saint-Tropez with that fool she married to bother. I'll have the school send my diploma to your parents' house in Astoria, and then you and I can just hightail it to Atlantic City. Then, I don't know, we could still wait tables for a while. Maybe even save up for a little honeymoon before the move to Boston. Catskills, maybe. Or what about Miami? Pen, what do you think?" When she didn't answer, he finally looked up. That had been the plan, after all, to save up for a year before he started law school at Harvard. He had deferred specifically for that reason. Meanwhile, Penny had been asking him to set a date for weeks, but he'd evaded her, waiting for his family to come around before he made any other moves. Today, though, when he'd called his grandmother's house and been given the shake by the butler for the 10th time, it had finally sunk in. They were never going to approve of Penelope. It was them or her. But Eric had already made his choice. "Did you fall asleep in the bath again?" he asked as he walked into the adjoining bathroom. "You really have to stop." And there, his heart stopped completely. The water in the tub was the color of roses in full bloom, a deeper red than he'd ever seen. It was also cold, chilled like the late afternoon air. Penny's wrists, neatly sliced up to her elbows, sunk to her pale thighs, the rest of her emerging from the opaque liquid like a freshly carved statue, her still wet brown hair pasted back from her face. But her blue eyes, normally so bright, were open, glazed, and horribly dulled. The skin around her mouth and eyes bore the stains of tear tracks and tiny new wrinkles of horror. Perhaps at what she had just done. "No." The word, soft and hardly spoken, still ripped from his throat. Eric fell to his knees before he'd even reached the big clawfoot tub, diving into the water to lift Penny out of the bloody mess. The red slashed across his shirt, his shorts, staining even the rain still pearled on his skin and hair. He fell to his knees, cradling the girl's cold body against his chest. No, baby, no." Frantically, Eric searched for a pulse, at her chest, her neck, her wrist, anywhere. None, of course, could be found. The wounds at her wrist weren't even bleeding anymore. The water had gone cold. She'd obviously been there for hours. He dug his phone out of his pocket and had to dial the number 4 times before he could make it through. 911, he was shouting, but somehow couldn't even hear his own voice. Oh, fuck, Penny. My fiancé. Fucking God. She's killed herself." He answered the woman's questions as best he could, stammering through the address, Penny's state, what he'd found. As the operator spoke, keeping him on the line, an item in the wire waste bin caught Eric's eye. "Fuck," he said. "Sir?" Keeping Penny clasped against his chest, he leaned over and pulled the pregnancy test out of the garbage. 2 pink lines. One, then the other. Eric's chest heaved, and he rocked the dead girl back and forth in time with the pounding shakes of his body. "Oh, God," he cried over and over again. A siren wailed in the distance. "Please, God, no." Eric awoke gasping, like he was underwater, drowning in that sea of red all over again. He sucked in a deep breath, then another, but nothing calmed the wrenching stab in his chest. Fucking hell. Penny. He hadn't dreamed like that in years. Sweat ran in rivulets down his brow. The air felt thick, almost liquid. He was hot despite the cool mid-December weather in Florence, and the fact that the flat he and Jane were renting near the San Lorenzo market seemed to have absolutely no insulation. Winter was coming in Tuscany, but he felt like he was trapped in a sauna. Eric pushed down the comforter, careful not to disturb Jane. Beside him, she slept, her face relaxed into porcelain perfection. Eric watched her, willing his breath to fall in time with her own. And slowly it did. So strange, really, that a woman who drove him as crazy as this one was also the key to maintaining his sanity. 2 days. They had 2 more days before they had to leave again. He didn't like to stay anywhere more than a few days, maybe a week at most, which, combined with the fact that he was reluctant to spend money in ways that would call attention, meant that he and Jane had basically been living like college-age nomads for close to a month. First had been London, where they had used an underground friend of Brandon's to get them fake passports. They'd escaped on the earliest flight out of Logan in the dead of night, arrived in the UK at close to 1 p.m., and moved on to the continent a few days later, sticking to ground transportation where possible. Paris, then Fontainebleau, where Eric had taken his frustrations out on the rock while Jane meandered the markets. After that, it had been down to Toulouse, followed by Nice and Monaco. From there, they took a flight to the south of Italy, moving their way up the boot and enjoying the sunshine until they rented a room in Florence from a landlady who liked cash better than real names. For the first time in his life, Eric regretted not being closer to his family, if only to have a better idea of whom he could trust. And for the first time since her death, he truly missed his grandmother. The old woman wasn't warm, but she had been shrewd enough that Eric liked to think she could have out-schemed John Carson. She would have understood what he really wanted out of this cat-and-mouse game he was playing. And then she would have known how to box the fucker into a corner, wrap him up, and send him on his own damn way. But Celeste was gone, and Eric still didn't even know all of the company's resources. He had been learning the ropes over the past 6 months, sure, but the tiny, unspoken rules were the hard part. Which cabinet members' loyalties lay where, which senator owed favors for which PAC donations, which comptroller could be bought, and which had to play it straight. And on and on and on. For a company like DVS, these kinds of alliances weren't just limited in New York City or even the United States. They spanned the damn globe. Sometimes Eric had a feeling he would never really learn these intricate parts of the job because he should have picked them up his entire life, the way a true heir would. And so, for the first time in his life, he wished he hadn't walked away from his family's legacy. Because it took more than a bank account to fight someone like John Carson. It took generations of knowledge, passed on between trusted advisors and a dynasty. Much more than a couple of former lawyers and a smattering of friends, battling a network of spies they weren't even sure existed. The other problem was that they would stick out nearly anywhere just by virtue of their own differences. They had no real shelter from the storm. Jane had suggested staying in Northern Europe for a while, where Eric would blend in with the tall blonde Vikings. Jane, unfortunately, would not. They could do the opposite and go somewhere in East Asia, but then it would be Eric who would stand out. Besides, Jane said as she knocked down that idea too, most Koreans would know I'm mixed anyway, and definitely that I'm American. For that reason, they had decided to stick to large metropolitan areas. More diversity meant more opportunities to fit in. London, a huge melting pot of culture, had been a good fit for the first 2 days, until Eric had received a telegram from Boston informing them that Carson knew they were missing, and TSA informants had told him where they'd gone. So London was short-lived. Because there was no way in hell Eric was going to sit around waiting for Carson to tuck him back into that hurt locker. Jane's eyes opened, and before she turned, Eric took a moment to observe the multitude of color in their depths. Hazel, green and brown and yellow and gray, flecked together in a perfect collage. Jane's eyes often reminded Eric of the Klimt paintings she loved so much. The gold freckles around her irises glimmered like the leaf technique. Jane turned, sensing she was being watched. "Well, hello there," she murmured sleepily. There was still a slight smudge of makeup rimming her eyes, giving them a smokier allure than usual. Paris, Carcassonne, Naples, Florence. It didn't seem to matter where they went. They always woke up like this, wanting. Eric remained silent for a few more seconds, enjoying the clear pleasure Jane took with his body as she trailed a hand up and down his torso. It was fair, after all. He enjoyed hers, too. Amid the chaos of the last few weeks, this had become something of a morning ritual. Sometimes, most of the time, those gentle touches turned into quite a bit more. But they were a constant, like they were making up for those few weeks they were forced to stay apart. Maybe even the years they had lost by their own accord before that. "Will you ever grow bored of me?" he wondered, just as her hands started to drift downward, chasing the ridges of his abdominals. She took her time in between his chest muscles and over his abdomen. Jane could make fun of his climbing habit all she liked, but she seemed to like the end results. She squinted to see him clearly. She was nearsighted, so he wouldn't be too blurry without her glasses. The expression was more out of confusion. "I don't know. It's about as likely as you getting bored with me, I guess." She looked back up at the ceiling. Eric tapped her cheek, and she turned back to him. "Never," he said softly. "Not in the last 8 years. Not in 100 more." A small, shy smile flickered on her face, then was replaced by one with more bravado. "Well, good," she said, popping over to smack a kiss on his lips. "That's settled then. No one is bored, and no one will be." She looked him over more critically. "I tell you what, though, I will get sick of that god-awful hair. I already am." Eric picked at a strand of his dyed hair. He would admit, the black didn't suit him particularly well, but it had seemed a smart precaution to take in a part of the world where nearly everyone had dark hair. "You don't like it?" he asked. "You look like Edward Cullen," Jane said. When Eric tilted his head questioningly, she rolled her eyes. A sparkle-skinned teen whose testicles didn't fall before he turned into the undead. It's not all bad. He reignited the sexual desires of an awful lot of middle-aged women. He bulked. "Just because of the hair, I'm a sparkly teenager?" Jane shrugged. Maybe. I'm not feeling particularly generous. It's too cold to be nice." Before she could continue her ribbing, he rolled over her and stopped that line of thought in its tracks with a kiss. Suddenly, he needed to feel her body, still naked from last night, wrapped around him like a vine. He needed to feel safe. The thought, ironically, made him feel even less so. The sun turned a corner around one of the buildings, and suddenly the light slashed across Jane's face through the blinds. Eric froze. "Fuck. What is it?" He shook his head and pushed off her. Nothing. I'm just not in the mood." This happens sometimes. In certain lights, certain strobes or flashes, when they hit Jane's face in the right way, took him right back to that room. Jane sat up, her long dark hair falling over her shoulder in ribbons. She had gone all the way back to black and had taken to straightening it. "Anyone looking will think I'm a Japanese tourist." "No," she said gently. "I don't think so. You tried this crap last night, too. What's going on?" Eric picked up a strand and twirled it around his finger, enjoying her natural, more unruly wave after she fell asleep with it wet. He loved the way no part of Jane ever seemed to be able to conform completely. "Bad dreams," he mumbled, avoiding her gaze. She examined him for another long minute, like she was trying to decipher his thoughts. And then her mouth found his, and Eric was done thinking at all. His head fell back into the pillow, and now both of his hands found their way into her hair when she moved down his body. Fucking hell. The woman had a mouth that could turn the Pope from celibacy, and she was working magic with it under the sheets. "That's better," she said, once she'd brought him twice to the point of no return, only to pull away. With some effort, Eric managed to lift his head. "You minx, finish the damn job, will you?" "Well, that's not very gracious." That cocky smile appeared. She wasn't wearing her lipstick, but her mouth was still reddened, slightly swollen from her efforts. Eric wanted to bite it. "Come here," he ordered. The smile widened. "In a minute." She slid up the rest of him like a snake, taking the time to tease him with her parts. The brush of her hair over his hips, the tickle of hardened nipples across his chest, the drag of her snatch over his swollen tip. He bounced at that contact, and Jane smiled as she sat astride him. He usually preferred to be the one in charge, but for a moment, he liked seeing her like this, under the illusion that she could be in control. Oh, fuck, who was he kidding? Jane had been in control of him since he'd met her. "Am I going to have to cuff you?" she asked, when he jerked at the feel of her sheathing him, inch by inch. His gaze was heavy-lidded, but sparked at the dare. "I'd like to see you try, pretty girl." She leaned down, enshrouding him with her hair, her sweet floral scent settling around him like a mantle. Her lips drifted around and inside, and she squeezed him. He jerked again. "I think you and I both know that I could have you begging for them in about 2 minutes," she said, squeezing again. Her hips tilted forward, then back, allowing him to slip in and out, just by an inch or so, teasing with delicious friction that wasn't quite enough. And then, like she couldn't help it, she moved again to take him completely. Eric might have smiled with satisfaction if he wasn't so overtaken. God, she was a thing of beauty. Long and lean, riding him like an animal, reaching down between her legs to take what she wanted right along with him. No apology, no shame. He tried to help out, sneak his fingers next to hers. "No," she said, smacking his hand away. "This time you need to just watch. You need to just take it." She began to move faster, and the light in the window seemed to expand. Eric's mouth opened, and his fingers dug into her thighs, seeking purchase somewhere while she drove them both mercilessly. "Jane, I'm going to..." She peered down at him, but didn't stop. Usually she'd let him pull out, let him cover her, mark her. She liked to see the evidence of his loss, her gain. It was another of her ways of assuming control in a situation where he tried to keep it for himself. But this time she didn't. She just continued to rock, back and forth, driving him closer, closer, her fingers vigorously chasing the same goal. And then, like a rocket, she exploded. "Eric!" Her voice, husky and full of sleep, reached the ceiling as she began to shake. And before he knew it, Eric was shaking too. He pulled her down, wrapping a hand around her neck, the other at her back, keeping her flush to him, body to body, mind to mind. He spilled into her, and she took him. She took it all. Jane took everything he'd ever have to give. He could only hope it would be enough. Part 3. Prolepsis. Are you so blind, O woman of mine? Can't you see the wretch that I am? Flying this high, we soar, we die, cresting over sky and land. The man in robes, the fools, the probes, want questions we dare not ask. So nights are spent with your jasmine scent, noses buried beyond our tasks. No hope alights before we take flight. Will the hunter arrive with his killers? Should his aim be true, should our faults accrue, will you stand fast as a pillar? Be still unlike your heart of a sparrow, so that out of love I might block the arrow. Fear Sonnet, from the Journal of Eric de Vries. Chapter 22. I stretched like a cat, long enough that my toes brushed against the rusted metal bed rail at the end of the mattress. Outside, the bustle of Florence was audible. Whoever said that Italians were lazy was a damn liar. The San Lorenzo neighborhood had been waking me up at 7 a.m. on the dot every morning with the sound of trucks and market stalls opening first thing. The Central Market, just a few blocks away, was probably already bustling after the local restaurateurs had scavenged the prime pickings. The heavy scent of espresso bubbled up from the cafe at the bottom of our building, and every so often, a shout of conversation snuck past the arched single-pane windows, flooded with gray December light. I turned over groggily. Eric's side of the bed was empty. That in itself wasn't particularly unusual. He didn't sleep well. Hadn't since we left the States nearly 4 weeks ago, and usually went for a run or did some kind of exercise in the early morning hours while I continued sleeping. He didn't like leaving me alone, but we both figured out quickly enough that he would start acting like a trapped rat if he didn't get some outlet every day. Me, I was good with walking around museums or the market. My cardio back home was window shopping. There was no reason to change that here. I found him on the other side of the room, checking the burner phone we'd been using for the last few days and fiddling with his god-awful hair. Despite the chilly December air, our rooms depended on an archaic heater that only worked occasionally. He was shirtless in a pair of leggings and running shoes, the sinewy lines of his back still covered with a sheen of sweat. I licked my lips. "It's no use. You still look ridiculous," I said, pushing up onto my elbow while holding the sheet to my chest. I tried to sleep with clothes on, but Eric wasn't having it. Even though we fell asleep apart, he tended to wrap around me in his sleep, like some part of his subconscious desperately needed skin-to-skin contact. I wasn't one to argue. I missed him too. Eric pulled at his hair once more. It wasn't as bad as it had been at first, when the shock of black made him look like Edward Scissorhands. Now that the black had settled, he was more on the level of a low-level cure groupie. "I look like a local," he said to the mirror, then turned around, giving me an impressive view of his blocked abs. He'd lost some weight since we left. His anxiety kept him from eating enough, despite all of the amazing food we'd enjoyed. It wasn't too much. If anything, it made his already impressive physique that much more eye-searingly cut. "You still look like a vampire," I corrected him. "Absolutely no one anywhere would ever confuse you for an Italian." "What about now?" He popped on a pair of Ray-Bans and struck a pose. "Vampire Jack Nicholson?" The sunglasses were hurled at me. I dodged them, giggling until Eric tackled me onto the bed. "Get off me, you sweat factory!" I batted him ineffectively. But my protests were lies, and Eric knew it. Once again, his lean body against mine felt less like a cage and more like an open door. I closed my eyes, enjoying his lips drifting over my neck. His hands pushed away the sheets, seeking the curves of my rib cage and waist like he was memorizing every inch of my body. "I hated it so much," he said for the 10th time, pausing to press his forehead to mine. Not being able to touch you. He pushed up. It's like breathing to me, you know? I nodded. I did know. I had felt the same way. Come here, I said, pulling him back down for another kiss. His lips, firm yet soft, molded to mine, sinking me even deeper into the feather bed. With this kind of ecstasy, it was almost possible to forget we were on the lam. But on the lam we were. And after close to 4 weeks of it, I had to be honest. I was getting a little tired of pretending we were poor students. Money wasn't an issue, of course, but the living in squalor was. Eric insisted we stay away from the places people would expect a DeVries to stay. 4, 5, even 3-star hotels were out. We rented cheap rooms in pensiones, but only because I drew the line at hostels. I wasn't the slightest bit interested in sharing a room with a bunch of pimply teenagers trying to find their next score of Molly. Eric and I needed space. Eric sat back on his heels and fingered my wrists, noting the still reddened skin there from the scarf he used last night to bind them behind my back. Sorry about that, he murmured with a hint of a smirk. I smacked him on the shoulder. No, you're not. No, he admitted, as his right dimple made an appearance. I'm not, and I'll probably do it again. But instead of making good on his promise right then, Eric got up and meandered back to his duffel bag, which had accumulated a few changes of clothes during our trip. He pulled out a shirt and plugged in the decrepit old iron. 5-star hotels were a no-go, but Eric wasn't willing to forego his tailored style. I booked us tickets on the next train to Genoa, he said. He removed his running shoes, waiting for the iron to heat. From there we can see what's available and just go. We'll send another telegram to Brandon before leaving. I flopped back into my pillows and sighed. This had become our new normal. New burner phones in every city to contact only each other. Brandon had set up an account at Western Union specifically to receive telegrams from Eric, who sent them only when we were about to leave places, to let them know we were okay. Meanwhile, he collected messages left for him over the course of each week. Brandon was the point of contact with the private investigators hired to dig into John Carson's history. The idea was to figure out what he really wanted, or at least some weaknesses to exploit. Because no one believed for 1 second that this strange vendetta had anything to do with the man's love for me. Eric pulled out a pair of charcoal wool pants to press. I know. I'm sick of it too. I just want to go home, I replied to the ceiling. Not that our grand European caper hasn't been lovely. And it had. It really had. Shitty accommodations aside, we'd seen all the stuff in Europe I'd never been able to see as an actual poor college student. Art and architecture I'd only seen in textbooks. More markets than I could shake a stick at. I would have been in heaven if it hadn't been for the potential threat lingering around every corner. We haven't even heard from Carson, I continued. Don't you think there's a possibility he just gave up? The wry look on Eric's face told me he did not. John Carson waited exactly 10 years before contacting me again. I just ran off with his daughter, whom he forbade me to touch. I don't think he's just going to let it go. I still think we should talk more to your family. Not Calvin, Nina, even Violet. For that, I received no response at all. As far as the DeVries clan knew, we were just taking a delayed extended honeymoon over the holidays. The board of DVS hadn't been happy about it, but since Eric didn't hold an actual position in the company, they wouldn't vote him in as chairman until after he had officially assumed ownership of the family's stock holdings. All there was to do was wait. But Eric acted as though we had no allies within his family, and I wasn't ready to concede the point. Nina, for instance, or your grandmother. Who is dead? Eric's tone was hollow. I swallowed. Who is past, yes, but she knew Eric. She knew something like this would happen. Maybe. He turned his pants over and started ironing the other side. We'd had this conversation a few times already, debating the extent to which Celeste had really anticipated John Carson's maneuvering. And why? At first, Eric thought it had been part of some greater scheme, but now he wasn't so sure. He thought the sudden change was just a simple gift to us, a marriage by choice, if that's actually what we wanted. Why else would she have changed the terms of her will so last minute? I argued. Maybe she just liked you, Jane. A lot, apparently. A hint of a smile fluttered over Eric's face. He was so serious most of the time, especially since we'd left New York. I wanted more of that levity. I don't mean that, I said. Celeste and I seemed to understand each other by the end. The gift to me was after the engagement, but the other one, the one requiring cohabitation, the one she made the morning of the ceremony, why didn't she care if we were married anymore? Eric stared at his empty left hand. Neither of us wore our rings. For a very long time. Long enough for the answer to dawn on him as it had on me. She really did know he was going to show up, didn't he? He murmured. She must have seen Jude and Faber when they showed up at the rehearsal dinner. I nodded. She did see them. She was shouting for you, don't you remember? They had the same coins, you know. Eric, do you think there's any possibility she recognized them like my mom did? Eric swallowed thickly as he clearly followed my train of thought. Fuck. She knew there was a chance the wedding would be stopped somehow, that someone would show up and... My eyes practically popped out of my head as another thought occurred to me. Eric, you don't think they had anything to do with her... I couldn't quite say it. Was that what all of this had come down to? Murder? My mother's story whispered from the back of my mind again. He tell me not to say anything. He give me money if I stay quiet. Or else, he said, I would end up like her. Dead. In a melon field. I had scoffed at the idea that John Carson was an outright murderer at the time, but after learning at least some of what he had done to Eric, now I wasn't so sure. This new hypothesis about Celeste wasn't helping. But Eric just shook his head. I've known these guys a long time. They don't take kindly when people don't keep their secrets, but I've never known anyone to stoop to murder. Just, cruel and unusual torture. The dead aren't useful to them anymore. I sat back in the pillows, unconvinced. She was sick, Jane. Really sick. I'm not surprised the drama of the day took it out of her. I wasn't sure how to respond. People who were capable of kidnapping and torture didn't seem to have a particularly strong moral compass. But I had to default to his judgment on the matter. So the catch-22 wasn't to trap us, Eric murmured as he hung his pants over the back of a chair and started on a shirt. It was for Carson. 60 days, I said. Just enough time for us to do it on our own. To do exactly what we'd done. Run away. Stand up to John Carson. I looked down at my messenger bag, which, unbeknownst to Eric, held the unsigned marriage certificate. The 60-day deadline was approaching. In another 10 days, just after New Year's, we wouldn't be married at all. The license would expire, and everything we had done would be nulled. I considered saying as much, but I didn't think Eric really cared about the marriage at this point. I had no idea what his plans were for after that deadline. We said this was a honeymoon, but a part of me wondered if he would think it wasn't worth the trouble after a while. Maybe he was just biding his time until we could say goodbye for good. With a deflated sigh, I rolled out of bed and rifled around the ground for the t-shirt I'd tried to wear to bed last night. One look in the mirror told me I'd have to bear another cold shower in the tub in the corner of the room. I grimaced. It made me look and feel like a plucked chicken. Not hot. Now finished with his ironing, Eric stripped off the rest of his sweaty clothes and jumped into said shower like the water wasn't icy cold. I watched appreciatively through the translucent curtain. Eric glanced over and caught me staring. He pushed back the curtain so I had an unadulterated view of his ridiculously cut body. "Like what you see?" he asked coyly. I tapped my lip. "You look like an ad for an at-home gym." His face screwed up in mock confusion. "Is that a good thing?" I didn't reply, just kept ogling. "I'll take that as a yes," he said with a sly arch of one darkened brow. "You're welcome to join me, you know." I sighed. The bad dye job didn't matter. After seeing the David in person just yesterday, I could definitively say that Eric was even better looking, and much better endowed, than Michelangelo's famous statue. "Jane," he said, "come on. The water is actually warm today. Get in here." His tone brooked no argument, and before I could think twice, I practically skipped across the room to join him. If thinking about the future wasn't a viable possibility, then at least I could live in the moment. Chapter 23. "We have the rest of the day," Eric said a little over an hour later as we stood at the bar downstairs and enjoyed a couple of cappuccinos for breakfast. He had splurged with the brioche too, and I was picking off little pieces of it when he wasn't looking. "Signora De Florio said she'll keep our bags until we meet our train at 5. "That was generous of her," I said. "The miserly old landlady couldn't even be bribed to turn up the heat while we were here. Or was it generous of you?" Eric shrugged in a way that told me my second guess was the correct one. Then he took a sip of his coffee and made a face. A coffee snob to the nth degree. He barely tolerated the dark roast styles of French and Italian espresso. I had already heard enough lectures on third-wave coffee and the merits of light roasting methods to last me a lifetime. Before he could launch on yet another coffee tirade, I jumped in. "So what's on the list? Another trip to the Uffizi?" We had spent the majority of Tuesday there after we'd arrived, and Eric couldn't get enough of the Caravaggio collection. He set down his cup. "I thought maybe we could walk around town since it's actually nice today." We peered out to the bluebird sky above Florence. It had been rainy most of the week, so our sightseeing had been confined primarily to museums and churches. There had been no idle walks by the river or winding around the Florentine streets, like all the travel websites promised. "Exploring," I said. "Okay, I like it. Lead on, sir." "Don't you think that makes you stick out more than a phone would?" I asked for the 10th time as we stepped out of the Central Market with a backpack full of goodies for lunch later. Prosciutto, a couple of tomatoes, bread, and a half bottle of wine to carry to wherever Eric was planning to take me today. It was cold and windy, but the sky was clear, and the off-season meant minimal tourists. A good day for a picnic. Eric turned the adorable paper map he insisted on using instead of a phone. Having been here before, he actually knew some parts of Florence reasonably well, but occasionally he needed some help, and that was usually where we got into trouble. "It makes me look like a tourist," he replied. "Just like everyone else." "Maybe if you were 70. All right, Grandpa, where to?" He turned to his map, studying it for the 5th time. Something I had learned about Eric on this trip was that he was only a good guide if he knew the place, because once he was disoriented, his sense of direction was terrible. "Well, I was thinking maybe we could swing by Dante's house first. I just want to see the outside. Then we can backtrack a little and cross via the Ponte Vecchio, since I know you wanted to see the shops, which I think is that way." He pointed in the opposite direction of the Arno River, which the Ponte Vecchio crossed. which he should have known, considering we'd walked across it approximately a zillion times in the last 6 days. I grabbed his finger and rotated it in the right direction. He watched the action, then a slow smile crept across his face. Before I could say anything, he leaned down and kissed me. "Thanks, gorgeous," he said against my lips. I readjusted my glasses. The kiss had knocked them off kilter and fogged them up, too. "Anytime. Shall we?" "It's only a 30-minute walk all the way to the piazza, I think. Can those shoes take it?" I looked down at the gorgeous black booties I'd bought in Paris, which went perfectly with my daily outfit of jeans and sweaters. I'd tried to steal a couple of Eric's shirts just to change up my spare look, but he wasn't having it. "These boots were literally made for walking," I said, "and that is what I'm going to do." One side of Eric's mouth quirked again, and my insides hummed. How did he always manage to do that? "Come on, Nancy," he said, slinging a long arm around my shoulder. "Let's go exploring." "I can't believe you skipped Italy when you came to Europe," he said for the 12th time as we approached Ponte Vecchio, the famous medieval bridge crowded with jewelry shops over the Arno River. The stacked bridge also provided a helpful shield from the winter wind coming off the river. "Well, I was 20 and on a shoestring," I said. "I had a rail pass and approximately $25 a day to live on. Italy was too much of a detour." I said it flippantly, but I had to admit he was right. I had missed something big by skipping Italy. "It's my favorite country in Europe. Everything here is beautiful. Even the ugly stuff is beautiful." Eric gesticulated toward the stolid, tile-roofed buildings that bordered the river up and down both sides. Florence wasn't a huge city, but its center was dense, with tight, stone-colored streets that wove behind the main avenues like snakes. I looked up and down the river as we crossed the bridge. I hadn't really seen anything ugly in Florence, but the grime of age coated the bottoms of the stone and stucco buildings, and everything just sat a little crooked as the city had sunk unevenly into itself over centuries. It wasn't ugly, though. Not at all. I would say more that it had seen some stuff. Florence, maybe even more than most cities in Europe, wore its history like a pair of perfect leather boots, the kind that just looked better with every scuff. "Penny and I came to Europe in college, too," Eric said. He chuckled at some unspoken memory. "Man, I had to beg her parents to let her go. But I sponsored the trip from my trust, so they couldn't really argue much. This was before grandmother cut me off. They were just upset they couldn't take her to Greece themselves." I listened curiously as we took a tiny side street to get out of the wind whipping off the river. It was a nice day, but it was December after all. Eric, however, continued to chatter uncharacteristically. For most of this trip, Eric had been too busy looking over his shoulder to engage in carefree conversation. I'd gotten used to his paranoia over the last month, but that didn't make it enjoyable. "It was for a month, and we did the real pass thing too. Hostels and all of that. Penny was always kind of uncomfortable with luxury." He trailed off, remembering the girl he'd lost 10 years ago. "She couldn't take this life with me," he said quietly. For the first time, I saw guilt in his memory. When he'd told me about Penny before, Eric had blamed her suicide on his family. It was because of their harassment that she'd slit her wrists, convinced she was worthless, to him or anyone. But now, I couldn't say why, but something about that story didn't fit. I knew Eric's family now. I'd spent countless hours with his cousin, his aunt, his mother, and his late grandmother, the matriarchal quartet of a great New York dynasty. True, they weren't the warmest bunch in the world. Nina, Eric's cousin, was the nicest, and she was still basically an iceberg in training. Violet, her mother, and Heather, Eric's mom, each had the warmth of a freezer, while his grandmother, Celeste, had been a glacier. But while I'd suffered my fair share of hazing upon my introduction, the worst had been from outsiders, not the DeVries family themselves. And not once had his grandmother ever suggested that Eric and I split up. From the second I'd walked into her perfect Park Avenue apartment, complete with rainbow-colored hair and my very weirdest clothes, she'd wasted no time in inducting me into the family, even if it was paired with incessant criticism of my looks and harsh ribbing. And by the end, whether it was through the hours of wedding planning or the weekly trips to the Met, somehow Celeste and I had become almost close. Bonded, maybe, by our mutual love of Eric. Which was why it was hard for me to believe now that she would have ostracized a young woman to the point of death. Celeste would have seen an impressionable and probably beautiful young woman that her grandson loved, and she would have molded her, not isolated her. Have you ever talked to Penny's parents since everything happened? Eric shook his head.
They were convinced it was my fault. They said she'd still be alive if she'd never met me.
The 3 worry lines across his brow suddenly appeared.
They were right.
We walked silently down the long, narrow street, both of us lost in our thoughts. Occasionally a small car or someone on a moped would shove us back onto the sidewalk that was barely wide enough for one person. But for the most part, we had the cobbled street to ourselves. After checking his map a few more times and making a couple of wrong turns, Eric eventually guided me up a large hill, switchbacking up several wide, winding concrete staircases until we found ourselves on top of the city.
Look familiar?
He said as we reached a large expanse of concrete surrounded by pillared stone railings. I examined what looked like a glorified parking lot, dotted around the perimeter with a few cars and some closed stands. Should it? Eric smiled, then turned me around. It was like looking at a postcard. Holy shit. I strode to the edge of one of the railings to look out. It was Florence, but not the Florence I'd been staying in for the past week. It was the Florence of a million Instagram posts, of thousands of landscapes, of countless movies. Balancing my hands on the wide stone rail, I stared out at the cityscape, taking in the familiar muddy line of the Arno, the bridges I'd crossed so many times, the towering battlements of the Palazzo Vecchio, the massive cupola of the San Lorenzo Basilica, plus countless other landmarks I'd come to know. On the other side of the piazza flowed Tuscany, now a bit browner than more popular photos would suggest, with leafless trees and fields left to rest for the winter, but beautiful nonetheless, dotted with villas and even larger buildings, and rows of tall cypresses guarding the hills. I sighed. Yes, this was worth the walk, for sure. When I turned back around, I found Eric standing at the edge of the railing, staring out at the city too. Was this someone's castle once? I asked. He started as if he'd just realized I was there.
What? Oh, no. It was built in the 19th century, I think. As a meeting place, like a city center, and supposedly to showcase replicas of Michelangelo's work.
He gestured toward a bronze statue that was indeed a replica of the David. I looked back toward the city with him. It seems like it would be a good place for a castle, where a feudal lord could survey his holdings. The city in one direction, farmland in the other. You can see everything at once. Eric looked down at me with a hint of a smile.
I don't think there was ever a king here, though. Florence was founded by the Roman Empire, and then it was a mercantile city, right?
I shrugged. I wasn't exactly well-versed in Italian history. My argument stands. Even if this wasn't a King's Landing, it would have been a good one. There it was again, that non-committal shrug. But it couldn't be denied, as I looked at him. Even with the bad dye job, Eric couldn't hide what he was any better than when he was in law school. He was kind. He was humble. But something else practically dripped off every inch of that strong, dignified posture. It was in the lines of his nose, cheekbones, the tip of his chin. Entitlement, some might have called it. But I saw something else. Nobility. "What?" he asked when he caught me looking at him. He smirked. "What are you thinking, pretty girl?" But I wasn't in the mood to flirt. I pushed a few strands of wind-blown hair out of my face. "I want to know when you're going to stop being such a damn chicken and really take what's yours." All signs of amusement disappeared. "What?" I licked my lips, trying to think. "You were a prince, Eric, and now you're a king, but you still act like a scared peasant." His brow furrowed in confusion. "Jane, you don't know what—" I stared at my hands. "I don't know? Okay, fine. I don't know. But I'm right next to you every night when you wake up shouting because of what Carson did. You've told me enough that I can imagine at least some of it. 10 days in a box having your balls swatted? And my picture flashed in front of you on a slideshow, right?" Eric cast me a suspicious look. "Well, when you put it that way..." I waved my hands in front of me. "I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrific, traumatic. I'm just trying to say it didn't work." He nodded slowly. "It didn't work?" "Don't parrot me. You're not a circus animal. But no, it didn't. You said so yourself." He crossed his arms. "I just said it didn't work with you. But like you said, I'm acting scared. Just like he wants. Fuck, Jane, I am scared. That guy is capable of anything." I turned, because the thought had only just occurred to me. "It didn't work," I told him, "because you're here with me. All he wanted to do was make you hate me, make you want to stay away, but you didn't. You couldn't, could you?" Eric's hands fell to his sides, allowing me to put my hands in his pockets and pull him close. "It didn't work," he repeated again, this time with a slight smile. "No, my king," I said, only half playfully. "It did not." "You're..." He shook his head again. Confidence dashed. "Jane..." "Don't Jane me. Not to get all Lion King on you, but in the words of Rafiki, it is time. Mufasa's gone, Scar's on the loose, and he's trying to chase you back into the elephant graveyard. Except you're not a stupid lion cub. You're a full-grown man. And you belong in New York." "I didn't realize you were such a Disney fan, Lefferts." "Don't change the subject. Time to take your place, Simba."
"Jane..."
"And don't take that tone either, like you feel sorry for me for not knowing your reality. Of the two of us, who's made the biggest effort to learn that Gossip Girl world?"
"What is it you think I've been doing every day at DVS?" he burst out. "Needle pointing?"
I snorted. "I'd actually like to see that."
"I've been working," Eric reiterated. "Doing my best to learn a company I never wanted in the first place."
"Never?" I countered. "Or just since you thought they killed Penny?"
"Thought?" Eric asked incredulously. "They did. They bullied her until she slit her wrists, Jane. I know you want to think my family isn't so bad, but their avarice and cruelty is the reason we are here alone right now. Meanwhile, half the stockholders at DVS think I'm just a trust fund brat there to fuck up their stock options, and the other half think I'm the devil himself."
"Are you really telling me there isn't any part of you that doesn't like it?" I demanded. "Or was that just an act? The way you would come home and chatter about your day? Tell me this and that about such and such deal before I traded the latest gossip from Nina? Was I imagining the way you enjoyed that give and take?" His expression told me I wasn't. We both remembered those scant, beautiful days before the wedding, before John Titan Carson. A few sweet months where things had seemed to gel. But it takes more than just a king to make things happen, I continued. The good ones knew their entire courts. You were just getting to know yours, and now you've quit and run away. Eric shook his head.
This isn't a monarchy, Jane. I'm not trying to maintain power.
Well, maybe you should.
What are you saying?
I stepped up and pulled on his collar, looking for something to do with my hands. I'm saying you were born for this. You're running away from the big bad guy like everyone else. But you're not everyone else. If you just take the time to really understand what is at your disposal, not just the company and the money, but the people, the businesses, the power brokers. John Carson spent plenty on courting politicians last year. But you know what? Your grandmother spent even more. You have thousands of people in your debt, Eric. Learn who, and you'll be just as big and bad as him. Eric pulled me close and set his chin atop my head. It was a protective move, but also one that prevented me from watching that implacable face I was learning to read better and better.
If I'm a king, does that make you my queen?
He asked finally. I pulled back. His tone was light, but there was no laughter in his expression. I pressed my lips together. Well, that has yet to be decided, hasn't it? That marriage certificate felt like a ticking time bomb. But it wasn't fair to pressure him about it now. We had enough going on. I also couldn't blame him if he wasn't sure about it himself. But that didn't mean it didn't hurt.
If I'm a king, he said quietly a few minutes later, it's because you make me one.
I snorted. Right. I'm sure a half-breed bastard child of a trick-turning stewardess is super royal. Eric pulled back to look down at me, but there was no joke in his eyes.
You know I don't like it when you talk about yourself like that.
Is any of it untrue?
My words were unnecessarily sharp. Maybe it was because I hadn't quite come to terms with them myself. After all, I'd liked being the daughter of a mild-mannered psychologist and an esthetician. Be honest, Jane Brain. You never felt quite right in that life anyway. I sighed. Dad was right, even if he was a product of my imagination. I had always felt a little out of place in Chicago. Hell, everywhere. Maybe now I knew why. There are a lot of ways to command people, Eric said. He reached down and took my hand, then slowly pulled off my glove, one finger at a time. You do it better than anyone I know. You sure as hell command me, gorgeous. Stop, I whispered. Don't stop. It's true, he murmured as his thumb brushed over my knuckles, lingering over my bare ring finger. I might have the pedigree, Jane, but you're the one who's royal. Then, before I could reply, his broad hands wrapped around my waist and lifted me suddenly to sit on the edge of the wall. They remained around the small of my back, keeping me from falling. Strong and solid, as much as a foundation as he claimed I was for him. Maybe when we challenged each other, we made each other stronger. Maybe that was what Eric and I really did for one another. But he didn't let me say it, instead kissing me. This time, he commanded me, with strong lips, strong hands, the kind of kiss that whistles through the air right along with a brisk December wind. The kind that makes you forget that you're missing a glove on one hand and that no one else in their right mind is standing outside in this kind of chill. He kissed me long and hard and didn't release me until we were both breathless. A sudden gust of wind sent a shiver down my spine, even under my thick wool coat. Eric held me close, shivering right along with me. I think, he said, that maybe it's a little too cold for a picnic. Would you agree? I sighed, then nodded. We could always use our food from the market for dinner on the train.
We passed a couple of good cafes on the way here, I said. Why don't we get our fill of pasta while we can? Eric nodded, seemingly relieved that I was letting go of our previous topic of conversation. And I would, of course. But only for now. Chapter 24. Fuck me. Like right in the ass.
That could be arranged.
I nearly tripped on the porch steps of the tiny guest house we had rented outside of Engelberg, Switzerland. I think you took care of that a few nights ago, I replied dryly as I waited for Eric to unlock the door. I sagged against the cabin wall and dropped my snowshoes to the ground with a clatter. Eric gave me a mischievous once-over that dropped slowly to the part of my body I'd just mentioned.
There's always room for improvement. I was enjoying myself, but you came too fast. We need to work on your endurance there, too, I think.
I removed one of my new fleece mittens and swatted at him. He dodged easily, then chuckled as he shuttled me the rest of the way inside the warm, inviting little cabin. I had to give points to Switzerland for good, cheap accommodations. What the country lacked in picturesque architecture, they made up for in basic utilitarian comfort. And of course, mountains. Gah! I collapsed onto the bed in the middle of the cabin, reveling in the rush of blood from my sorry, swollen feet back into the rest of my body. I need to spend the next 2 days in a hot tub. Please tell me again, why did you think snowshoeing for hours would be a good idea?
Because it's fun.
Eric unloaded the crash pad, essentially a giant foldable mattress he could fall on when rock climbing, onto the floor. He'd rented it from the owners of the tiny guest house along with a pair of climbing shoes he'd dismissed as
mediocre but usable.
We hadn't actually gone that far. Just hiking maybe an hour until Eric found the particular 3-story miniature mountain he was looking for that day. I didn't know. They all looked like big rocks to me. But I enjoyed the solitude, sketching in my notebook, making tea on a Bunsen burner, and watching Eric play Spider-Man until we were ready to make our way back to town. I did wonder if he had taken me up here as much to distract me from the fact that, amidst all the snow, it was also Christmas Eve. The rest of the world was probably decorated up the wazoo, but our cabin only had a couple of pine boughs stuck on the fireplace. Maybe he thought up here it would be easy to ignore the fact that we were spending the holiday alone and on the run, instead of surrounded by family or friends.
Lefferts.
I could barely prop my head up to see Eric squatting at the foot of the bed. What is it, Petri dish? I'm too sore even for a decent comeback, so don't even think about tying me to this bed again. The mention of what Eric had done the night before, a particularly creative episode that involved some of his climbing straps, snow, and a camisole reappropriated as a blindfold, brought another sly smile to the man's face. But he remained where he was, untying my hiking boots.
You just need to exercise more, gorgeous.
One sleek brow arched.
Not that I'm complaining, to be clear. I just don't like to see you in pain.
He popped over me for a moment and gave me a kiss.
Well, not unless it's the good kind.
I pulled him down to continue the kiss a bit longer, even as I flushed, thinking of the color of my breast the other night after he'd paid it some especially brutal attention. But even at that thought, I was too tired to respond. The man had simply worn me out. I released him and flopped back onto the bed. I street hike.
Walking across Central Park is not hiking, Eric said as he pulled off my second boot.
Sure it is. Through the concrete jungle, right? And I'll have you know that the Guggenheim and the Met are both multiple levels. Up and down those steps for an afternoon is basically like summiting the Matterhorn. The smug bastard grinned from the foot of the bed, but his large hands closed over one foot and started to rub. So instead of continuing with another slick retort, I just moaned. Oh, wow, VD. You have the touch. I jerked when he pinched my pinky toe.
What did I say about those names?
What is there to say? I chided. You earned it, you man-whore. Own your truth. The hands on my feet paused. Shit. And for several seconds, no one moved. When I finally propped myself up again, I found Eric watching me with a very intense expression. I froze, my entire chest tightening under the intensity of his dark gray, almost black gaze. You know it's just you, don't you? His voice was soft, but almost a threat. He scooted up the mattress to sit next to me. I sat up against the pillows. Jane, he said, tell me you understand that. Tell me you understand that the entire reason we're here is because of you. What you mean to me. I couldn't help it. I melted. Like a fucking candle. Is it? Eric's voice shook with emotion despite not rising 1 decibel. Yes. I swallowed. I wanted to jump him, but my gaze landed on his empty ring finger. If that was the case, why hadn't he put it back on? Why hadn't I? What was it you said? I murmured as I stared at his hand. Better single and poor than married to a whore? I had never admitted out loud how much those words stung. I could take that accusation from anyone but Eric. It's catchy, you know. It almost rhymes. You know I said that to drive you away, don't you? Eric took my chin, urging me to look at him. Jane, the only thing I was thinking was that I needed you to get away from me, for your own good. And you thought calling me a whore would be just the key? He had the grace to look ashamed, but his ferocity didn't lessen. I would have said anything in that moment to keep you safe. But all I could do was shrug. This was our history. In moments of anger, we lobbed insults like Molotov cocktails. It wasn't like I didn't tease him incessantly about his sexual history. I had literally just called him a venereal disease, so I'd be a bit of a hypocrite if I couldn't take what I dished out on the regular. Still, from Eric, in that moment, it had really, really hurt. Even if he believed it had been for my own good. I got you back with that slap, I finally said, shaking off his grip. I think we're even. I offered a grim smile. It's forgotten, see? Eric examined me for a moment. And then, before I could stop him, he tackled me onto the bed with another kiss that took my breath away. Stop it, he ordered. For a moment, it was almost like we were wrestling, not cuddling. Despite my intense desire for him to subdue the doubt swimming in my stomach, I couldn't help but bite a little. Eric's hands were wrapped around my wrists like handcuffs, pinning me to the bedding. I pushed back, sucked a little harder on his mouth, wrapped my legs around his stronger ones, and bucked with my hips. Eric grunted with the effort to keep me in place, but still worked that much harder. We grappled on the mattress, enjoying a bit of cathartic combat that eventually gave way to surrender, on both sides. No one loves to fight you like I do, he'd said. I sighed into his kiss. It was the truest thing I'd ever heard, and the truest thing I'd ever felt. If only he could learn to fight like that for himself. I pulled back, much to Eric's obvious disappointment. His chest rose and fell as he regained his breath, and his dilated eyes revealed how much he wanted to continue exactly what we were doing. But I needed something sweeter. Tell me what you used to do for fun when you were small, I said as I rolled onto my back. Eric's brow rose in surprise. He adjusted his pants. I did my best not to look. I'd be a goner if I did. Are we going to reminisce about our childhoods now? I never took you for the banal conversation sort. I just sighed. I don't think it's banal. It's all part of knowing someone, isn't it? Though my voice was light, I really did need some levity at the moment. For some reason, I felt like I was about to cry all over again. Maybe it was being on the run for this long,
but something was really starting to take its toll. Eric watched me for a few more seconds, then resigned himself to draping a long arm across my stomach. My childhood wasn't really what you'd call fun, he said. I've told you that. It was a lot of classes and tutors, prep school and whatnot. Oh, come on, I prodded further. You were a kid. All kids like to have some fun. What kinds of things did you enjoy doing with your parents? Maybe with your dad when he was alive. Honestly, I still feel like I barely know my mother. She left most of the childcare to my nannies, and after my dad died, the majority of those parenting decisions went to grandmother, not her. Now he was the one looking away, muffling his voice in the pillow to avoid pity. I could imagine that life pretty clearly. The reality was that you didn't exactly see a brigade of mothers crowding around the schools of the Upper East Side. Instead, it was a lot of women with darker skin than their charges' pale, waspish features, or heavily accented English next to the kids' perfect regionless diction. Women named Rosa, Khadijah, or Irina. Strong women, kind women, strict women. In some ways, the real parents of the Upper East Side. Eric blinked, perhaps remembering the same thing. My dad was busy working most of the time, but sometimes he would take me to the park, he said quietly. He liked baseball, too. He used to take me to Yankees games. At one point, I think DVS had a box, but that was a long time ago. You miss him. It wasn't a question. I suppose, he said. I was only 10 when he died. It's hard to miss someone you didn't really know that well. I was still at the point in my life where I thought my dad was a superhero. The man I miss probably didn't really exist. You miss him, I said again. My chest constricted as I remembered my own father. My real father, not the one who had apparently provided half my DNA. When I closed my eyes, I could see Carol Lefferts' kind, homely face. The nose that was a little too big and bulbous. The gray eyebrows Una was always haranguing him to trim. The ready smile whenever he came home from work to be tackled by his over-energetic daughter. I miss home, I whispered. Eric rolled over, then pulled me into him, pressing his nose into my hair so that the rhythms of our heartbeats blended together as one. The tip of his nose was still chilled from being outside, but the rest of him was a furnace. I closed my eyes, relishing the smell of linen, soap, and the salty residue of sweat. His cologne was back in New York, but I could still almost smell it anyway. Can I call my mom? I asked. It's Christmas Eve. I just want to say hi. She probably thinks I'm mad at her again. The look on Eric's face already told me the answer. I'm sorry, Jane, he said. Brandon's PI thinks she's being monitored. We can't risk it. I pressed my lips together and tried not to cry again. I didn't know why I was getting so damn emotional. I knew this was a score when we'd taken flight, and I'd just left a message for her a few days ago from a payphone in Zurich. Maybe it was because it was Christmas Eve. Maybe it was because I'd been away from home, whatever that meant, for almost 4 weeks with no end in sight. I felt shiftless, drifting. Sure, I was with Eric, but that didn't necessarily equal happiness. I needed my people. I needed my life. After we lay there for a few minutes, he grabbed something off his nightstand. Here, he said as he showed me an iPad. I borrowed it from the rental manager. We can't call your mom, but we can say hi to some other people. I rolled onto my stomach with him as he propped the iPad up against the headboard. A few minutes later, he had dialed into an unfamiliar number on the Skype application. And a few seconds later, the faces of almost everyone I knew and loved popped up onto the screen. "Merry Christmas!" they cried. "Ah!" I exploded, hungry to see the faces of my closest friends.
Jenny and Lewis took up most of the screen with their round, pudgy faces, while Skylar and Brandon lingered in the back with Kristoff and Annabelle. Behind them lurked the shadows of other people celebrating Christmas. Their parents, Skylar's grandmother, maybe Kieran and her partner, Pushpa. I twisted a corner of the comforter in my hands. It was funny. When I lived in Chicago, I had gone months, of course, without seeing them. But now that I physically wasn't even allowed to talk to them for days at a time, I missed my friends dearly. "How's the old country?" joked Brandon as he popped what looked like some kind of pastry into his mouth. Of course, it was late morning there. If Sarah was over, no doubt the entire kitchen was full of baked goods, starting with her famous blints. "Are you guys having a good Christmas Eve?" I nodded, overcome for a moment. Yeah, we are. Eric made me go snowshoeing again."
"She's a little sore," Eric put in, "and not in a good way."
"Eric," Skylar admonished him. "Oh my God, Sky, don't be such a prude," I said. She grinned. I grinned back. It was good to talk to friends. Already I felt better. "Any idea when you're coming home?" Skylar asked. I shook my head, trying not to appear sad. "We've only been gone a month. To have a grand European tour, I'd say we need at least 6, maybe a year. What do you think, Petrie?" For that, I was rewarded only with a smile and not even a smack on the ass, which told me I was still being humored.
"At least," Eric murmured.
He turned to Skylar and continued to chat about the firm and its clients, about the kids, about everything else but the elephant in the virtual room. That we were talking like this because we were living like fugitives. Jane! I snapped back and found Skylar staring expectantly into the webcam. "Oh, sorry. I kind of spaced out there." "Yeah, I know," she said. "I just wanted to say I love you, and we miss you." My heart sank again, and because I couldn't stop them, tears welled up and actually overflowed. "Oh, Janie," Sky said. "God damn it." She turned to Brandon. "Isn't there anything we can do? Has Zola said anything new lately?" Brandon shook his head mutely, obviously not wanting to upset me. I shook my head and swiped at my eyes. Shit, I'm sorry. It's okay. I know you guys are doing your best, and we are too. I think it's just because it's Christmas." Eric took my hand and pressed kisses to my fingertips. The gentle gesture made me want to cry harder, so I focused on the ugly burgundy and blue pattern of the comforter until my breathing turned to normal. "Okay," Skylar said doubtfully. "Well, maybe Nina can help. Hold on a second." There was a bit of a shuffle as Skylar handed her phone to someone, and we were apparently carried into another room, beyond the hubbub of the kitchen. Then, to our surprise, Nina's face appeared on the screen.
"Whoa."
Eric scrambled to his seat and picked up the iPad for a better view. I turned around too, and we crowded together over the screen.
"Nina, what are you doing there?"
Hi, Jane. Eric." Nina looked from side to side, her blonde hair swishing delicately around her face, like she was worried she would be overheard just saying hello. Eric and I exchanged twin looks of confusion. "I needed to talk to you," Nina said in hushed tones once she seemed satisfied that no one was listening. "We've been trying to find you for weeks. Skylar had a feeling you might call here over the holidays, so she invited me and Olivia. So nice of them." She said it like she was surprised by the gesture.
"Where's Calvin?"
Eric asked sharply. Nina blinked seriously. "Not here." "He didn't want to spend Christmas with his family?" I asked suspiciously. Nina sighed. "Jane, I realize you don't know my husband well, but I shouldn't think it's surprising that he doesn't prioritize free time with his daughter. Or me, for that matter." Her eyes were suddenly sharp. "Not everyone has that kind of marriage." We were all quiet for a few awkward moments before Eric spoke again.
Look, Nina, you knew I was leaving, he said. I couldn't risk Calvin finding out and telling Carson where we were.
Well, he figured it out. Asking me to step in at board meetings wasn't exactly discreet, you know. And he said something about Florence last week. Were you there?
Eric's mouth pressed into a thin line. Carson must have had more spies than we thought. By some Herculean effort, I managed not to say, "I told you so." From what Eric told me, Nina's pompous ass of a husband had been trying to work his way into the Janus Society for years. It didn't matter that people were generally tapped while in stages of some form of schooling, or that, from what we could tell, positions were generally reserved as one per family, if men were invited at all. As the DeVries member of Janus, Eric held that position. Calvin's efforts were in vain. That obviously didn't stop him from trying to win Carson's attention, though.
This isn't just a honeymoon, is it? Nina asked pointedly.
Eric remained quiet. I just bit my lip.
I thought so, Nina said. Well, in that case, I've been asked to give you a message. If, you know, I just happened to speak to you.
She rolled her eyes. She wasn't really aware of the stakes of what was happening, but she clearly thought all of this, "the spy who shagged me" crap was dumb. I sort of agreed. Eric frowned. "Who asked you to do that?" We looked at each other. "Calvin," Eric said.
So the big bad wolf is coming to get us? I asked.
"Jane," Eric said. "It's not funny." Nina's mouth quivered, so I thought he was wrong about that one.
Calvin told me to pass this on if I could manage it.
She looked almost ashamed to be doing so.
I hope you don't mind, but I read it. And Eric, look, we need you home. The board is wondering what the hell is going on. The stock took another dip, and the executor is starting to talk about breach of the will, even if you are on vacation. You need to come back and sort this out.
Eric wilted slightly. Over the last few weeks, I had enjoyed seeing his confidence re-bloom a bit, but it still wasn't at the point where it had been when I'd met him. I was still waiting for that cocky bastard I loved and hated so much to return fully. More and more, I had a feeling that would be indelibly tied to his willingness to stand up to Carson, my father. That until he could walk around unafraid of the man, he wouldn't regain himself. She unfolded a piece of paper and read a piece of poetry awkwardly aloud. Indigently you feed, your majesty, on proffered sacrifice and breathfuls of prayer. You would starve to naught if children and beggars were not such fools full of hope. And then it says, Hirschenplatz, 1800 hours, December 25th. She looked up again. Does that mean anything to you? Beside me, Eric was shaking his head. Arrogant motherfucker. What? I asked. What is it? It's a quote from Goethe, a poem about Prometheus, Eric said. Carson thinks he's being witty. Refresh us, Professor, I said. Who is Prometheus? Eric sighed. Prometheus is one of the Greek titans. He was bound to a rock by Zeus for sharing fire with people. As part of his punishment, a bird would eat his liver daily. It would grow back to be eaten again. I made a face. That's brutal. He also never apologized for flouting the rules, Eric said. Prometheus always presented himself as a lover of mankind. And that's what Carson thinks he is? Promethean? Nina asked. It's supposed to be ironic, Eric said witheringly. We're the ones on the run, but that asshole is making himself into a martyr. He pushed a hand over his head, causing his hair, which was looking truly awful now that his dark blonde roots were starting to show, to muss up. He's trying to get under my skin. It looks like it's working, Nina said pointedly. If you let it, anyway. I had to smile. I hadn't ever heard Nina challenge anyone in her family directly.
I wonder if the death of her grandmother, with whom she'd been quite close, had sparked some new growth in her as well. The DeVries family needed a new matriarch, after all. I doubted Violet was up to the task.
He's letting us know he knows generally where we are. Eric turned to me. Lucerne is only a half hour from Engelberg. There's a house there where Goethe stayed. He blinked. We should probably leave. Get the hell out of Europe.
My heart sank. I didn't exactly want to talk to John Carson again, but a part of me doubted that running again was the way to go. If the investigators weren't finding anything, what did Eric want to do? Circle the globe for the rest of our lives? That's ridiculous, Nina said bluntly. Eric frowned at the screen. Apparently, he was taken aback by her newfound candor as much as I was.
Nina.
Stop it, she said. We could write off a month as an extended honeymoon for the two of you, but you can't act like a scared bunny forever. It's embarrassing. Eric scowled.
It was hardly the first time his family had called him such a thing, and I knew he didn't exactly take to it. In fact, it made him more likely to do exactly what they didn't want.
Eric, Nina said before he could argue, you don't need to be scared of John Carson. Yes, I know who he is. Brandon and Skylar told me all about him and this ridiculous society. We blinked at each other. Brandon and Skylar must have had quite the discussion with Nina to trust her enough with that information.
Nina, Eric said, do you have any idea what he's capable of?
Do you have any idea what you are capable of, cousin? She retorted. Have you any real idea of the kinds of resources that are at your disposal? I didn't dare look at him. He hadn't really wanted to hear that exact argument from me again since Florence. Eric shook his head.
I'm not going to misuse company funds that way. It's unethical. What do you think? The board is going to approve a family vendetta?
Good Lord. Nina didn't even bother masking her irritation. This is why you need to stop running off, if only to learn about your own actual life. I'm not talking about DVS, Eric. I'm talking about the family holdings. It's explicitly in the will, if you had just stayed to listen to it.
Nina, my trust is not enough to scare off the likes of John Carson. He has half of Congress in his pocket.
So does DVS. Nina gave an exasperated sigh. You really don't know your board, do you? Chariot is owned by one man, Eric. But we're a public company. Do you have any clue how many board members contribute to all of the super PACs we start? Do you have any idea how they all work together to further the interests of the company? If they thought for a moment that John Carson was trying to undermine the company, he would have earned the ire of 12 very powerful people. Chariot Industries might make weapons, but we control the ships and ports where they are delivered. Nothing works without trade, Eric. DeVries shipping makes the world turn. Eric glowered. Obviously, he didn't appreciate being lectured about a business he had been learning for the last 6 months. Or maybe he knew she was right.
That's the company, Nina, he said finally. That's not me. And like I said, my trust alone won't compete with all of John Carson's power.
Nina just exhaled an exasperated breath. Eric, that's just your allowance. If you had actually spoken more with the executor, you'd know that the majority of the family's personal holdings are in a separate account. Grandmother used it for things like this.
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
Security, investigations. You don't become the DeVries family without becoming targets. We protect ourselves. We always have.
That fund, Eric shook his head. That's for the head of the family to manage.
Eric!
Her voice blasted through the tinny speakers. Nina Gardner was demure, well-bred, never one to raise her voice. But she wasn't stopping now.
You are the head of this family, she said evenly, but firmly. Stand up and take your place.
Eric opened his mouth several times, obviously considering a retort, but found he had none.
Hey, I nudged his shoulder. You're not alone in this.
He looked around the room, as if he were hoping one of the pieces of furniture would come to his defense, but of course nothing did. All right, he said finally. The defeat in his voice broke my heart. He reached out for my hand, and when I gave it, he gripped it so tightly that my fingertips turned white.
You're going to Lucerne tomorrow?
Nina asked. Eric nodded. We'll go, he said. His voice dripped with dread. Yeah, we'll go.
I'll change and pack, I said, already standing up. But I am not, under any circumstances, putting those boots back on. They can burn in hell for all I care.
Chapter 25. We arrived in Lucerne the next morning under a haze of fog and snow. It's Christmas, Eric remarked, steering our rental car under a dizzying array of lights strung over one of the bridges. So it is. I looked at him queerly. You didn't realize that? Eric blinked. No, I knew. But that was all he said, as if he were simply mentioning the day of the week. He drove on, feigning concentrating on the road, though the reason for his reticence was clear. He was scared. Lucerne was a relatively small city, an odd juxtaposition of old and new buildings smashed together at the edge of a large lake nestled in the Swiss Alps. It was a bit jarring, really, to drive through loads of picturesque Swiss farmland, complete with fallow fields dotted with brown Swiss cattle and the occasional tractor, and suddenly enter a city over which lorded a 19th century castle and a waterfront casino. Like a lot of European cities, the architecture spanned nearly 1,000 years, but because of the city's density, medieval buildings ran into modern with the disorienting effect of time travel. The city, however, was almost deserted as we rolled in. It was Christmas Day, of course, so most people were with their families. Nearly every shop was closed, and even the famous swans of the lake seemed to be hidden away. We checked into our hotel, but almost immediately Eric wanted to leave. As soon as we had deposited our things, he was up again, pacing the room. I just can't sit here like a fish in a barrel, waiting to be shot, he said. I need to move. Take a walk or something. I didn't know what to say, so I sat on the bed. Eric turned at the door. Are you coming? Do you want me to come? Finally, his gaze softened. He walked across the room and knelt in front of me. I always want you to come. Well, good, I said, trying unsuccessfully to appear nonchalant. Because I don't want you to go anywhere alone right now. Again, tears sprang to my eyes as I cupped his face. Lord, the intensity of this trip was really getting to me. I never cried like this. But sometimes I forgot just how beautiful he was. It wasn't a blinding beauty. Eric was more like a statue, carved and solid, but not necessarily ornate. His appeal was unwavering, something you wouldn't always notice, but when you took the time to look, made it hard to see straight. His eyes, so often the color of time-worn marble, blinked up at me, bright and full of love. I brushed my thumbs over his knife-edged cheekbones. His eyes shut, and his long lashes cast a light shadow over his fair skin. He laid his head in my lap, and his arms encircled my waist. Jesus Christ, Jane. You have no fucking clue how much I love you.
Do you? I wondered before I could even help it. Sometimes I honestly had a hard time remembering. Even after all this time. Even after a month. Even after all I've cost you?
You've cost me?
Eric sounded genuinely confused. Well, if I wasn't John Carson's long-lost daughter, he would have left you alone, wouldn't he? We wouldn't be in this shitty situation. He looked up with a somewhat amused expression.
The fact that you think any of this is your fault blows me away.
He swallowed hard.
The more time I spend with you, the more I realize I'm nothing without you, Jane. Abso-fucking-lutely nothing.
I don't like it when you talk about yourself like that. I stroked his cheek again, and he closed his eyes, leaning into the light touch. Eric, I whispered, and then, because I couldn't think of anything else to say, it's Christmas. He offered a crooked smile.
So it is.
Merry Christmas. Could I be any lamer? Christmas is a time to be with the ones you love, isn't that right? Eric deflated. He knew I missed my family, my friends.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, I cupped his cheek, this time the one forcing him to look at me. Then I'm in the right place. That smile reappeared, complete with a dimple in his left cheek.
You think so, pretty girl?
I smiled. I couldn't help it. But instead of shouting how much I loved him and tackling him onto the bed, I decided that now would be the best time to give him his present. Eric watched curiously as I dug a small jewelry box out of my bag. It had been hard to buy without him knowing. Eric hardly ever wanted to spend time apart, considering how worried he was that we were being followed. But I'd managed to get this piece in one of the little old shops on the Ponte Vecchio one day when he was running. He opened the box and pulled out the simple gold chain, at the bottom of which hung a small medallion, about the size of a nickel. Turning it back and forth in the light, he examined the engraving across the front and back of the hand-pounded disc. On the front was his father's full name, Jacob de Vries, followed by 1957 to 1996. On the back was Eric's full name, followed only by his date of birth. Eric fingered the disc, remaining quiet. You originally wore the coin because it was your dad's, right?
Yeah.
He continued to examine the necklace while I grew nervous. His hand drifted up to the open collar of his shirt, to the empty space where the coin had hung before Brandon smashed it.
He was about to become chairman too. When he died. I don't know. I guess I just thought it was a way of carrying his memory with me.
Eric rubbed his face.
And then it became a clusterfuck. But yeah, I guess it was a way of taking him with me.
If it's too morbid, I understand, I said. He was so still, so intense as he stared at the disc, that I wondered if I'd made a huge mistake. I just thought...
It's great,
he interrupted, his silver eyes meeting mine like a gust of wind.
Jane, it's great. Thank you.
He pressed a kiss on my head. I sat back a little awkwardly. It wasn't exactly the response I had been hoping for. You're welcome. He frowned, like he was wrestling with something.
I was alone for a long time. I mean, I had friends. I had Skylar and Brandon, other people I met at Harvard and around Boston, but no one ever knew. They never knew who I was, you know?
I nodded. I hadn't either, really.
You know me better than anyone, he said. Even before I told you anything, you always did.
He swallowed, and his eyes actually glistened. That, of course, was it for me in my current state of mind. My own tears started to overflow again, falling down my cheeks one at a time. I pulled off my glasses and swiped at my eyes. Eric smiled and used his thumb to brush away a few other tears.
Shit. Would you believe I don't have anything for you to open? He said, wiping at his eyes too.
I giggled nervously. It's okay. It's been kind of an odd Christmas. God, we're basically a Hallmark card anyway today, aren't we?
I did get you something, though.
He pulled a card out of his wallet and handed it to me. Tessuto di Lorenzo, I read awkwardly, stumbling over the Italian. I looked up. This is the fabric store I found in Milan. Their stuff was to die for. On the day we had walked around Milan before taking the train north to Switzerland, I had spent a solid 4 hours in the shop, swimming in a sea of textiles. Eric nodded.
I bought you, a few bolts of fabric. That's what they're called, right? Bolts.
Really? I squealed. I had wanted to send some home, but had decided it was too much of a hassle, given the fact that I didn't actually know when we were going to go there, if at all. Oh my God, what did you get? Eric shrugged, like it was absolutely nothing.
Everything.
What? You bought out an entire fabric shop? That's like thousands of yards of fabric.
Well, no, he said nonchalantly. Not the whole shop, just the ones you liked.
My jaw practically hit the ground. I had mooned over at least 20 different fabrics in there. If Eric was keeping track, holy shit, I could literally design an entire fashion line, not just a few pieces here and there. If, of course, the idea wasn't absolutely ridiculous.
You know what I love about you, Jane? Eric said, interrupting my thoughts.
I stilled, though visions of boat-necked shirts and paper bag waists were dancing through my head. What's that?
Well, a lot of things, he said. But even when we're fighting, even when I had to come home late and sleep in another fucking room right next to you, I'd still get to look into your room and see what you were making. I love the way you create, Jane. It's inspiring. You're inspiring.
Eric smiled. And this one wasn't cocky or knowing. It wasn't his lady killer smile either, the one he used to charm people, male and female alike. It was simple, honest.
I just want to see what you'll make. I just want to see you happy.
We examined each other for a few more moments. Sometimes it was hard to realize that we were here, amidst all the drama, all the games, all the fights, all the hurt. Somehow we had come to a place where we could say plainly to each other those 3 simple words. I love you, I blurted out before I could think too hard about it. Eric cocked his head.
I know, gorgeous.
No, I mean, I really fucking love you, I kept on. Not because you're worth the earth. I did, Eric. I loved you so much, way before I knew anything about your money or your family. It pisses me off, but I love the way you never let anything bother you. I love how you appreciate beauty, even something as small as a verse of poetry. I love how you're like this calm to my storm, how you forgive almost anyone and everything. How you really would do anything for people you love, even the ones who hurt you the most. Even people like me. By the time I'd finished, all amusement on Eric's face had disappeared, leaving only an intense, watchful expression that made me feel pinned into place.
Say it again, he said. I want to hear you say it again.
You just said it, I said. I wanted to say it too.
God damn it, Jane, just say it again.
And then, like the emotion was too much for him to handle, Eric's face darkened, and he launched himself at me, steel hands wrapping around my arms, yanking me to him. But he didn't kiss me. Not yet.
Sometimes, he whispered,
just a hair's breadth from my lips.
It's just too fucking much.
I stared at his mouth, and then I nodded. Sometimes it really was.
Say it again, he ordered. Please.
I dragged my gaze up to meet his and fought to hold it even. His own burned into me. I love you, I pronounced as clearly as I could. I love you, you ridiculous, romantic, infuriatingly beautiful fucking man. I love you, and I always will. I swear to God, I could hear our hearts beating wildly in time, like drums in the wind.
I love you too, Eric said.
And then, finally, he kissed me. It wasn't a gentle kiss. It was harsh and defensive, almost threatening. His lips practically warred with mine, and I fought right back, beating my fists into his chest while I took each tormented twist of his tongue again and again. For some, love is sweet, but for Eric and me, it was a war. A war we were desperate to fight together, not against each other. Against ourselves, maybe. Because in our hearts, Eric and I were both people who were never quite comfortable with the world when it was sweet. We needed a bit of fight to make our peace seem real. And if it wasn't there, we'd have to create it ourselves. I gasped as his teeth scraped across my neck. Eric reached in front of my blouse, took both sides of the shirt and ripped it clean apart. I stared at the buttons rolling across the carpet. I was wearing that, I said, though my sarcasm wasn't particularly heartfelt. I kind of wanted to fix the shirt just to see him tear it open again.
If you try to keep anything between us right now, pretty girl,
he growled, his teeth once again finding the lobe of my ear with a delightful pinch.
I will fucking demolish it.
His hands busied themselves with my jeans, and not to be overshadowed, I hurriedly undressed him too. Within moments, we were skin to skin. Maybe it was the meeting with Carson in a few hours' time. Maybe it was the fact that it was Christmas, and in that moment, we were all each other had. But for once, Eric and I were truly on the same wavelength. We needed each other, maybe more than we had ever needed anything in our lives. We tumbled back onto the bed. Spending the last month practically attached at the hip had somehow only made me crave the man more. His lean body buried me in the plush sheets, and he entered almost immediately.
Fuck,
he hissed as his cock found my slick, aching center.
You are so ready for me.
I dug my fingers into his hips, wrapping my legs around his waist, eager to feel the powerful flex of muscles as he filled me again and again. Eric, I moaned. Lord, my nerves were on fire. I wasn't going to take long. I had 30 seconds, maybe a minute left before I was going to explode. This had to be some kind of record.
Stay with me, gorgeous,
he murmured as he pummeled forward.
Feel me. God damn it, Jane. Feel us.
And so I did. I clung to his flexed arms, his rippling chest, his strained neck like I was lost at sea and he was the buoy. For the first time in my entire life, I gave myself completely to every unnameable sensation flowing through our joined bodies. Because it was him. It was Eric. Somewhere deep inside, beyond the constraints of body and mind, some part of me came alive when I was with him. And in giving myself up to it, I had ironically never felt stronger.
Do you feel this?
His hips ground into me, driving a rhythm that was setting me alight.
Do you feel what we are?
Yes, I cried and arched my back, trying to open myself more. And then, just as I was positive we were about to split apart together, Eric stopped. I opened my eyes. What? My voice was shaky, hardly even coherent. My entire body throbbed. All I wanted was him. Eric's eyes were bright, 2 stars in the dark of the room.
Just listen,
he said as he drifted kisses all over my face.
Right here, right now. This is what you do for me, Jane.
What? I pleaded. What do I do?
I never feel more powerful than right here, he said. Right now. Inside you. Possessing you.
Eric, I whimpered, knowing that it was true. He did possess me. I was his. A creature no longer myself, weak and strong all at once, because of him.
And all it makes me want, he said as he began to drive forward again, is to give myself to you.
Please, I whimpered, unable to wait any longer. I needed the release. I needed him.
Take it, Jane, he ordered as his merciless pace drove even harder. Take me.
And I exploded. Eric. His name erupted from my chest, my soul, as I split into a million pieces and took him with me, just like he said. He collapsed over me, his beautiful body an effigy of passion, doused with sweat and heat. We spilled into each other, holding nothing back, until the lines between us were no longer clear, until there were no boundaries between us at all. Sometime later, we floated back to reality. Outside, twilight was setting in as the afternoon drew to a close, with a few flakes of snow floating past the window and down to the dark waters of the lake. I rolled onto my arms to watch the snowfall. I just want to stay here, I said as Eric joined me, wrapping his body over mine, a warm, muscular shelter. I want to do that again and again for the rest of the night. Fuck Carson. Let him stand in the snow.
Later, he whispered, drifting his lips across my bare shoulder. Right now, we have an appointment to keep.
I arched my brow. We? Not that I was ever going to let him meet with Carson without me, but I had certainly been expecting a fight. When he had asked me before if I was coming, I had honestly thought he meant for a walk. Eric nodded.
Where you go, I go, right? Well, it goes both ways, gorgeous.
And despite his fear, despite the fact that a terrible, horrible man who seemed hell-bent on ruining both of our lives was waiting for us only blocks away, I grinned. I absolutely beamed, because I knew that all I could ever need was right here in this room. And for once, he knew it too. Chapter 26. We got ready silently, the air filled with an eerie heaviness, like we were getting ready to go to battle. We showered together, scrubbing each other's bodies nearly raw. Eric washed my hair, his skilled fingers weaving through my locks and massaging my scalp. He remained completely still while I helped him shave, his gray eyes glinting like steel the entire time. When he made love to me again as the water cascaded down our bodies, it was with slow, deliberate movements akin to putting on armor. His teeth and fingers dug into my skin, memorizing the lines of my body with a new concentration I'd never really seen. When he found his release, it was with a furious shout that echoed off the tiled walls. It was almost like losing control that way allowed him to rebuild himself that much stronger. We dressed silently for the cold. Him in a pair of tailored wool pants, sleek black boots, and a blue sweater that cast the same hue through his gray eyes. Me in black jeans, knee-high black boots, and a chunky turtleneck with military-style buttons up one side. Eric worked product into his hair until it shone, while he watched me apply makeup. A smoky eye and, of course, the bright red lipstick that was probably too garish for the holiday, but made sense tonight. After all, if anyone wanted to fuck with Eric, I was out for blood.
I don't think I've ever seen you wear that since law school, he said, as I took a moment to put in my nose stud.
I examined the tiny diamond in the mirror. It was the first piercing I ever got. Did you know that? Eric shook his head as he continued messing with his hair. I was 15, and my mother still hadn't let me do anything I wanted with my face, my hair, anything. I hadn't even been allowed to pierce my ears yet. He examined me with amusement.
It's hard to imagine you without all of that.
I nodded in agreement. I know. I remember when I was finally allowed to wear makeup, I felt like I found my real face.
You know I like the one underneath, don't you?
I cast him an obvious look. Well, yeah, I like it too. I just mean the ability to change things. That was my face. Eric smiled, and my stomach warmed.
I get it. You're a chameleon.
I guess. Anyway, when I was in high school, I managed to pay off some seedy shop downtown with an extra $50. I borrowed my friend's ID. These guys couldn't tell the difference between two Asian girls anyway, and got my nose pierced. When I showed up that night, Yuna flipped. Like, grounded me for a month. No friends, no concerts, no nothing. But you know what? She told me when I graduated high school that she liked it.
I always liked it too.
I shrugged. She's always been funny like that. She holds on to things, and then she'll surprise you. Eric left to find his coat, and I examined myself sadly in the mirror. There's a pang in my chest when I thought of my mother. More than ever, I wanted to talk to her, let her know I was okay, that despite all of our differences, I loved her so much. My eyes started to water again, and I sniffed back the tears furiously. I wasn't ruining my makeup right now. I could cry over when this was over.
Here.
Eric handed me the burner phone. He looked at me knowingly.
Call her. Wish her a Merry Christmas.
I took the phone. Did you call yours?
No.
He pressed a sweet kiss to my forehead.
But I will. Call your mother, Jane. It doesn't matter now. They found us anyway.
So I did. But unfortunately, she wasn't home. The call to her cell phone went to voicemail too. And after I left an awkward message wishing her a Merry Christmas and asking to talk when she got home, I handed the phone back to Eric. She's probably at Gion's for the holiday, I said. I don't have that number memorized. I'll try again when we get back. He took the phone and sat on the bed to wait while I finished braiding my hair into a severe fishtail and put on a pair of black cat-eye frames.
Jane.
I turned and Eric beckoned to me. He held out the necklace I had given him for Christmas.
Help me put it on.
I crawled around him and clasped the chain, then lingered with my fingers dipping just below the starched blue collar of his shirt, feeling the line of his collarbone and the curve where his pectoral muscles lifted. Eric's hand covered mine, and I pressed my nose into his neck. He had watched me clip my rings around my neck again, though he hadn't put on his own. I didn't want to press it, ask what the hell we were doing. I figured after tonight, maybe we could talk about what had happened within about a week. Or not.
I love you,
he said again. I inhaled his scent, the musky hotel soap combined with the clean vibrance that only belonged to him. I know, I replied with closed eyes. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. Keeping one hand over mine at his collarbone, Eric swiped open his messages, then quickly stowed the phone.
That was Tony,
he said.
It's time.
My stomach was in knots as we rode the elevator down, my palms sweaty in the pockets of my coat. I was so tense that I nearly jumped when we walked out onto the street and were met by 3 large men in black coats. Their thick boots left deep prints in the thin layer of snow on the pavement.
Mr. DeVries.
Tony, Eric's bodyguard from New York, greeted us with a nod, then gestured to the 2 men standing behind him.
Mrs. DeVries.
Eric and I both stiffened, but neither of us corrected the name. Instead, he squeezed my hand tightly in his and nodded to Tony.
This is Devin and James, colleagues of mine from London, Tony said. Best I could find after you called, sir.
I looked curiously at Eric. When did you?
When you were asleep last night, Eric replied. He already knew we were going to be here. I'm not interested in being dragged to another fucking dungeon anytime soon. And it's like you and Nina said. Carson's not the only one with resources. It's time I trust some of mine.
Tony nodded in agreement.
Devin is former MI6, and James served with the Queen's Guard. I trust them both with my life, sir. And, as you know, the Brits are no friends of Chariot.
Eric shook the new men's hands, and they both tipped imaginary hats at me. I smiled again at Tony. I quite liked the fact that Eric had decided to trust his grandmother after all by keeping him in his service. Celeste would have enjoyed the fact that he had rehired her original pics.
We scouted the location, Tony was saying. Devin watched the square all day. No one's been there. There's no sign of John Carson in Lucerne at all, although it's possible he arrived before we did.
Eric took a deep breath, then sighed.
He's here. He wouldn't pass this up.
He turned to me.
Ready, pretty girl?
For what? I wanted to ask, but instead I just nodded. Let's tell El Chapo where he can shove it and go home. One side of Eric's mouth quirked, and he delivered another lightning-quick kiss.
Let's do it,
he agreed. We headed out into the snow. If Lucerne had felt quiet when we arrived this afternoon, now it was basically a cemetery. Though several churches were likely still open, nearly everyone we passed had their heavy doors shut against the cold, their masses held only in the morning. Most people were clearly home with their families to celebrate Christmas. Led by Tony in front while the other two guards trailed us, Eric and I walked through the heart of the city, across the smaller of the two medieval footbridges that crossed the river feeding into the lake. The interior of the covered bridge was striped by shadows and Christmas decorations, with garland and twinkling lights lining its interior everywhere. Below us, the famous swans of Lucerne floated in the water, heads tucked under their wings, seeking shelter from the snowfall. Across the water, we climbed into the city, past the deserted shops and apartment buildings that were all uncharacteristically dark. Eric was silent, and so were the guards. And then we reached the plaza. Tony, Devin, and James hung back in the perimeter shadows, while Eric and I wandered to the center. Hirschenplatz was a small stone square surrounded by 18th and 19th century apartment buildings, several of them painted with charming old murals. Across one, deer dancing up and down the stucco sides, hence the name Hirschen, German for deer. Snow stuck to the stone benches and the bricked ground. The city was swathed in a blanket of silence. Eric looked around. The square was empty. I checked my watch. It's 5:05. We're right on time.
Actually, you're late. I've been freezing my balls off for the last 15 minutes waiting for you and your little pixie, Triton.
We swung around, finding a tall man who looked vaguely familiar to me, stepping out of one of the far shadows. I didn't know his name, but he'd flanked Carson in the church when he'd interrupted our wedding. He'd watched Eric succumb to that strange call with something that, even in my desperate confusion, I understood as glee.
You.
The word, so innocuous, slipped out of Eric's mouth with pure vitriol. His generally unruffled demeanor had disappeared, instead replaced by such ugly, naked aggression that I almost didn't recognize him.
Triton, you didn't really expect the Caesar to fly all the way to this backwoods town just to talk, did you?
Eric and I both frowned. Lucerne wasn't exactly a hut in the middle of nowhere.
What the fuck are you doing here, Jude? Eric snapped. Where's Carson?
The man named Jude clicked his tongue. Yeah, that made me want to punch him in the face, too.
Language, Triton, language. Coarse words don't become a man of your station. A soon-to-be chairman, is that right? A little bird tells me the board will be voting next week. If, of course, you're brave enough to show your face."
Just like that, Eric's stony mask resumed its place. And for once, I was glad to see its arrival. I didn't want to give this bastard one iota of our emotions. It was clear that, like most bullies, he was the type who got off on ruffling people's feathers.
"Jane and I are returning to New York tomorrow," Eric said.
I jerked. I certainly hadn't been aware of those plans. He glanced at me with a spark of hope.
"Together."
Jude, however, was not amused.
"That's taking some chances, Triton. You might not like those odds."
"And why's that?" I asked. Jude turned to me like he had just realized I was there.
"You shouldn't be here, Cho-Cho-san."
My eyes narrowed. "Did you just call me Madam Butterfly?" He cocked his head like he was watching a circus exposition.
"Look at that. She reads, too." "Cut the shit, Jude," Eric snapped. "What are you doing here? Where's Carson?" "First of all, Triton, let's use our terms of respect, shall we? You should refer to the Caesar as Titan, and I'd prefer if your girl here wasn't that familiar with my name either."
He turned to me with a wink.
"It's Hermes to you, my little courtesan."
It took everything I had not to gather a snowball and chuck it at this asshole's face. What in the fuck was it with people like him referring to me as a prostitute?
Jude, the fuck if I'm going to think of him as a Greek deity,
turned back to Eric with amusement.
"You're going to leave the girl in New York and continue to Los Angeles," he told Eric. "Tomorrow." "No."
Jude sighed, like he was dealing with an errant child.
"Need I remind you what happened the last time you disobeyed your Caesar's orders, Eric? I can assure you that the next time he won't be so lenient. In fact, he might not be lenient at all."
I blinked. Was that what I thought it was? This jackass was literally threatening Eric with death if he didn't run to a meeting? Shoulder to shoulder with him, I thought I could feel a slight shudder through Eric's coat. But externally, he showed no sign of backing down.
"Carson."
"Titan," Jude corrected.
"John fucking Carson wouldn't do that," Eric spat. "He acts like a kingpin, but he's no better than a common thug. A bully with a lot of big weapons who likes to swing his dick around. What you're trying to be, I suppose."
Jude narrowed his beady eyes.
"I have a message for you, Triton, and you'd be wise to heed it. Deorum vocas."
I froze, and not because of the snow. There they were again, those two odd words that Carson had spoken in the middle of St. John the Divine. They had echoed off the stone walls, and the minute he'd said them, Eric had apologized and without another word had followed him out. This time, however, when Eric didn't move, Jude became visibly irritated.
"Don't make me recite the entire thing," he said in a bored voice. "You know how much that annoys me. It annoys everyone." "That's because it was a stupid verse to begin with," Eric returned. "He was too lazy to find one that actually fit. He just liked the sound of the footnoted version so much better that he just had to use it." "That's not really the point, Triton." "True. The point is that it doesn't fucking matter at all."
Eric took my hand, his fingers gripping tightly around my glove.
"You can recite Virgil until you're blue in the face. It's not a magic spell. I'm not coming."
"Virgil?" I repeated. "Is this for real? You guys just hop around the globe reciting Roman poetry to each other as summons?" I couldn't help but giggle. The whole thing was ridiculous, like something out of an Edgar Allan Poe poem. "Do you have a secret handshake, too? Maybe some pointy hoods and matching canes?" Ignoring me completely, Jude began to intone.
Medium video decidere coelum, palantesque polostellas, sequaro mina tanta, quiquis diorum vocas mien arma. I turned to Eric. What is that? Latin, Eric said quietly. It's the verse from the Aeneid. Doesn't know her classics either, Jude's voice boomed. How terribly plebeian. This is what happens without a proper education, of course. Where did you attend school? Kanji State? I pressed open my mouth, ready to tell him I went to the University of Fuck White Nationalism, but Eric cut in. She attended Harvard, you racist dick. Before that, Northwestern. In Chicago, where she's from. And my mother's Korean, I added, not Japanese. Jude rolled his eyes, like we were pointing out the differences between two shades of blue, not entire nationality differences. Regardless, I have to enlighten her. His green eyes pierced, even through the twilight. Diorum vocas is a calling. It refers to a loose translation as follows. I can see the clouds parting, the stars riding, the arching skies. I follow a sign so clear. Whoever you are, the gods who call me into action. When he was finished, Jude looked triumphant, like he was a spelling bee contestant. We're all supposed to know the Caesar's call, Triton. Everyone picks their verse to call upon members' obedience, just like your father did. I blinked back and forth. What's a Caesar? You keep saying that. Jude turned to me, now visibly irritated. It's a salad, Yoko. What do you think? I scowled, but before I could cut back at him, Eric gripped my wrist, pulling my attention to him. It means king, he clarified. Like Julius Caesar. It's someone who is voted in, but also remains in power until his death. It's how the leadership of the society works. Realization dawned on me. And your father? Held the position, yes, he said. As did my grandfather before him. Barely. Jude suddenly appeared next to us, apparently not wanting to be left out of the conversation. Poseidon had what, 6 whole months before his little boat was smashed? He chuckled. Eric's jaw tightened. Pity, really. His death ruined your family's nearly spotless line of succession. Okay, I gotta ask, I interrupted. What's with the names? Greek, Roman? Why not just use your real names all the time, since you obviously all know each other? It's none of your business, Jude said, his smooth demeanor finally decomposing. He turned to Eric. She shouldn't be here anyway, Triton. Carson might forgive it because she's his offspring, but considering he forbade this liaison to begin with, I sincerely doubt it. Just one more penance you'll have to serve. So we're back to Carson? I mimed obnoxiously large finger quotes, enjoying the way my continued poking seemed to break Jude's smug exterior. What happened to Titan? You would do well not to test my temper, chickie, he snapped. I'm not very nice to people who do. You would do well not to threaten my wife, Hermes. Eric's voice cut through Jude's and my banter like a machete as he stood to his full 6 feet 2 inches, nearly eye to eye with his adversary. And I'll remind you right now that your contributions to the society don't happen without my family's ports. Hard to smuggle girls and drugs to meetings without customs looking the other way, isn't it? Jude examined Eric, looking very much like he wanted to throw something much worse than a few cutting phrases. But instead, he took a breath and turned his attention back to me. Wife, he asked, have you made it official then? He looked down at my hand, which was, thankfully, covered by my glove. We haven't seen any papers filed, Triton. And believe me, Titan has been watching very closely. I had been holding my breath since Eric said the word, and now I waited for him to answer Jude's question.
To say in no uncertain terms that we were on our way back to New York to do exactly that. Sign the papers, file the contracts, resume our life, this time married, just like we had wanted.
We're on no one's timeline but our own, Jude, Eric said. And if you're going to tell Carson anything, it's that I officially abdicate my position in the Janus Society. I want nothing to do with it. Ever. You can't just watch me, Eric snapped. He can cite all the idiotic Latin he wants. He can storm into board meetings, kidnap me again. But I won't be making the same mistakes twice. Did you know he tracks us, Jude? He replaced all the coins we wear, so now they record everything we do. The corrupt bastard is spying on us.
He pointed to the bracelet that was peeking out from under Jude's sleeve. From the man's suddenly blank face, I gathered he was unaware of this development.
It's time for Carson to learn that he doesn't dictate the terms of my life or anyone else in the society, Eric continued. And that includes marrying his daughter, whether he wants me to or not. It's not his choice.
Oh, Triton, Jude scoffed. Don't you understand? He just doesn't want you to have her. It's your lesson in obedience. Carson doesn't care about this massage parlor refuse any more than he cares about what gets put out on the street for the trash man. Eric threw a punch so quickly it was over before I blinked. His fist landed on Jude's nose with a sickening crunch, and a second later, Jude was lying on the ground after his head slammed against the brick.
Try that again,
Eric said, sounding like a man who had just shouted loud across the entire city for an hour. A lock of hair flopped onto his forehead while he shook out his hand. Flecks of blood landed in the snow, relics of a split knuckle.
Say one more fucking word about her. Even think it, and I'll break a fuck lot more than your nose, you spoiled fucking prick.
You'll regret this, Jude hissed as he pushed up from the ground. From the way his nose was bleeding, I guessed it was actually broken. He clutched at the bridge, red-faced from blood and anger alike.
Not as much as you'll regret disrespecting Jane, Eric snapped. Carson wants me to remember who he is. You tell him to remember who I am. Eric Sebastian Franklin DeVries, son of one of the oldest families in this country, and every leader of the Janus Society for the last 100 years. Carson wants to mess with me? He messes with a fucking dynasty.
Jude took a step forward, and before he could even think about launching a counterattack, Tony, James, and Devon appeared from the shadows, 3 looming figures forming a small fleet of muscle behind Eric's determined form. I just watched, slack-jawed. I'd never seen this side of him. Even though I'd practically begged it to come out, now that it had, I wasn't sure I knew what to do with it. Jude sneered.
It's never been in the best interests of the DeVries men to put a woman before Janus, Eric.
Eric started, then stilled.
What in the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Jude smirked. I think you know.
Penny.
The word was a whisper, nearly carried away on the wind, but it came from Eric, and in that moment, his hand dropped mine.
You bastards. You didn't.
Jude smiled, a nasty red smile through which the whites of his teeth shone like a skeleton. I guess we'll never know, but I'll say this. The poor girl was certainly an easy target. She never belonged in Dartmouth or anywhere near the likes of you, and deep down, I think she knew it. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang. The gravity of the name slowly sank in as Jude spoke. Penny. Penelope Costas. Eric's former fiancée. The girl he was convinced his family had bullied into suicide had died because of Jude. Carson. Janice. The question was, why? Unfortunately, Eric didn't have time to ask. He launched at Jude, moving with fury, if little grace, and running on enough surprise and adrenaline that he was able to tackle the bigger man into the building behind him. Bits of painted stucco fell from their impact in a spray of pastel green that mixed with the bloody snow in a hideous parody of Christmas cheer.
Do you know what the statute of limitations is on murder, you slimy little sociopath?
Eric shouted as he shoved Jude to the ground.
You're going to jail, asshole. You and the entire fucking society. You murdered an innocent girl and... Eric.
Tony jumped forward and pulled Eric away, but not before he landed one last kick to Jude's ribs. I cowered back, my arms wrapped firmly around my waist. A few lights around the plaza actually went on. We needed to get out of here.
You'll pay for that, Triton. The name is Eric, you entitled son of a bitch.
Eric spat, the saliva landing perilously close to Jude's face.
I don't need to hide behind anonymity. I'm proud of who I am.
That's right, I chimed in. He doesn't like nicknames, Gatsby. The only one allowed to use them is me. But it wasn't the time for laughs. Eric looked like he was 2 seconds from delivering another round of heat. Jude, however, cowered against the wall, above which a painting of Goethe, the poet, witnessed everything.
You can tell Carson I'm no longer at his beck and call, Eric said, still held at bay, but just barely. And if he has a problem with that, he can talk to me himself. Because the next time I see you or any of his little messengers near me or mine, I'll do a lot worse than break your fucking nose. I'll break your entire fucking life.
Before Jude could respond, Eric finally extricated himself from Tony, shaking off his shoulders and head like a wet dog after jumping into a lake. When he had finally calmed, he turned to me with eyes like stone.
Come on, Jane,
he said, though he didn't extend a hand.
Let's go home.
Interlude 3. Police guided the cars from First Presbyterian to the old cemetery by St. Mark's. Eric sat in the back of the limo with grandmother, watching the flashing lights of their motorcycles blinking red and blue, so he wouldn't have to think about the contents of the car in front of them. All the cars were black. Dad was in the first weird-shaped one. Grandmother called it a hearse, followed by Eric and grandmother's limo. His mother, Heather, rode in the second limo with Aunt Violet, Uncle Peter, and Nina. The rest of the family, all the extended cousins and so-and-sos, brothers or sisters-in-law, followed in their own cars or taxis, a strange, sad parade through New York. He had heard people whispering in the church. It was boring, listening to the minister talk about his father like he wasn't there, like his body wasn't fully on display in the big brown box. Eric had focused on the giant photo next to the coffin, the one of his dad grinning in a suit. It wasn't how he remembered him, but it was better than the waxy body. Dad had liked to smile, sure, but his hair was always a little ruffled from the wind, not combed neatly like the picture. His shirts were always a little wrinkled. He loved bugging grandmother by ruining them, and he never, ever wore a tie unless he was forced. Still, the twinkle in his eye that Eric had always known and loved was still there. And as Eric gazed at the picture, he could almost imagine that the people in the church weren't crying for his father, that his father wasn't actually dead. They filed across the cemetery, following the coffin as it was carried by the men in suits, uncles, cousins, and unfamiliar friends, across the green field to the family plot. Eric had taken a seat in the front next to grandmother while they waited for the ceremony to begin. His mother sat behind them, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief. Eric didn't turn to her, and she had not offered to do anything for him either. When they had gotten the news about Dad,
She had been playing tennis at the club, and Eric had been home with Nina and Katerina, the current nanny. Katerina had offered all the hugs he needed, and grandmother had arrived soon after with, well, not exactly words of encouragement, more like instructions, what they would do and when. Eric didn't have any other questions after that, and when he did cry, it was in his room, alone. He stole a glance at the woman he was supposed to call mother. At 10, Eric barely knew her anymore. Everyone kept asking him if he needed his mother, told him they had to take care of each other now. But why would he want comfort from someone he barely knew? A man approached and bent down next to grandmother, the heels of his shiny shoes sinking into the dewy grass. Grandmother frowned. "Garrett, what are you doing here?" The old butler held out his hand. In it was a necklace, a gold chain, on which hung an oddly shiny but old-looking gold coin. It was about the size of a quarter, but thicker, and had an odd picture of a man with two faces. "It was on his body when it was recovered, ma'am," droned Garrett, as expressionless and haughty as ever. "The detectives delivered it to the church. I brought it here because," he glanced at Eric, "I thought it might be wanted." Celeste picked up the coin and examined it critically, turned it back and forth between her gloved fingers, then removed one glove and scratched the coin with her thumbnail. "Terrible workmanship," she muttered to herself. 200 years and they couldn't do better than gold plating? Garrett wisely said nothing, but gave an almost imperceptible nod to let his mistress know he agreed. Celeste handed back the coin. "Donate it. We have no use for it now." "No!" Eric nearly shouted it, disrupting several of the people assembling around the gravesite. Celeste turned, but Garrett paused. "Eric," she said evenly, though her expression was deadly, "do we shout?" Behind her, Heather, Eric's mother, shrank, despite the fact that Celeste's wrath wasn't at all directed at her. Her deep brown eyes were reddened around the rims, and her bright blonde hair had a few strands out of place. All Eric could see was the flashing coin. "It was Dad's," he whispered fiercely, enough to attract a few glances from the people filing in for the final service. "Eric, I'm not shouting." His voice was low, but so emphatic it was practically a hiss. Celeste swallowed and patted her hair. Eric sensed that she didn't know what to say. It wouldn't do for the deceased son to throw a tantrum in front of all of these important people. But at the same time, he also knew that later, he would pay dearly for his disobedience. But as he glanced at the coin, still shining in Garrett's hand, Eric knew without a doubt that he would take any punishment she allocated to keep this one thing of his father's. Celeste seemed to realize this fact. "Give it to him." After Eric accepted the necklace from Garrett, he only wilted slightly when he saw his grandmother's ice-cold expression. "There will be consequences for your misbehavior," she said quietly. Eric just nodded, sticking his chin out slightly. "I understand, grandmother." She watched him for a moment, and then, almost like she approved of his willingness to take it on the chin, nodded back. The ceremony started, but Eric didn't watch. He didn't listen as the minister said verses and prayers about the shadow of death. He didn't hear the moans of his mother as the coffin was lowered into the earth. He stood when he was told, and sat when he was told, all the while focusing his attention on the shiny gold coin that flashed in the afternoon sun. "No goodbyes," he whispered as people stepped forward to throw roses into the grave. For a moment, he considered throwing in the coin, but his fist wouldn't open when he stepped forward. "Eric," grandmother said as she stepped back from the grave. She clutched a handkerchief, but her eyes were dry. The wrinkles at their corners looked deeper than usual. Eric stepped away. He remembered now. They had to leave. More people were coming to the penthouse to pay their respects. Then, and only then, would he be able to escape back to his parents' apartment near the park, read his favorite Shel Silverstein books, and try to pretend that his dad was still on a sailing trip, instead of just having died on one. He followed them in a line. His mother, then his grandmother, then him, past all the people who watched them and murmured how sad and sorry it all was. Eric barely saw their faces until one in particular, a man standing at the back of the crowd, found him with a deep gaze so dark Eric thought his eyes might have no color at all, just black like the sketch drawings in Where the Sidewalk Ends. His mother stiffened as she passed the man, who reached out and touched her arm sympathetically.
"My condolences, Heather,"
he said. Thank you, John," she whispered. Then she dabbed at her eyes again and hurried on, her high heels kicking up dirt with each step, like she wanted to run but couldn't. As Eric filed behind Celeste, the man named John spied him, and his dark eyes flashed again. Up close, though, they weren't as dark as before. Hazel, actually, a cross between brown and green.
"Ah," he said. "The young heir. Eric, is it?"
Eric bit his lip, but knowing that he would be in a lot of trouble if he didn't answer, grandmother did not abide rudeness. He simply nodded. "Yes, sir." The man smiled. He reminded Eric of a shark.
"Well-mannered, I see. Celeste, you've trained him well. Better than Jake, I hope."
"That's enough, John." Eric looked up. Grandmother was glaring at the man. That in itself wasn't particularly strange. Grandmother glared at a lot of people. But something in her expression made Eric want to glare at the man too, though he didn't know why or what he had done. He turned to find the man smiling at him again.
"What's that you have there, boy?"
Eric opened his hand halfway, but no more. There was something about the man that made him think he might steal the necklace.
"A coin," said the man. "Well, well, well. Do you know what that is?"
Eric shook his head. No, sir."
"That's Janus, the two-faced Roman god of beginnings and endings. He has two faces, you see, because he looks to the future and the past."
Eric nodded, though he didn't really feel like he understood any of this. He just knew his dad wore the necklace, so he wanted it. The man leaned forward, and Eric could smell a hint of alcohol on his breath. It was a little like the way his mother had been smelling for the past week, but the scent was heavier somehow, almost spicy.
"Janus reminds us that every time there is an ending, there is a new beginning," the man said. "Like now, death might feel like an ending, but it's also a beginning."
Eric sensed the man's words were supposed to be encouraging, but for some reason they made him feel worse. He closed his hand around the coin and shoved it into his pocket. When he looked back up, the man was watching him carefully.
"Triton," he murmured to himself. "Son of Poseidon. Yes, I'd say that fits."
"And I said, that's enough." Grandmother jerked Eric's hand. "Come along, Eric." She glared at the man once more. "I will not expect you at the reception, John. I should hope that's clear." The man held up his hands like he was surrendering to a policeman.
"Of course, Celeste. Wouldn't dream of disturbing the family. Have to listen to the head of the house now that DeVries and his son are gone, don't we?"
He winked at Eric. For a moment, Eric thought his grandmother might actually cry. Grandmother had stood next to him through the entire church service, and while the coffin was lowered into the ground. But unlike his mother, his aunt, and so many of the other people in the church that day, her eyes had remained dry. Until now, when they glistened slightly.
like sun shining off the East River, just a few blocks from the penthouse. But then she straightened, and Eric noticed, not for the first time, grandmother's unique ability to look and act much taller than her just over 5 feet. She looked at the strange, sharkish man straight in the eye for a long time. And that man, Eric saw with a bit of triumph too, was the first to turn away. "Yes," Celeste said definitively. "We do." Eric awoke with a start. Holy shit. How long had it been since he'd remembered that? His dreams about Penny, his father, both their deaths, had happened nightly since he and Jane left Switzerland. Had that exchange really happened? He remembered the coin, the moment Garrett had brought it to the burial. But had John Carson really been there too? He honestly didn't know. He waited for his heart rate to calm, but it was only when he turned to Jane, still asleep beside him, that it finally slowed. The sun creeping across the park cast a golden glow over her bare skin. Eric sighed. Just 6 or so weeks ago, he was convinced he would never be here again with her. Now he was prepared to fight with everything he had to keep the privilege of mornings like these. He and Jane had arrived 3 nights before and had slept for most of 2, suffering badly from jet lag and the emotional stress of being on the run for a month. She had collapsed into their bed. Fucking hell, it felt good to call it their bed again, nearly the second Eric brought her into the room. She had laughed when he insisted on carrying her across the threshold of the apartment. They weren't technically married, she'd argued, but he hadn't cared. It was just so damn good to be home. With her. Jane snuffled and rolled onto her back, then sank into an even deeper sleep. She had been up late, still on European time, and so after tiring Eric out several times, he wasn't going to argue with it, had worked into the early hours of the morning on her sewing machine. There was muslin and cut patterns everywhere, but she was happy in the mess. Eric had gone to sleep to the hum of the machine and the occasional snip of scissors from her room. "Hey," she said sleepily as he slid out of bed. Her hand dragged down to his chest, tugging lightly on the necklace she'd given him. "It's early. Where are you going like a thief in the night?" "The gym," he said. "I need to work off some nervous energy before the board meeting. Tony and Devin are coming with me, but James and the new guy will still be across the hall." Jane blinked sleepily. Eric had to resist the urge to curl behind her and wrap her hair around his wrist. He could work off the energy another way, but he was pretty sure she was still sore from the night before. Even around her scalp. He'd pulled her hair pretty hard. So instead, he let her pull him down for a lazy goodbye kiss. "Good luck," she said as her fingers stroked his cheek. "Call me when it's done." "I will," Eric said. "I love you." But Jane didn't answer. She had already fallen back asleep. Eric spent a solid 2 hours climbing nearly every route at Queensbridge Boulders until his shoulders ached, his forearms throbbed, and his fingertips were practically raw. Even then, as he put on his favorite gray Tom Ford suit and fixed his tie in the gym mirror, his heart was still racing as he contemplated what he was about to do. Today, the board was going to vote on whether he was ready to assume leadership of the company built by his father, his grandfather, and nearly 6 generations of the DeVries men. Today, he would gain rights to the considerable resources and power that had always been promised to him, but which had been wielded by people who seemed more mythical than real for most of his life. Today, he was going to become the man he had been trained to be, and yet had fought so long. If, of course, they would allow it. At 5 minutes to 8 o'clock, Eric stood in front of the large oak doors. For a moment, he paused, surveying the portraits of the previous chairman and the presidents before that, who lined the walls of the corridor,
All ancestors, all named DeVries. 5 different Johns or Jonathans, 3 Jacobs, including his father, the penultimate chairman. The last portrait, however, was one of his grandmother, the only woman, but just as fierce as any of them. Maybe fiercer. He examined her, took note of the unforgiving line of her posture, the wry arch of her brow. "You got your way, didn't you?" Eric murmured. The portrait looked back, as if she were daring him to turn away now. Eric turned, opened the double doors, and walked in without looking back, finally prepared to accept his destiny. Part 4. Anaphora. On the day you left, the sky was bright, New York an open groan. The sun, it shined. The clouds, they laughed, as I stood there alone. The pond, it gleamed, the people sang, their words a weary drone, and books became my resting place, as the ground became your home. On the Day You Left, a poem from the Journal of Eric DeVries. Chapter 27. I combed through the rack of dresses from the stylist for what had to be the 10th time that morning. Sadie had sent them over a few days ago, all ready to wear since there really wasn't time for proper fittings. Originally, I'd wanted to make my own clothes for tonight. I'd come back from Europe with a sketchbook chock full of ideas. But 5 days wasn't anywhere close to enough time to make something that I was comfortable with being splashed on the front page of every major newspaper. And this was arguably one of the biggest days of Eric's life. I needed to look perfect. Despite his extended absence, the board unanimously voted him chairman, as well as voting through an addendum restoring larger fiscal powers to the position. In just a few minutes, Eric had assumed full leadership of his family's company, as well as a higher position than even the CEO he had been shadowing for the last several months. The board considered it a boon. Celeste had long been the face of DVS, appearing at public events, but she'd been stretching the truth when she'd promised Eric that the chairmanship was little more than a figurehead position. In fact, prior to her illness, Celeste had maintained quite a bit of power in the operations of DVS following her son's death. Once her illness had kept her from working, the CEO had apparently been doing the job of 2 people, and so was more than happy for Eric to remedy that situation. And so, the board and public relations team were thrilled that Eric was now the face of DVS. His own work experience combined with his general legacy seemed to assure shareholders of the company's future. Stocks had already gone up, and the announcement hadn't even been made official. It also didn't hurt that the guy was handsome, I supposed. I'd get on a boat with him any day of the week. The public announcement was tonight, at the company's annual New Year's Eve gala. My only question was how, exactly, I was going to be presented. I glanced toward the back hall, where the office neither of us used contained our creased marriage certificate. I'd locked it back in the second drawer after we arrived home. Eric hadn't mentioned it. I hadn't mentioned it. But I was keenly aware that in exactly 2 days, the certificate itself, and thus our entire marriage, would be nulled under New York state law. It was, after all, a question on the New York law exam I'd taken on my computer just yesterday before filing for bar admission. Yes, I knew the answer to that question. I just didn't know the answer to my own. My iPad rang on the work table. Skylar, calling to check on our progress. My friend had been neurotically obsessed with calling after barely hearing from us for over a month. I didn't really mind. I missed her too. "Hey," I greeted her once I opened the video chat. I returned to the rack, looking over my choices. "Ready for the gala?" "I will be after I make my choice. Are you guys staying in tonight?" Skylar nodded. "We'll light some sparklers with the kids and watch the ball drop. I just want a night in. Has Una called you back yet?" I frowned, wishing away the sadness in the pit of my stomach. My mother still hadn't forgiven me for taking off like I did for a month.
She barely returned any of my calls, and only with texts. "No," I said. "She's pissed. I'm pretty sure it's going to take a trip to Chicago and some pretty serious groveling to earn back her trust again. But I think buying her a house might sweeten the pot. I don't know. How do you feel about bribery?" Skylar shrugged. "It works on my 5-year-old. Well, sometimes." I sighed. I needed to make amends with my mother. This strange grudge match between us had gone on long enough. "So what are the dress choices?" I raised a brow. "Since when do you care about fashion? Since I couldn't talk to you for a month? Can we for once have a conversation that's not about our crazy families or the psychotic man spying on you?" I relaxed. "Sure. And if he's listening, we can bore him to death talking about hemlines." I turned the webcam to the rack of dresses against the wall and started pulling out my favorites, holding them up against my body and modeling them for my friend. "My makeup is done except for lip color. Which one should I choose?" "You need to wear the red one," Skylar said immediately. I pulled out the deep scarlet Valentino strapless column dress with a slit up to mid-thigh. "You don't think it's a little too on the nose? Eric's Asian bride all dressed up in red?" "Well, I don't know about that," Skylar said. "But I know that color looks absolutely amazing on you, and this is your debut as a unit. You always tell me that red is a power color." I looked down, considering. The truth was, I wasn't sure I wanted to stand out the way this dress would. It was Eric's night, after all. But at the same time, I did like the idea of showing a united front against all the haters. We'd heard absolutely nothing from John Carson since we arrived in New York. Not a single word. No creepy messages. No snide messengers. Nada. Meanwhile, Eric had beefed up security. Gone were the days where I could take a spontaneous stroll through Central Park or meander around Soho for an afternoon. I mean, I could still do all those things, but only with 2 giant bodyguards trailing me like oversized Rottweilers. Eric, meanwhile, was escorted to and from his office, the gym, and anywhere else he had to be by an entire team of security headed by Tony. While I found it chafing, to everyone else it seemed to make sense. "Just try it on, Jane." I rolled my eyes. "God, you're bossy. Takes one to know one. Just do it." Without shame, I changed into the red dress and then stepped back in front of the webcam to model. "Oh, Janie," Sky said, her voice now full of admiration. "You look amazing. Eric is going to freak, and in the best possible way. You think?" I stepped in front of the mirror and turned back and forth. Immediately, I was struck by the sleek, flattering lines of my dress. Somehow, the combination of the classic silhouette and the loud color found an even mix of the different sides of my personality without clashing at all. I didn't just look nice. I looked perfect. But I also looked like me. For maybe the first time in my life. The idea overwhelmed, and soon I found myself reaching for a tissue on the table. "Are you crying?" Skylar was incredulous. "What? No." I dabbed at my eyes, careful not to smear my makeup. Maybe I needed to use the waterproof mascara. "What? Can't a girl have a reasonable span of emotions? That's my right, Sky." "Jane?" I turned to the webcam to find my friend watching me suspiciously. "What? I've sort of been through a lot recently." "Jane," she said calmly, like she was talking to a crazed woman. I narrowed my eyes. "Sky?" She leaned in. "When was the last time you had your period?" I frowned. "What? Why?" "You know why. How long has it been?" I rolled my eyes. "Dude, I'm not pregnant. To start, we used protection." She did not look impressed. "Second," I rattled on, "I've been irregular my entire life, so I honestly don't know when the last time was. I'm still not pregnant." Skylar moved in closer, staring ominously into the webcam. "You know, that angle makes your forehead look about the size of Greenland," I remarked,
through the knot of tension that had just taken up residence in the pit of my stomach. Damn Skylar and her suspicious, practical mind. My best friend didn't move, just blinked her big green eyes at me like a red-headed owl.
Pregnancy usually manifests like PMS in the beginning, she said. I know you know this. You're the one who handed me a test the first time I got pregnant. Your cousin, the OBGYN, had nothing but bad news through you.
I cringed on her behalf. That definitely hadn't been the easiest time in her life. And Sujin did wonder why I was asking so many baby-related questions.
Do you have any tests there? She asked.
What?
No, I don't exactly keep them on.
I broke off quickly. As a woman who had had enough sex to have a few pregnancy scares, I did potentially have a pregnancy test somewhere in one of those boxes in the back room I still hadn't unpacked from Chicago. Skylar watched knowingly.
Go do it.
I swallowed.
I can't. Eric's going to be here in about an hour, and we have to leave. Just do it, Skylar ordered again. It will take 2 minutes, and you won't think about anything else for the rest of the night anyway if you don't do it now.
Yeah, but if I'm pregnant... My entire body quaked at just the thought.
If I'm pregnant, I won't think of anything but that for the rest of the night anyway. Honestly, sometimes you are such a baby. I gaped. I am not. I'm sorry, who was the one who literally smacked her husband 3 separate times for giving her gifts? That was 5 years ago, Skylar countered. We've grown up since then. We're not kids anymore, Jane. You're 30 years old. You're married.
Not officially.
You basically are,
Skylar continued irritably.
But more than that, you and Eric are a family, a unit, right?
I opened my mouth, ready to argue, but found I couldn't. While I still worried that Eric and I might kill each other as often as we loved each other, Skylar was right. He wasn't going anywhere, and neither was I.
If your family is growing, you need to know, Skylar said. And take it from me, Janie. So does he. Don't hold that back from him.
My heart squeezed. She did know about the cost of secrets like that. More than most. I sighed. Okay. Wait here. I think I know where one is. 10 minutes later, I returned to the room wrapped in a bathrobe, the small plastic stick pinched between 2 of my fingers. Skylar, bless her pushy, red-headed heart, had waited with me the entire time. So while I peed on the stick and waited for the results, I was listening to her fold laundry and chatter with Jenny about the latest How to Train Your Dragon.
Jen, go find Daddy.
Skylar shooed her daughter out when I reappeared in the frame.
Bye, Aunt Janie, cheered Jenny. Don't say fuck too much. Jenny.
But Jenny had scampered out of the room before she could receive her mother's wrath. Skylar clenched a dish towel and turned to me expectantly.
Well?
Oh my God, I whispered as I sat in front of the iPad. Sky, I know, Janie, she said. I know.
Holy shit, what am I going to do? What do you mean, what are you going to do? Do you not want to keep it?
My head jerked up.
What? No, of course I want it.
The speed with which the words flew from my mouth surprised even me. It was funny. I'd never considered the alternative. I'd always considered myself very pro-choice, but anything other than having this baby wasn't even an option for me. It just wasn't. I continued to stare at the 2 pink lines, unaware of the footsteps moving through the apartment on the other side of my workroom's door. Until, of course, the door opened and Eric swept in, still brushing snowflakes off his cashmere overcoat. He blew a few adorably off his face, looking a bit like an elephant. The movement made his hair, which had been cut quite short to get rid of the terrible dye job, wave slightly. Hey, gorgeous, he said with a grin. Are you almost ready? Sorry I'm late.
Get out,
I squawked, tumbling around the room in a hurry.
I slammed the door in his face with unnecessary force, then wrapped the test up in a spare scrap of muslin from my work table.
Jane?
Eric asked from behind the door. I don't want you to see me, I screeched. Stay out there.
There was an audible chuckle. We're not getting married again, Lefferts. Our relationship won't be doomed if I see you before midnight.
Just go, I bellowed.
There was a pause, like he wasn't sure whether I really wanted him to obey me or not. Then I heard the sound of Eric's footsteps receding down the hall to our bedroom.
I'm going to let you get ready, Skylar said. Don't you dare desert me right now, Sky, I snapped, whirling back to the iPad.
But it was too late.
Put your big girl pants on and face your shit, Janie, she said, and blew me a kiss. Tell me how he freaks out later, okay? She grinned,
as if the thought of Eric's horror brought her genuine joy. Under normal circumstances, I might have felt the same way. But this wasn't the same at all. I sank to my knees in front of the tablet.
Sky, what if he...
I couldn't bring myself to ask the question that already made my heart sink. What if he doesn't want it? Eric and I had never talked about a family. I honestly hadn't ever thought about kids myself. Although in this moment, I knew without a doubt that I wanted this one. Maybe it would be a boy, tall with Eric's gray eyes and my dark wavy hair. Or maybe it would be a girl, a sweet blonde child with almond-shaped eyes a little too dark for the rest of her features. Maybe I'd push a stroller to the mat like all the other Central Park moms, sew baby clothes for the next 9 months, and eventually do my best to raise a human who wasn't a complete asshole. It wasn't a future I'd ever imagined for myself, but right now it was the only one I wanted. Skylar's features softened as she leaned close again.
Oh, my friend, she said kindly, I wish I could jump into the screen and give you a giant hug.
Tears welled all over again. Oh, holy shit. I really was pregnant, wasn't I?
He's going to want it, Janie, she said. He's going to want it because that man only wants you and anything that comes from you. I have literally never heard him say a bad word about you. The only thing he has ever wanted was to make you happy. And I am 100% positive that will extend to your baby.
I considered her words and found I couldn't argue. There was a tentative knock on the door. I cringed. Eric, who had just had the door shut in his face. Jane, he asked, are you okay? I'm sorry I'm late, but we really have to get going. It's almost 8. Skylar waved at me sympathetically. I stared at her, practically begging the screen to magically transport her through it, just like we wanted.
Good luck, she said. It's going to be fine.
Chapter 28.
I tried to tell him. I really did. I mouthed the words to myself in the mirror as I put on the diamond drop earrings Eric had gifted me upon our return to New York. Apparently, the 20 bolts of fabric weren't an adequate Christmas present. And the words were on the tip of my tongue when I walked out in the red dress and a pair of sky-high Giuseppe Zanotti heels, my hair pinned up in a mass of shiny black coils. Unfortunately, one look at Eric's face told me I needed to take the dress off immediately or find a new one. Skylar was right about the Valentino. I did look fabulous in it. So off it went, along with the rest of our clothes for the next 20 minutes. The shoes, however, stayed on. And then I tried again when I had to redo my hair and makeup next to him in the master bathroom. But the smell of him was too distracting, and this time he was the one who was shoved against the sink while I fell to my knees, right before he turned me around and fell to his too. An hour later, we were standing next to each other for the second time in the bathroom, trying not to make eye contact lest we miss the party completely.
It's nice to have you back, Eric murmured with a sly grin that I only caught out of the corner of my eye as I carefully lined my lips with a deep red that matched my dress. I rolled my eyes.
Apparently, pregnancy hormones made me a cross between a lifetime tearjerker and Pornhub's Hall of Fame. There was no in between. I was such a cliché, and I couldn't have cared less. "Is it Petri dish?" I asked as I pulled the makeup brush out of my cosmetics drawer. He narrowed his eyes playfully at me through the mirror as he fixed his bow tie for the third time, and then, without warning, landed a sharp swat to my backside. "Oh my God," I yelped. "I'm going to look like a clown if you do that when I'm putting on makeup."
You know there's a consequence for using that name, pretty girl. I'm not above dispensing it in the middle of a party.
A shiver ran down my spine. "Promise," I wanted to say. Except I didn't, because my eyes drifted down to the still, flat expanse of my stomach. Was I imagining that it had grown already?
"Hey," Eric said. "What is it?"
I opened my mouth, but before I could get it out, there was a brisk knock on the front door. Eric and I both jumped. We didn't really get unannounced visitors before, and we certainly never got them now. Not since Tony and his security squad had been installed in a newly empty apartment downstairs, precisely to monitor situations like this. We crept out of the bathroom and peered at each other for a moment. "You don't think it's—" Eric shook his head.
"I don't know."
He stared at the door like he expected a herd of cattle to come charging through it. "You want me to get it?" I asked. "He might be kinder to his own flesh and blood." Eric swallowed, pulled at his collar, and set his jaw. Then, as he pulled on his jacket, he strode to the door and peered through the peephole.
"Oh,"
he said with surprise and an odd note of tension.
"It's Zola."
He opened the door, and, indeed, there stood Matthew Zola, looking pretty damn tired, a little bit wet from the snow, and very cold.
"Hey,"
he greeted me with chattering teeth after Eric invited him in. He took in our formal wear with a bit of surprise.
"Bedtime?"
Eric glanced between him and me.
"Well, it is New Year's Eve, and yeah, DVS is holding an event. There's an announcement I have to be present for."
"Eric was unanimously voted chairman," I bragged, unable to help myself.
"Oh, shit. Hey, that's great."
Zola shook Eric's hand, though he seemed a bit dazed. "Would you like to come with us?" I offered, ignoring Eric's sharp look. He got along with Zola now that he was helping us investigate John Carson, but that didn't mean he liked him. I wasn't going to lie. I still kind of enjoyed poking that bear.
No," Zola said. "That's all right. I've got a stack of police reports and a bottle of grappa at home to help me ring in the new year."
I nodded sympathetically. Even though I was still planning to start working again in the spring, I did not particularly miss bringing my work home with me every night of the week.
"Besides," Zola said, "I have a feeling I'd be underdressed."
"Probably," Eric agreed, earning an elbow in the gut from me. He lifted his shoulders as if to say, "What?"
"That's, some dress, Jane," Zola said,
to the point where I wondered if he did it just to get back at Eric, who was now glowering openly. I ignored him and turned back to Zola. "Thanks. So, what's up?" I asked. "You're the first DA I've met who makes house calls. Do you want something to drink or anything?" But Zola just hovered around the door, keeping his coat on and his hands shoved in the pockets.
Well, first I wanted to tell you what I know that my boss does not yet. But he will, because he's very good at his job."
I leaned against the breakfast bar while Eric crossed his arms to listen.
"What is it?"
Eric demanded a little too sharply. But Zola met his gaze, his dark brown eyes shining almost as much as his sleek dark hair. He wasn't a billionaire, but this was a guy who had been going after the worst of New York for a long time. He wasn't scared of Eric or anyone. I respected that.
"I looked into John Carson. Found stuff you probably did too. Places of birth, things like that."
I nodded. I had a whole file from friends in Chicago to go through that had been compiled while we were away, along with some extra stuff from the investigator.
"But, I also took it upon myself to take his New York assistant out for a drink one night, Zola said, looking really uncomfortable.
Oh? I asked playfully. Was she cute?
Zola just looked mildly disgusted with himself. She was, lonely. And kind of a lightweight. But also had a lot of information on her computer that would probably not be permissible in court. Carson's assistant, as it happened, had access to his travel records since they had been stored on computers, which, since his company was in the tech business, meant since the early 80s. All of the company's records were in the process of being moved to the cloud, and by some oversight of its IT department, not all of it had been encrypted yet. He was in Seoul around 1989, Jane, Zola said, somewhat regrettably. And he did fly on your mother's airline. It looks like his and your mother's stories pan out for what it's worth. I'd still request a paternity test, though, if he really wants to claim you're his daughter. Eric snorted. One of my hands drifted to my stomach before I realized what I was doing and sat on it.
Yeah, probably not going to happen, I said.
It was odd, though, Zola said. He hasn't been back since. The South Koreans really do not like him at all, and I don't know why. Maybe they know what he did to your mom. No one laughed. It was a bad joke. Eric folded his mouth into a tight line. No one cared about my mother, I said, guilty once again that she still hadn't wanted to talk since I'd come home. That's why she married my actual dad. He was the only one who did. There was an awkward silence between the three of us. Zola eventually tugged at his collar and cleared his throat. Sorry. So that's why you came all the way up here on New Year's Eve? Eric asked sharply. To verify Jane's paternity? Zola looked even more uncomfortable. No, he said. There have been some other developments, and I'm not really supposed to talk about them with you. I just thought you would want to know. Eric frowned. That there are other developments you can't tell us? Why would we care about that? My stomach dropped as Zola's warning clicked. Because we're objects of an investigation. I shook my head. Fuck. We're what? Zola held up his hands in mock ignorance. I didn't say anything about it. Literally. No, I assured him. You didn't. You're obviously not here either, right? Zola nodded and turned to the door. As far as I know, I'm already halfway to Sheepshead Bay by now, dog-tired after working all night. He sighed. He knew he'd just dropped a bomb on us, and there was nothing he could do to help us clear it up. I chose my words carefully. Any idea why the DA would be particularly frustrated by us knowing this information? I prayed he would say no. I prayed he wouldn't say the thing I had a feeling was the case. That Zola had come all the way here on December 31st because something terrible was going to happen almost immediately. Someone was getting arrested. Someone was going down. He just shrugged. I really don't know the answer to that. Well, I'll put it this way. I'm definitely not telling you everything I know. I sighed, but tried to be understanding, though I was just as confused as before. He was already risking his job, hell, his license, to be here and tell us any of this. Why not just go all the way and give us a head start? But instead, Zola turned to leave. Happy New Year, he said. And Jane? I turned back. Yeah? For what it's worth, the DA isn't particularly happy with the other investigator that Skylar and Brandon hired. He said he was going to ruin the discovery process today before it even got started. I was surprised, honestly, that he didn't say I had to keep that fact to myself. I swallowed. Well then, message received. Loud and clear. Zola looked meaningfully at both Eric and me. Well, I probably won't be seeing you. At least not for a while. I bit my lip and nodded again. Thanks, Zola.
He opened the door.
Bye, Jane. Eric.
The door closed, and after a few beats, Eric whirled to me.
What in the hell was all of that?
I waited until Zola's footsteps had receded completely down the stairs before I sank back to my stool. It was a warning.
About what?
I looked up. Has the last 6 months knocked out every bit of lawyering sense from your brain? What do you think he meant? Eric opened his mouth as if to argue, then shut it again.
Do me a favor. You seem to speak his shady cop language better than I do.
That's because I was a prosecutor, you goon.
I know, Eric said tightly. So lay it out for me, will you?
I took a deep breath. He was telling us we're under investigation for something related to John Carson. Either both of us or you, which means he can't talk about it at all.
Yeah, I picked up that part, Eric said.
Any idea what it might be? I might have imagined the pause before he said,
None at all. I've been here the whole time with you.
Except when you were disappearing into graveyards.
Jane.
All right. I waved his silent protests away with one hand. Sorry.
What did he mean about the other investigator? Why would he be ruining a discovery tonight?
Something's going on. I crossed to the living room, where I picked up my laptop from the coffee table and opened my email. The investigator found something they don't want us to know they know. Something they're trying to verify themselves, but that our investigator apparently discovered as well. Sure enough, in my inbox there was a link from Skylar to an encrypted file. I opened it, entered the password we had agreed upon, and started paging through the documents that had been submitted this evening by the PI. This is weird, I said as I scanned through the report.
What's that?
Eric pointed to a few pictures from his seat next to me on the couch. The street where I grew up, I said. That's in Evanston. My house is that one on the right. I squinted. The blurry surveillance photos weren't focused on the old house, but instead on the curb in front, where a simple black sedan was parked. There were 2 figures in the back seat of the sedan, and I thought I could make out John Carson's long, slightly hooked nose. But the other was too short to see anything notable. Why they were sitting in my old neighborhood was a completely different question. Huh, I said as I scrolled down to the notes below. There's nothing that explains this. Maybe the investigator will upload something else tomorrow or on the 2nd. I'll call then. I kept going, looking through the various bits of biographical information the PI had collected on John Carson. Some I'd already found on my own. Other stuff, like his collection of known residences or liaisons, was interesting, though not urgent. We should go through this after the party, I said, looking at the clock. It's already past 10 o'clock. They're probably waiting for you so they can announce the appointment.
Wait, Eric said. What the hell is that?
He continued scrolling down in a hurry to a list of transactions that had been noted. Stock movement between companies. Specifically, the transfer of quite a few shares of DVS stock to an LLC called Horse and Chariot Ventures, which, with a bit of more careful prodding, appeared to be a foreign business attached to the same account used personally by one John Carson. Jesus, I murmured. This guy is good. I wonder what kind of Swiss dick he had to suck to get these numbers. Eric, however, was already incensed.
That son of a bitch. He's been buying more DVS stock. A lot more than he said.
He has, I agreed. Why? But before I could prod more, Eric had whipped out his phone and called his assistant.
Bridget,
he said as he started pacing the room.
Yeah, get me Thomas Clark on the phone. And conference in Nina in about 5 minutes.
Thomas J. Clark, the family's estate attorney and financial consultant.
Hey, Tom,
Eric said once his call had been connected.
I just need to know, how much liquid cash do I have access to right now? No, I don't mean after the will takes effect. I mean now, as of tonight.
Tom's voice was indistinct on the other side of the line, but whatever he said made Eric scowl.
Okay, he said after. Okay, thanks.
He hung up and dialed another number immediately. What are you? I started to ask, but was cut off when Eric started talking.
Hey, Greg, it's Eric DeVries. Yeah, Happy New Year to you too. Listen, I was wondering if you could give me an estimate for this idea I had.
I frowned. He was maneuvering a stock deal on New Year's Eve? The market wouldn't even be open for 2 days.
How much would it take to up the family's share to a full 60%?
Apparently, the answer was not a good one, because Eric swore profusely under his breath.
Fine,
he replied once he was done.
How much could we purchase with our current liquid assets?
Again, the broker's voice was inaudible.
All right,
Eric said irritably.
When the market opens, buy as much as we can afford. 52 is better if we can get there. Do whatever you need to make sure the family owns 51 by the first board meeting next week, all right?
I waited a few more minutes while Eric accepted the conference call he'd requested and instructed Nina to purchase as much stock as she could, too. What did you just do? I asked when he was finished.
What was necessary,
Eric replied. He glanced at the clock again.
Shit, we really have to go.
Oh, now you care about making a grand entrance?
I need to be the face of this company more than ever, Eric said. Because if John Carson is trying to oust me from DVS, I need to make sure the stockholders who are currently invested in the company stay that way, instead of selling to him.
Chapter 29. We arrived at the party at 10:10, after Eric had spent nearly the entire drive through a snowy Manhattan, filled with New Year's traffic, on the phone, trying to convince his other family members to buy up as much DVS stock as they possibly could. It wasn't an easy sell, oddly, because the family was already the majority stockholder by far, at 49% of the company. But Eric seemed to think it was necessary to hold as much as possible, 51% or higher, and by the time we reached the party, he had convinced Violet and a few other relatives to direct their brokers to purchase smaller chunks. By the time he was finished, victory practically radiated off the man. And I couldn't lie. Watching Eric get his Gordon Gekko on was doing serious things for my apparently unquenchable libido. Unfortunately, there was nothing I could do about it, because at that moment, we arrived at the gala. Calling the DVS New Year's Eve event a party would have been a huge misnomer. This wasn't some frat house kegger, nor was it a tasteful garden soiree. This was a Great Gatsby-level bash like I'd never seen before. It helped that the space itself was gorgeous. Entering DVS was actually its own adventure, as the lobby was sunken a solid 30 steps below the sidewalk, over which thick glass walls arched inward before the main offices soared to the sky. The effect was that once you were inside, it genuinely seemed like you were completely ensconced in glass, while street lamps, passing cars, and other random lights from outside blinked off nearly all the surfaces in a remarkably celestial pattern. Now that the entire place was bedazzled with twinkling lights, silvery streamers, and fizzing champagne, it was like walking into the middle of Van Gogh's The Starry Night. As we descended the stairs, which had been covered by a midnight blue carpet for the occasion, Eric and I took a moment to survey the scene. The lobby was packed. Other than the usual craze in Times Square, the DVS party was obviously the hottest ticket in town for tonight. A full band wailed swing standards in front of a crowded dance floor. There were at least 4 open bars, and the entire party was bubbling over with champagne, hors d'oeuvres, and raucous conversation. The guests themselves were just as stunning as the decor. Dior, Siriano, Rodriguez, De La Renta. It was like watching the pages of Vogue come to life. I recognized several faces from our wedding, though none of whom I'd been able to meet personally, considering the reception had never actually happened. Was this what it would have been like, in the ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria? Was I even enough to compete with this kind of splendor? Is it always like this? I wondered as Eric escorted me inside. He turned and smiled. Not for the first time, I appreciated how completely dashing he looked. His tux was a custom Armani he'd commissioned a few months ago for tonight, with a navy and black embroidered cummerbund and a matching bow tie. He was stylish without looking like a dandy, that line between sophisticated and gaudy that Eric walked so well. His gray eyes shone, glinting like the bouncing lights around us.
I don't know, he admitted. I haven't been to one of these in a long time, but I remember looking forward to New Year's Eve every year when I was a kid. Maybe even more than Christmas. It was the one day of the year everyone in my family let loose. Nina and I could get into as much trouble as we wanted, so long as we stayed in the building and I kept my tails clean.
I hid a smile. It wasn't hard to see Eric and Nina as the only two kids at a party like this. Sunshine-headed imps ducking around ball gowns. Eric, with natural charm, would have been the obvious instigator of whatever mischief they got into. When he removed my coat to check, I heard a tight hiss of breath behind my ear. Eric's fingers brushed over my bare shoulders, lingering just a bit too long around the diamond pendant that matched my earrings. I twisted around. You can't be serious. You've been staring at me in this thing for hours now. You know what it looks like.
Not this close, he murmured.
His gaze burned over my bare shoulders.
If I didn't make it clear before, you look incredible tonight.
Eric! Jane! We turned to where Nina was pushing through the crowds, looking impossibly gorgeous and tall in a white silk gown that shimmered like snow. She traded air kisses with both of us, but still looked genuinely happy to see us both. We've been waiting for you for hours, she said. Gerald Post got into the punch early, so Uncle Rufus has been trying to talk him off the stage ever since. Calvin disappeared forever ago, and I've been fielding questions from reporters. Everyone is waiting for the announcement. Eric waved at a few people who had already spotted him eagerly.
We'll make it soon, he said. I just need to help Jane with her dress. She, tore a seam getting out of the limo.
Well, don't be too long. Everyone wants to congratulate you. Considering I'm about to sink half my trust back into this company, I insist you make a good impression. She tugged on his sleeve.
I'll be right there,
Eric said, shooing her away. Then he turned to me with a decidedly darker expression.
Go to the bathroom on the second floor.
His lips brushed against my earlobe, setting my skin alight as he gestured up the 3 flights of glass stairs above us.
Take off your underwear, then bring them back to me for good luck.
I blinked as coquettishly as I could manage. It seemed to work. Eric glanced around and adjusted his pants with a lightning touch. What if I told you I decided to forego undergarments tonight? I asked.
Are you serious?
I pursed my lips, making Eric's gaze beeline right to them. It was hard not to smirk. Well, yes. Panty lines don't really go with couture. Plus, you remove them at home, and I never put them back on. His gaze seared down my dress all over again, and I was thankful for the structured bodice. Otherwise, everything I was thinking would be evident across my chest.
Then I think,
he said as he lifted my hand to his lips,
you need to go into the bathroom and wait for me there.
He lifted one brow.
That's all.
I bit my lower lip. Right away? Won't people be a little suspicious if we just disappear like that? Eric offered a positively wicked half grin.
It's my party. I'll fuck my wife if I want to.
And just like that, all flirtation vanished. My mood, a complete and total roller coaster, took a nosedive all over again, right into a pool of ice water. Wife, he said. Except I wasn't. Not really. He didn't wear a wedding ring, and neither did I. Last I saw them, they were sitting in an acrylic tray at home, right next to my favorite magnolia-scented soap and Eric's cologne on the bathroom counter. doing absolutely nothing. Just like the certificate in the office.
Jane?
I looked up, blinking furiously. I would not cry. I would not cry. I would not cry. Eric's expression, thankfully, was heated enough to evaporate any tears that threatened. And there was my libido again. You have 5 minutes, I said. Otherwise, I'm leaving, and you'll have to wait for as long as I want. Eric grinned.
Game on, gorgeous.
The second-floor bathroom was empty as promised. So when I stood in front of the marble countertops, it didn't take long for my thoughts, which had been pinballing all evening, to jump right back to the revelations I'd already had that night. Pregnant. Holy shit, I was pregnant. People were going to wonder already, I realized. They were going to see me do things like not drink champagne and get extraordinarily tired for no reason. They were going to see me cry at the drop of a hat and wonder if I'd gotten a sudden boob job. I grabbed one of my breasts. Was it bigger? More sensitive? Honestly, I couldn't tell. Maybe that was going to happen later. How far along was I, anyway? Would Eric want to know? Would he want to know now? Tears mounted again as I also realized this couldn't be happening at a worse time. True, I was 30. If I was going to have a kid, it was better now than later. But at the same time, we had a sycophantic madman after us who was obsessed with not sullying his bloodline with the DeVries genes. He already nursed a nasty vendetta against Eric. What would he do if he knew I was carrying his enemy's baby? Behind me, the bathroom door swung open, and Eric strode in, already unbuttoning his jacket in anticipation.
Hands on the sink, pretty girl,
he ordered, but stopped immediately when he got a good look at me, trying and failing not to have a nervous breakdown.
Whoa, Jane. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I coughed and turned to the sinks, just like he had told me to. But now I had absolutely no desire to get busy. I just wanted to be left alone so I could calm the hell down.
Liar.
I looked up, my temper flaring. I'm a liar? Who just told everyone I had a faulty dress, huh? How do you think that makes me look when they all know I design clothes? They already like to laugh about it.
Hey.
Eric stepped back, holding his hands up.
It was a joke, gorgeous. No one cares if you have a torn seam.
Don't call me that, he frowned.
I always call you gorgeous. What the hell is wrong with you?
Wrong with me? Just because I'm not interested in playing one of your stupid games right now? Did it ever occur to you that I don't always want to be your weird arm candy doll?
Good God. The hormones were messing with my comebacks, too. What in the hell? Where is all this coming from?
Eric's eyes widened, like he was witnessing an animal going suddenly berserk in a zoo. He walked around the bathroom to my other side, giving me a wide berth. The mask was in place, and all I wanted to do was tear it down. Fuck, I muttered toward the sink. Fuck!
Jane.
I stood up and faced him, suddenly livid. What? What do you want?
I want to know why you're acting like a goddamn maniac to start, Eric snapped back. 2 seconds ago, we were ready to tear each other's clothes off, and now I'm a pariah. What the hell happened on the way upstairs?
He started as something occurred to him.
Shit, Caitlin's not here, is she?
No, I sneered. Do you wish she were? Caitlin and her magical red panties? Maybe you could stuff those in your pocket, or, in our bed. I scowled at my dress, suddenly hating its bright red color, though not as much as I hated the words coming out of my mouth. Good fucking God. If this is what pregnancy did to a woman, I already hated it. Eric glared at me.
This again? Sometimes you really are a fucking head case, Jane, you know that?
Don't gaslight me, asshole.
It's not gaslighting if it's true.
That's exactly what a man would say to make a woman feel crazy.
Come on, really? Eric protested. I'm only trying to help. I just want to know what the hell is wrong with my wife, and she won't fucking tell me.
Stop calling me that, I shouted, suddenly feeling like my mind was outside of my body. Eric scowled, but crossed his arms and remained silent. I waited for him to say something, but he didn't. He just looked cold, cruel, like he wanted to be done with me. A hot tear slid down my cheek. I couldn't tell if it was out of anger or sadness. Is this some game to you? I demanded as I swiped at it. Some fucked up game where you toy with my emotions? How do you think it feels when you call me that in front of people, knowing it's not really true?
Call you what?
Your wife.
What are you talking about? It's not true, he demanded. I call you that because you are my wife.
No, I'm not, I shrieked. How many times did you say that? As soon as you got back after the wedding, again and again and again. You made it absolutely clear that we're not married, in any fucking way. Eric sucked in a harsh, impatient breath.
Jane, you know it killed me to say that. I thought we were past this. We just ran away together for a month. We're here together. I'm about to announce that I'm chairman of my family's company with you by my side.
And for how long, huh?
The tears were rivers now. It was going to take forever for me to redo this makeup, even if it was only to look normal as I walked out the doors. What is that supposed to mean? I shook my head, trying in vain to suck back my tears. I sounded like a dustbuster. Super hot.
Nothing. It means nothing.
Jesus Christ, I can't keep up with you, Eric exploded. Hot and cold. Hot and cold. You're practically Quicksilver, you're so unstable.
I'm unstable? I choked. Who treated me like a ghost for weeks? You're giving me whiplash.
I was doing it to protect you.
It still hurt.
Oh, for fuck's sake. He turned toward the door, rubbing his brow like he was exhausted. This is ridiculous.
Is it? I asked. Is it? 2 days, Eric. 2 days and you'll be rid of me. This marriage will be nulled. You want to tell me that you're not basically counting the minutes until you can leave me? This company, everything? Get rid of your crazy wife who's basically good for one thing? I'm just the town whore. You said so yourself.
Eric's mouth dropped like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. A part of me couldn't blame him. I couldn't really believe I was saying it. Is that what you think? He asked finally, his voice low. I swallowed painfully.
What else am I supposed to think? You're playing me like a damn drum. He watched me for a long time. And then, to my complete and utter shock, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, whipping it open and smacking it onto the countertop between us.
Here, he said. You want me to sign it? I was going to ask you to do it at midnight, but let's do it now, Lefferts. No regrets. No doubts.
I stared at the marriage license, the one that had been sitting in the desk. Then I stared at him. And then I turned into a fucking fountain.
What the?
Eric pulled me into him immediately, apparently caring nothing for tear stains marring his immaculate tux. I'm pregnant, I sobbed into his shoulder. I can't, Eric. I can't breathe. Eric looked like he'd been smacked across the head by a 2x4. I just wailed harder, clutching around my middle and collapsing into the granite. My sobs physically hurt, and when I choked on one, it seemed to snap Eric out of his stupor. In less than a second, he picked me up and set me on the bathroom sink, then gathered me close. The bathroom door opened. A woman stepped inside and immediately stopped when she caught sight of us.
Get out,
Eric snapped, sending the woman running. He cupped my cheek.
Are you going to be okay for 1 second?
Still weeping too hard to speak, I nodded. He looked at me doubtfully, then swiftly crossed the bathroom, locked the door, and returned. I collapsed into his chest, and his strong arms enveloped me completely, one at my waist, the other reaching around so he could splay a large hand over my bare back and rock me gently.
All right,
he said in a calm voice once my sobs eventually turned to sniffles.
Do you think you're calm enough to repeat what you just told me?
I sniffed again, accepting a paper towel to dab under my eyes. I probably looked like a raccoon that made out with a clown. Eric watched me unblinking, but it wasn't until my eyes had cleared completely that I realized he was shaking a bit too. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Eric exhaled slowly.
So, you're pregnant.
I'm sorry, I whispered.
And you're upset, he continued, because we aren't legally married.
We both eyed the license beside us. Just a piece of paper, really. But in that moment, it meant everything. I gulped. I didn't know what to say. Why did it bother me so much? We didn't have to get married, and I had never wanted to get married before now. It shouldn't have mattered, baby or not. And yet it did matter. It really, really did. Eric released me as if to examine the license, but instead braced his hands against the sink's edge, rocking back and forth for a second, like he was wrestling with something deep inside.
I didn't sign it, he said finally, because I didn't think you wanted to.
He stood up, and his gaze was an arrow.
I forced you into this. The terms changed. You didn't have to do it anymore. I didn't... God, Jane, I thought this was what you wanted. Freedom. To be with me or not, but of your own accord.
Then why do you keep calling me your wife?
I guess I thought I should take advantage of it while I could.
One side of his mouth lifted in a sheepish half-smile, and for a moment, Eric almost looked like the brash young 20-something I had met on that first day on the Harvard lawn.
I really liked calling you my wife, pretty girl, even if it wasn't going to last.
He shoved a hand over his face and forehead, knocking a few perfect strands of hair out of place. I fought the urge to fix them. I wanted to touch him. I wanted to know he was real.
I thought if you really wanted it, you would have said something too, he admitted finally,
with a yearning in his eyes that almost broke my heart.
I gave you my vows, Jane, but you never gave me yours.
Dread settled in my stomach like a stone. He was right. I hadn't really consecrated how I felt. Not like he had. God, I was so stupid. Eric, I ventured, watching his heartbroken form wrestle with his vulnerability. He looked up.
What, Jane?
The fatigue in his gray eyes said he thought I still wanted out. I was still crying. It was still painful. But not as painful as the idea of not being together. You once said you wouldn't have asked me to marry you if you didn't love me, I said. Was that true? Eric nodded.
Yeah, he said. It was.
I nodded. My heart lifted, though I had to dab at a few more tears. Well, I wouldn't have said yes if I didn't love you too. Eric watched me carefully.
What are you saying?
I'm saying... Another several streams of tears fell when I saw them mirrored on Eric's face. His gaze dropped to my stomach. I took a deep breath and held it for a moment. I'm saying I don't want it to end. The words were choked, caught in a mess of tears lodged in my throat. Tears that had been waiting years to be let loose. I'm saying I want it to be real. I promise to be yours. Now, forever. Until death do us part. Please. I'm saying stay. Stay with me. Us. Be my husband. Let me be your wife. Not just now, but for always. Marry me, Eric. He didn't brush away his own tears, just watched me steadily with silvery eyes that seemed to have no limits, as deep as the ocean, but so much warmer.
Jane,
he said finally, reaching out for my hand.
You ridiculous woman. I already did.
I watched in awe as he reached into his other pocket and pulled out our rings. Both of them. His and mine. What are you doing with these? I asked. He offered yet another charmingly lopsided smile.
I took them with me tonight. Sort of a good luck charm, I guess. Just in case you said yes at midnight.
He held out my engagement ring with its deep black stone and the matching diamond band alongside the simple ring of platinum we had chosen for him.
If I stay, I'm not fighting about this again, he said. I'm tired of having to prove over and over again that I love you. Every time you push me away, it's like I leave some part of me behind.
He took my hand and pressed it over his heart.
There are only so many times you can walk away from the other fucking half of your soul, Jane. Even when she's the one pushing.
I don't want to push you away. I stared at the place my hand covered. It took everything I had not to kiss him right there, above his heart, tuxedo and all. God, how cheesy was I?
Come here,
Eric ordered quietly, taking my hand and pulling me off the counter so I stood in front of him. He slid on my engagement ring and kissed it tenderly. Eric, I said, I'm not the Pope. I want you to take my hand in marriage, not kiss it. He shook his head with a crooked smile.
Well,
he said, holding out the other band.
Will you take me?
I grinned so wide I thought my face might split in half. Over and over again, you idiot. With glee, I watched as he slid my wedding ring next to the diamond. I took his ring and asked him the same question. Will you take me? Basket case and all?
Always, pretty girl.
I slid his ring on and admired it for a full 5 seconds. Then I looked up, and his lips found mine with the kiss I hadn't known I'd needed since that terrible day at the church. Sweet and full, it assured me that no matter what, we really did belong together. That neither of us had to be alone ever again.
Come here, you beautiful, crazy, stubborn, gorgeous woman. You're pregnant?
I could barely grin under all the kisses that covered my face.
And you want to... God, Jane, do you want to...
Eric shook his head.
You know, I'm almost afraid to ask.
I grabbed his chin and forced him to look at me. You goon. Of course I want to keep it. Why in the hell do you think I'm so upset about this? I want my baby to know its dad. Eric's smile didn't just shine. It fucking lit up the entire room.
I need a pen,
he erupted, checking his pockets in vain and jumping around the bathroom like a bean.
Fucking hell. Where is a fucking pen?
I giggled uncontrollably while I searched my clutch. His sudden mania was contagious. When I managed to find one, Eric swooped down on the document and signed his name with a violent flourish. But when he handed it to me, he was tentative.
"Last out, pretty girl,"
he said, though there was no threat in his voice. I took the pen and grinned. Hot and cold indeed. Suddenly, I felt like the sun was beaming through me. I bent down and signed the document, taking a moment to admire our signatures, side by side.
"There it is,"
Eric murmured from over my shoulder.
"Now we're officially Mr. and Mrs. DeVries. Or we will be on Tuesday when we file it."
That's Miss Lefferts to you," I said. "I like my name very much, thanks."
"I don't care what you call yourself, as long as you call yourself mine."
I grinned into the mirror. We really were ridiculously cheesy, but I couldn't love it more.
"Come on," Eric said. "As much as I'd love to consummate this marriage fully right here like we planned, right now I just want to first dance with my wife."
I beamed at our reflection. A marriage of opposites that somehow matched perfectly. "Let's do it," I said as his hand spread over the life inside me. "Let's go toast to new beginnings and the new year." Chapter 30. The Board of Directors for DeVries Shipping Industries is proud to announce that we have unanimously elected Eric DeVries, the son of the late Jacob DeVries and grandson of the late Celeste DeVries, as chairman of the board. The board has total faith in Eric's ability to continue his family's legacy of guiding DVS toward new horizons of innovation and success. Congratulations, Eric, and welcome. Photography flashes of the several press agents who had been invited to the party went off like fireworks, and the crowd assembled in front of the main stage erupted with applause as the announcing board member finished his short speech. Eric tipped his glass toward the ceiling, and I just did my best to smile and not cry again. While his eyes sparked with clear pride, the shadow of a smile at his lips whispered of a bashfulness I found utterly endearing. Pride sung through me at this man that I could finally call my own. He took my hand and raised it to his mouth while he smiled around, then finally looked at me and truly beamed. I couldn't help but beam back.
"Can I tell them?"
he murmured through the shouts in front of us. I didn't have to ask about what. His eyes flickered to my stomach, which seemed to flutter in response to how crazy proud the man obviously was of the fact that we were going to have a baby. Holy shit. Eric DeVries and Jane Lefferts. Polar opposites. Married couple. Now expecting? I should have been freaking out, but right then I couldn't have been happier. Celeste must have been crowing in her grave. Still, I shook my head. It's a little early yet, don't you think? A part of me wanted to keep our secret to ourselves. You know, at least until we got used to the idea. Eric shrugged as the hubbub died down, and we exited the stage as the band started playing again. It was only a few minutes to midnight, and it still felt like the party had just begun. After accepting congratulatory handshakes of at least 20 people, Eric swept me into an easy two-step.
"I've had at least 5 separate people ask me tonight why you aren't drinking champagne, Lefferts," he said. "Honestly, I should have already figured it out. I don't think you'll be able to hide it long."
"Tell them I'm a recovering alcoholic," I suggested. "There are enough of them here. New York's upper class is lousy with drunks." Eric snorted, but he couldn't stop smiling either. Our joy was infectious.
"Fine,"
he said, pulling me closer.
"But I'm not keeping this to myself forever, Mrs. DeVries."
His smirk told me he was trying to get under my skin with the name, but it didn't work. Instead, I tipped my head up for a kiss, allowing him to be as public with his affection as he wanted about our news. He kissed me for a few beats longer than strictly necessary, ignoring the flashes of cameras. I wish Celeste could see this, I thought out loud. Eric looked surprised for a moment, then nodded.
She would have been very, very satisfied, he said, chuckling. But you know, I think maybe she died knowing she was going to get what she wanted anyway.
I think what she wanted was to make you happy, I replied. Before we could ruminate too long on Celeste, we were interrupted by several other people wishing Eric good tidings and best of luck on his new position. The announcement wasn't a surprise for anyone, but I got the feeling that most people probably thought Eric would be more of a figurehead than an active member, or else wouldn't assume the position until the beginning of the next fiscal year.
Congratulations, Triton.
At the sound of the familiar voice, Eric paused mid-conversation with an investor from Connecticut. He rearranged his smile, bid the man good night, then slowly turned around. His eyes narrowed.
You've seriously got a death wish, Jude.
The man, otherwise known as Hermes, stood in front of us wearing a nose brace that covered most of his face. He looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here at the moment, and I couldn't help but notice he kept a solid 3 feet between himself and Eric. Eric's hand sought mine, and he pulled me securely into his side. Jude's eyes roved over my body.
Your little China doll cleans up well. She's almost unrecognizable in that finery. Careful.
Eric's voice was steel. What are you doing here? I snapped. I wasn't nearly so circumspect. If it's not obvious, you're not fucking welcome, you neutered G.I. Joe. Eric snorted, but the squeeze of his hand told me he wanted me to be quiet as people glanced at us curiously.
I was invited,
Jude said as he bared his teeth in an ugly parody of a smile.
A +1, as it were, Triton. Sorry, Eric, since we're using our given names now. Couldn't be bothered to send his brothers proper invitations. My date, let's see, where is that little imp? She's an old family friend. Ah, there she is.
He pointed across the hall, and Eric and I followed his gaze to a woman watching us from her spot at one of the tables. The sight of those honey-brown tresses and the twinkling, tasteful jewelry that delicately accented her ice-blue dress made me want to scream. Eric stiffened. Caitlin fucking Calvert.
I believe you know Katie, Jude said. So many of us do, don't we? She's a regular Becky Sharp, isn't she? Even more than this one.
I frowned, recognizing the reference to the social climbing heroine of Vanity Fair. What is he talking about?
Caitlin is originally from Paterson, New Jersey,
Eric clarified to me.
She was a scholarship student in school with us when she was younger, and at one point Violet took her in for a while. Celeste sponsored half her education.
Oh. So much made sense now about that conniving little bitch's behavior. Her strange obsession with the DeVrieses. Her almost maniacal desire to shove me out of the way. She wanted nothing more than to become one of them herself, at nearly any cost. And that included infiltrating, whether knowingly or not, one of the most illustrious societies at its heart.
I think you should return to your date, Eric said. I won't kick you out, but you should know that Jane's right. You're not welcome. Neither of you are.
Jude shook his head.
I really came to see if you had changed your mind since our last altercation. He cocked his head. On Titan's orders. He's really so much more generous with you than I would be.
His green eyes gleamed with even the possibility of vengeance. Instead, he pulled a chain out of a coat pocket and dangled a necklace in front of Eric, one bearing a familiar gold coin.
Your choice, Triton, but it's your last chance.
Eric took the coin, fingering it gently. Then he clenched it in his fist and tossed it roughly back at Jude.
You can tell John Carson that he needs to stay away from me and mine, and that includes my company, or else he's going to suffer consequences too, and he has not yet experienced how creative I can be with my vengeance. Can you deliver that message, Hermes?" Jude's eyes narrowed, but after a moment, he held up his hands in surrender. "You're an idiot, Triton," he said. "I always thought so. Carson gave you more credit than you deserve." He stepped backward into the crowd. "Still, I'm going to enjoy this." "What's that?" I asked, but the big man just turned and walked away. Eric turned to me, and for a moment his hands hovered protectively around my waist. "Should we call Tony?" I asked. He shook his head. "I'm not scared of that asshole. Let's just enjoy the party. I want to dance some more with my wife." I grinned, but something else was bothering me. "I want to call my mom first," I said, already maneuvering through the crowd to find a place where I could actually hear. Eric followed, giving polite nods and waves as we went. "Will she be up?" he wondered after we found a relatively quiet corner. "Chicago is an hour behind us," I said, "and it's New Year's. She's probably at her cousin's guzzling soju. She'll be up." Eric nodded and was pulled into a nearby conversation, keeping an eye on me as I swiped over my mother's number. Please answer," I repeated as I listened to it ring. I gazed down at my left hand. The rings looked good there. Felt right. In 2 days, Eric and I could file the papers before our deadline passed and be officially married in the eyes of the state of New York. My mother had been begging me for grandchildren for years. I wasn't in a hurry to announce it to the party, but this was just the thing to put our drama to bed. But to my utter disappointment, the call went to voicemail. I tried again, and the third time finally left a message. "Oma?" I said, my voice uncharacteristically small. Once again, I was battling tears. Lord, this pregnancy was going to be an emotional nightmare, I could already tell. I figured I should just name the kid Catharsis and be done with it. I turned toward the corner, smiling weakly at some curious onlookers. For a lot of people, this was the first time Eric and I had been seen in public since the wedding. "Oma, I'm sorry," I whispered emphatically, "but I think this has gone on long enough, don't you think? I'm so sorry we missed Christmas, but I have things to tell you. We need to make this right." I sighed and worried my lips, contemplating. "Look, I'm going to come to Chicago this week, okay? Eric and I have to take care of something on the 2nd, but after that, I'll be on the first flight there. Oma, I love you." My voice cracked on the last statement. My mother and I hardly ever said "I love you," so it felt cheap somehow to be saying it to a machine. But for some reason, right now, I needed her to know it more than ever. "I just want to make sure you're all right," I said, just before hanging up. And then I stared at the dark screen of my phone for a long time. "Everything all right?" Eric unwittingly repeated my last phrase, approaching with a worried look. "You know," I said, "I don't think it is." Before he could ask why, I was overcome with sudden urgency. "I need to go to Chicago," I said, as a strange, chilly sensation crept up my spine. "Something's happened. Something is wrong." I looked up. "Eric, I haven't heard from my mother for almost 6 weeks. No voicemails, just texts. She hates to text. I shook my head. "Something happened. I know it." He examined me for a moment, but my concerns must have been written all over my face. The car, the house in Evanston, her ongoing lack of communication. I didn't know what was going on, but I had absolutely no doubt that John Carson had something to do with it. This was why we had felt so blissfully unbothered for the past month. We weren't the ones he was bothering. My mother was. "I'll get the jet," Eric said immediately. I blinked. "The jet?" He nodded, no sign of a smirk. "Chairman of the board comes with certain privileges. like use of the company plane.
10 minutes ago, I might have had a sharp comeback about lifestyles of the rich and famous, but right now, I was just grateful we had the resources. I need to go home and change, I said, suddenly moving around awkwardly in my gown. I'm not going to look for my mother in Jessica Rabbit cosplay. Eric nodded.
I'll tell Tony to bring the car around.
But before we could do anything, a sudden commotion disturbed the party. People scattered as a horde of police officers flooded down the stairs, fronted by several men in black suits who looked, if Hollywood was correct, an awful lot like federal agents. They plowed through the crowds, and the band stopped playing. A hum of voices remained, but otherwise, most people stopped talking to watch the squad make their way to us.
Eric DeVries.
A tall man with a barrel chest addressed Eric with an utterly no-nonsense tone.
Eric frowned. Yes? Is there a problem?
He glanced around.
Can't be a disturbance of the peace. I own the building and it's New Year's Eve. The entire city is up right now.
The man pulled out a badge. Just as I suspected. He was a bona fide G-man.
Charles Dryden, FBI. Mr. DeVries, you are under arrest for conspiracy to commit securities fraud.
Eric's jaw dropped.
Insider trading? Are you kidding me?
This has to be a misunderstanding, I said, stepping in front of him. Eric would never do something like that. But Eric took my arm and pulled me to the side. Dryden raised a hand, and a rush of officers came forward to grab Eric by the arms.
Easy, Eric protested. Do I look like I'm resisting here?
They ignored him, wrenching his arms behind his back in order to handcuff him roughly while Dryden proceeded.
Eric DeVries, you have the right to remain silent. If you give up that right, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to an attorney and to have an attorney present during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed at no cost.
Jane. Eric's eyes zeroed in on mine, begging me to watch him.
Jane, call Skylar. Find Nina and call Skylar and Brandon. Take Tony with you anywhere you go, and do not trust anyone else. Do you understand? No one else.
I nodded, my lower lip trembling as I walked alongside while they escorted my husband to the street. I fumbled with my phone, unable to make my fingers work as the icy wind caused shivers to sprint violently all over me.
I'll be out tomorrow,
Eric called over the gusts screaming from the Hudson Bay. I nodded, unable to speak. This was crazy. I needed to call Zola, find out what the hell had been happening. Was this what he was trying to tell us? We should have run, I thought, over and over again. We should have kept running and never stopped.
Jane!
Eric's voice rang out over the din as he stood in front of the waiting car. Our eyes met, brown to gray, earth to steel. His flashed like the stars hidden by the city's aura.
I love you,
he shouted.
The both of you. Don't forget it.
I nodded frantically, but my voice was stuck. I love you too, I called back, fighting over the crowds and the drum of my own heart to get the words out. The words I desperately wanted him to know, beyond the shadow of a doubt. But it was too late. The cars pulled away, a caravan of police. Eric DeVries, my lover, fighter, husband, father-to-be, was already gone. Postlude.
Cold steel teeth that close, a box of gray, an icy sky. The only thing that saves me is her skin, waiting for me, out there.
Cube. A poem from the journal of Eric DeVries. An angry buzzer sounded as the guard let Eric through the heavy doors that led to one of the visitors' rooms of Rikers Island Correctional Facility. It was January 4th. Eric had been sitting in this shithole for the last 5 days. 2 while they waited for his arraignment on the 2nd, and 3 more while he counted down to the trial. Almost an entire 2 weeks he had to be here, only because Carson, that bastard, had pulled enough strings in the judiciary to have him labeled as a flight risk. After all, argued the prosecutor, hadn't Eric already fled the country once? Bullshit. All of it. The newspapers were having a field day. The DeVries heir, the Golden Prince of New York, rotting in prison not hours after he'd just been crowned king. Fucking fantastic. Jane was sitting in one of the clusters of chairs on the other side of the communal visitation room, hands folded at the edge of the wobbly table. She was dressed completely in black. The only color her bright red lips and the twin shade of her thick cat-eye glasses. "Don't cross your legs," barked the guard as he led Eric to the table. Jane started, but obediently uncrossed her legs. It was all Eric could do to not glare at the guy. Still, her face lit up when Eric reached her, and she practically bounded into his arms for the short embrace they were allowed. He even snuck a bit of tongue into his kiss for good measure, but he was too scared to do more after the warning he'd been given before coming in here. They retook their seats amid the clamor of the room, and when she looked at him, Eric felt something deep inside him relax. "Hey," she said quietly. Too quiet for her. "Hey, gorgeous," he said. She blinked rapidly. Pregnancy hormones, she said, but Eric couldn't say he didn't love seeing all those emotions swimming across her beautiful face. He just wished he wasn't the one making her cry. He slid a hand across the table. Hers approached as well. Fingertips touching fingertips. "No touching," barked the guard. Eric sucked in a deep breath. Being in here was not good for his state of mind. He wanted to throttle anyone and everything keeping him from being with his wife and growing child. But he needed to get out. Anything but the best behavior would kill his chances. "Lloyd called this morning," Jane said, referring to Eric's defense attorney. "He said the preliminary hearing was moved up to next week. Apparently several of the board members called in personal favors with the judge. They said it's bullshit that you're being held without bail." "That's because it is bullshit. I'm chairman of the biggest shipping company in the United States, and my wife is pregnant. I'm not a fucking flight risk." "I know. Of course you're not." But there was something in her voice. Some kind of strange hesitancy. "What?" Eric asked a little more sharply than he intended. "What is it?" She worried those plump lips enough that suddenly he wanted to go jump over the table just to suck on them. Fuck the guards. Fuck their stupid tasers. Fucking hell, it was hard being away from her, even just for a few days. "I was reading the indictment," she said. When her hazel eyes met his, they pierced. "Eric, I need to know something. Michael Faber, Jude Latour, Kyle Madison." She counted the names off with her fingers and looked up. "Is that the same Jude who—" Eric nodded. "They're all in the society. Funny. I never knew Faber's first name until today." Jane worried her lips again. Is any of it true? Did you pass information on to these men about DVS stock?" He couldn't lie. He was disappointed she even asked. But at the same time, he also understood. He had lied to her about Janice, lied about his past, about all of it. She had every reason to wonder what else he had kept from her. But this wasn't one of those things. "I didn't do anything," he said, doing his best to convey his innocence with every cell in his body. "I swear to God, Jane, I didn't. You heard Jude and Lucerne. I gave bad information, for exactly this reason." "And the other charges? They're naming the transactions you requested on New Year's and the recommendations you made to the board members and your family. They must have tapped your phone, didn't they?" Eric bit his lip. "It wasn't insider trading. We are a family interested in purchasing a full majority. There were no laws broken."
She examined him for a second and then relaxed.
Okay, I believe you.
But Carson and Jude, they did try, Eric continued, wincing when Jane tensed again. It was part of the requirement of being in the society, or so they said. Everyone had to bring things, to offer. At one point, Jude suggested I provide trade tips about DVS in exchange for Carson leaving us alone.
That's extortion, she said nastily. That motherfucker.
Which is why I provided false tips, Eric replied as he massaged his knuckles. They were sore. More than once he'd gotten upset enough to go to town on his mattress. The shitty piece of foam didn't protect much.
But you didn't do anything else besides that?
Jane asked. Eric grimaced. I thought about it. I really did. But then I realized that if I did do it, I'd just be giving him one more thing to hold over me. One more bit of leverage. He shrugged. Maybe I should have. Maybe that's why I'm here. But Jane just shook her head.
He wouldn't have cared. Sociopaths never do.
They sat there a moment, just watching each other, unsure of what else to say. It was impossible not to hug her, kiss her. Vaguely, Eric wondered how much it would cost to arrange for a conjugal visit. The state prisons in New York allowed them, but he didn't know about the city jails. The license? He asked softly. He was almost afraid to ask, but just like her, he had to know.
It's filed,
Jane said, scooting her chair closer with a nervous look toward the guards.
I dropped it off myself and stayed until the clerk actually entered that shit into the system. The certificate is in a safety deposit box at the bank. We're not fucking around with spousal privilege.
Eric sighed with relief. Not just because now Jane wouldn't have to serve as a witness if this bullshit actually went to trial, but because one of the few things that kept his mind sane in this place was knowing she was in his corner. There was always the chance she could have decided against it in the end, that it wasn't worth her time to be trapped with a jailbird. She still had time to get out. But, to his utter relief, it seemed she didn't want to. She was now really and truly his.
That jumpsuit is really working for you,
she remarked, and the light in her eyes told him that he wasn't the only one hard up.
They didn't let you keep your tux, though? I thought you could wear your own clothes when you were just remanded.
Eric thought back to the party. Or really, just before, when she practically couldn't keep her hands off him. Some women felt like shit when they were pregnant, but Jane seemed to have morphed into even more of a nymphomaniac than ever. And he was missing it. Fuck. They gave it to me because I was getting harassed for wearing a tuxedo. They said my clothes were distracting the other inmates. He looked down, disgusted by the coarse prison wear. I look like a highlighter, Jane grinned.
You look like a badass, and pretty damn fuckable if I do say so myself. We might need to rotate escaped prisoner into the bedroom when you're out, Papillon.
For that, she received a withering glare that might have made her laugh if they hadn't been in these shitty circumstances. Instead, Jane bit her lip, and Eric had to adjust himself as stealthily as he could.
I brought a change of clothes anyway, she said. All synthetic. No ironing needed.
Eric nodded gratefully. Good. Thank you.
I don't know why you don't just let me represent you,
Jane said as she examined her rings.
I'm probably 10 times better than your lawyer anyway.
Lloyd Bennett is the best defense attorney in the city.
Hey, Folsom Prison, I'll have you know that I was a damn good prosecutor. I had more convictions than any other ADA in their first 5 years.
Maybe you'd land me in jail then.
Eric.
What about Zola? He interrupted. Any news there? Jane shook her head, causing the black waves to jostle around her face.
No contact. He told Skylar he couldn't because of the open investigation. The FBI are apparently working in conjunction with all of the New York City DAs.
She didn't sound terribly surprised.
He was risking a lot in the first place, telling us anything.
Eric sighed. It wasn't unexpected news, but it wasn't great either. What about Nina?
Nina and Olivia have been staying with me, actually.
Eric perked. What?
She wants to help, and she doesn't like that I'm alone. I hope you don't mind, but I told her about the baby. I also wonder if she's been having some issues with Calvin because of all of this. It sounds like he's been feeding information to Carson for a while.
Eric contemplated that. Calvin had always been a conniving little shit, but he seemed loyal to the family. At least, until Eric returned. Now Eric wondered just how long he'd been the family's Benedict Arnold. How are you feeling? He asked, suddenly wanting to change the subject to anything but these shitty circumstances. Are you sick at all? Skylar was a wreck when she was pregnant with Jenny.
Don't remind me. I don't want to jinx it. So far, the only side effects I've been experiencing are mood swings. Bigger tits and wanting to get it on with my husband at all hours of the day. Pretty inconvenient since he's locked up at the moment.
I want you to stay out of this, Jane, Eric said even more abruptly. No room for jokes. Certainly not denial. Absolutely out. Leave it to the lawyers, all right? You need to stay safe. You and the baby. She shrugged, a non-committal movement that was so incredibly unlike her that Eric sat up straight immediately. Jane, he said, promise me you'll stay out. Her eyes locked with his, glinting gold, like the crazy eyeliner she was wearing.
I can't do that.
Jane.
I said no,
she repeated.
I'm not just going to sit around and let you rot in here or go through some bullshit trial. Honestly, Lloyd will probably get the whole thing dismissed if there's no evidence. But in the meantime, I'm not interested in letting the shark go without so much as tossing out a net.
Eric frowned. What the hell does that mean? She removed a photo from her back pocket and pushed it across the table. Eric examined the picture of a car outside a small house in what looked like a field. An Asian woman stood by the door. What is this?
The investigator finally found something, she said. They found my mother.
Eric looked again. That's Yuna?
Jane nodded. In Haseong, Korea. It's the town where she grew up. And that's a car that was rented to someone named Jonathan Carr. She rolled her eyes. Some people have no imagination.
Eric frowned. Something about that name sounded familiar, but he didn't know what. He took her back to Korea?
Looks that way.
Why?
I don't know.
Jane wasn't quite able to keep her voice from quavering.
But I'm going to find out.
Eric swallowed. What are you going to do? What does that mean?
It means, she said, that Carson doesn't understand who he's fucking with. He thinks he's had some idiot bastard child who would be scared of him no matter what.
She sat perfectly still, and in that moment, Eric had never felt so terrified or turned on.
He forgot something critical.
Jane leaned in, close enough that Eric could see nearly every succulent ripple on her puckered red lips.
He gave his daughter away to a smart man and the most tenacious Korean lady this side of the Pacific, and that daughter took down bad guys in one of the most crime-ridden cities on the planet.
Eric blinked. His skin prickled all over. Jane, you can't be serious.
I spent 5 years putting much worse motherfuckers than him behind bars, Eric. John Carson doesn't scare me. If anything, I should scare him. And the fact that I don't gives us the advantage.
Jane, I'm serious. Stay out of it. She didn't answer, just covered her stomach, which was still completely flat, with her hand. Her nails were painted black with tiny diamond studs at the ends. Eric smiled to himself at the sight of them. Even in a shithole like this, Jane was a damn beacon of beauty and badassery, as she might say. And in that moment, Eric knew there wasn't anything he could do to stop her from trying to help. Shit. Now he really needed to get out of here. How was the appointment? Eric asked, suddenly eager to change the subject. Jane adjusted her glasses.
It was fine.
Fine, she sighed.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me what happened, Eric retorted. Is it something bad? Did something happen to the baby? The possibility that it was a false alarm shot through his mind, and his chest froze.
Calm down, Jane said. It was fine. Look.
She reached into her back pockets and pulled out another photograph, which she set on the table.
They said I could show that to you.
Eric picked up the paper like he was touching a priceless artifact. He stared at it for a really long time.
You okay there?
Jane asked. His brow furrowed, making the spider-thin lines over his eyebrows come into high contrast. I feel like an asshole, but I can't see it. He pushed the paper back to her. Jane just giggled and pointed to a tiny speck that resembled a piece of packing popcorn.
I couldn't see it either until the ultrasound tech printed it out and did the same thing, she said. Right there. They said I'm a little over 6 weeks.
Eric looked up. Thanksgiving? Jane blushed under the heat of his stare, and Eric found he really liked the way it looked. More even than the pink of her flesh when he smacked her ass. He swallowed hard. All she could do was nod, her breath stunted. Eric grinned, but his smile faded when he realized again where he was. Grappling all over again with the fact that his family was out there, literally growing, while he was stuck in here. Even worse, that he couldn't touch his own damn wife now that she actually was his wife. So he focused on the picture. Hey there, Peanut. Eric was surprised Jane didn't tease him for the name.
My dad used to call me Peanut,
she said, almost dreamily. He put the photo down. Jane. She swallowed hard.
Don't. Not until we get you out. You don't understand. I'm pretty much on fire under all these layers, and it's not because of the wool. You making googly eyes at our little cluster of cells isn't helping matters either.
Eric quirked a brow. Is that right? She rolled her eyes.
Don't get too excited, Petri dish. It's the hormones, like I said.
He cocked his head. You know you're going to pay for that as soon as I'm out of here, right? Jane bit her lip again, then looked quickly around before she reached out a timid hand and stroked a finger over his knuckles. The rings he'd bought her, the ones that marked her as his, caught in the light and gleamed, just like the one on his left hand.
Oh, Mr. DeVries,
she said in a low, husky voice that managed to mock and love all at once.
I'm counting on it. This concludes The Kiss Plot by Nicole French, narrated by Cindy Kay. Copyright 2019 by Raglan Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole French, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.